Your boss's office, his name etched on the frosted glass window in the door sitting at the end of a long hallway. He called you in, and you don't know if you'll be leaving with your job. A grimy public bathroom filled with graffiti, spiders, cracked toilet seats, and a sinister shadow in the very last stall. A surgical theater where masked doctors wait with gleaming scalpels, forceps, and bone saws, preparing for an operation that you don't know if you'll wake up from. All of these have one thing in common. They're rooms that inspire dread. But after this video, you'll look back on all of them like you would your cozy childhood bedroom. A wise man once said, life has many doors. What he didn't say is that sometimes opening the wrong door can be a way of bringing that life to an untimely end, or worse. Especially when you're dealing with the kind of horrifying anomalies secured and contained by the SCP Foundation. You may think it's what's lurking inside the room that might be your biggest threat, but that's a potentially lethal assumption. Sometimes the most dangerous thing is the room itself. And that's what we're here to talk about today. 7 of the most terrifying rooms on the Foundation's database, none of which have ever been featured on this channel before. So reach out, grab the handle, and open the door. Welcome to the SCP Foundation's most terrifying rooms. All you can do is hope that, by the end, you'll actually be able to leave. We'll begin with an old classic from Series 1, SCP-002, a maleficent meatball known as the living room. There's a decent chance you're sitting in your living room right now while you watch this video, so you may be thinking, what's so wrong about that? But this really is a living room, and it's always on the lookout for some tasteful new furniture. From the outside, SCP-002 appears to be a huge, tumorous blob made out of living flesh. Sure, that may seem off-putting, but don't be so superficial. The inside of 002 is a different story. It may appear like your standard low-rent apartment from within, but this place has a lot of personality. There's a single window, despite there being no opening for a window from the outside. In addition to all the standard furniture, chairs, tables, a TV stand, it's actually developed a number of other wonderful amenities since being contained by the Foundation, including 2 lamps, a throw rug, a television, a radio, a beanbag chair, 3 books in an unknown language, 4 children's toys, and a small potted plant. The first thing you might notice about the room is the funny smell. Then you might take a closer look at all that lovely furniture. That's when you'll realize that every single piece of furniture in there is made out of human tissue. Wood is polished and varnished bone. Fabrics are woven from human hair. Leather is made from tanned human skin. This is what happens to anyone who enters SCP-002. And sadly, if you've gotten close enough to see this, it's already too late. We hope you enjoy the rest of your existence as a brand new armchair. But maybe you don't want to get turned into furniture inside a living room within a giant tumor. Maybe you've got more specific needs. You like puzzles, exercises, and most of all, solitude. You like to test your mental and physical fortitude without worrying about the distractions caused by having to deal with other human beings. If that sounds like you, then let's get your feet wet and tell you about a wonderful piece of prime real estate you can find under the sea, SCP-057. This underwater chamber is almost impossible to get to without a James Cameron-style mini-submarine, but believe us, it's worth the effort. If you manage to access SCP-057 and enter its submerged chamber, then you're going to be treated to the best last challenge of your life. The door will close behind you, permanently, ensuring that wonderful privacy you so covet. Then the walls. These impenetrable monoliths of slate-covered stone will begin to move. Like a kind of high-stakes game show, you'll need to keep moving, avoiding the ever-shifting walls as the environment around you becomes more and more disorienting. There is no escape, only survival, and survival is only temporary. When your body fails you, or your mind snaps under the weight of sustained mortal terror, that's when those walls will close in. The monoliths of SCP-057 will get closer and closer, and closer, until your body is crushed between them, killing you with a torturously slow squeeze where nothing and nobody will ever hear your final choked screams. But it's all worth it for that glorious ocean view. Oh, look at all those adorable little fishies. But hey, maybe sea punk isn't your favorite aesthetic. Maybe you're the more industrial type. You couldn't feel more at home than among a complex network of anomalous pipes. We'll admit that's eerily specific, but it isn't half as eerie as SCP-015. If you ever find yourself opening the door to the main room of a certain undisclosed warehouse, you'll feel like you've walked into an early 2000s screensaver with a decidedly gritty edge. An impossibly huge and intricate mass of pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatus that just keeps growing, seemingly becoming more strange and anomalous as it does so. These pipes have been made out of bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. There aren't any pipes made out of traditional pipe-making materials like lead, copper, ceramics, or PVC. And if you think what the pipes are made of is weird, the materials that travel through them are even freakier. These include oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. And this is important to remember, because if you appear hostile to SCP-015 or enter the room carrying tools, the pipes will begin to burst and spray you with their contents in self-defense, resulting in one of the few times in human history where you'd be incredibly lucky to only be sprayed with rats or human entrails. Much like SCP-173, the sculpture, it's important to keep this room under strict observation. It's when the pipes are left unoccupied that they start expanding and trying to grow downwards in the hopes of mixing with the sewer system below. If ever that happens, then the pipes may end up coming to a room near you. And considering that people have also reported screaming coming from inside the pipes, what comes out of them may not even be as frightening as what could be going in. But maybe you don't want a warehouse. Perhaps you just want to rent a small, cozy room in a one-story building over in Weehawken, New Jersey. Problem is, if you try to do this, you might end up lodging in SCP-5256, a room that defies reality in a number of freaky ways thanks to its prior occupant, a highly unstable reality warper. The reality filters get stronger the further you go into the room, with the terminus being the room's far corner, which presents as an empty void that's impossible to even see. A damaged bloody hammer is lodged into the far wall. Metal fragments covered in human blood float near the entrance, half-eaten bugs all over the floor. There's a crucifix on the wall along with medical-grade anesthetics with trace amounts of neural tissue inside. All evidence points to the reality warper having been the victim of atrocious and inhumane acts, perhaps as a way to cure it of its anomalous affliction. And to add to the creep factor, many believe its body is still in there, lurking in the unseeable corner. How do we know? Because despite the corner of the room being unseeable, people have still performed simple tactile tests by sticking their hand into the space. One D-Class reported it feeling like leathery flesh with occasional scraps of fabric, and sharp needle-like objects occasionally sticking out of its skin. But for rent this cheap, who can really complain about a body or two? But that's enough about things that are just creepy. Let's get to dangerous instead. A room that won't just freak you out with some eerie anomalous sights. If you get unlucky, it'll give you a horrifying death. After all, who doesn't like a little excitement? Step into SCP-4595, a small room in a woodshed behind an abandoned house near Jasper, Indiana. You'll be taken in by its rustic charm at first. It's a quiet, peaceful setting where you're alone with your thoughts. When the room was first found, it contained a small, blood-stained shovel and a skeleton of an adolescent male. But don't let that put you off. Don't let the charcoal marking of the word witch written on the exterior door bother you either. It all just adds to the character of the room. Oh, there is one thing we should probably mention. There is an entity known as SCP-4595-A that lives a meter beneath the room. She's a witch-like creature, rotted and covered in wounds on her torso and face. Her mere presence will instill a sense of paranoia and dread into you, getting worse and worse the longer you're in there. But stay quiet about it. If at any point you disturb SCP-4595, all the empty spaces in your chest cavity as well as your lungs, airways, stomach, and intestine will suddenly fill with live desert locusts, causing you to experience a horrible death. So be a considerate upstairs neighbor, or else. So remember when we said earlier that it's not always what's inside the room that can cause you harm? Sometimes it's the thing right on the other side of the door. Look at the nearest closed door. Really focus on it. Tell us, how can you be so sure there's not something on the other side? Can you hear its heavy, wheezing breaths? It's not a home invader. It's something even worse. SCP-303, and it can make any room, anywhere, an absolute nightmare for you. Keep an eye on that door while we explain. SCP-303 is a tall, emaciated creature with dark skin and no face. Just a giant mouth twisted into a fixed grimace of pain with unnaturally long teeth. Nobody has ever seen its full body, but everyone afflicted with its anomalous effects somehow has an innate knowledge of exactly what they're dealing with. The amount of time that 303 spends behind the door seems to be random, but whenever it appears, people will be afflicted with such a level of raw, paralytic terror that they physically cannot bear to open the door while it's still there. This is one thing if it's hiding inside a broom closet, but if you're trapped in a room with only one exit, and 303 manifests behind it, you are in real trouble. As the number of people who have died of dehydration and starvation in totally normal rooms while boxed in by 303 have found out, when you're dealing with this monster, any room can be a nightmare. But while 303 is no doubt scary, it's not quite as mind-melting as SCP-970, the final anomalous room on this list. Much like 303, it involves doors, and rather than being fixed to a single location, it can appear in theoretically any room. Known as the recursive room, stepping through this door will lead to a copy of the room you were just inside. A little trippy, but not exactly pure nightmare fuel. But much like how a photocopier will slowly create distortions if the same image is copied repeatedly, the more rooms in the recursive room sequence that one cycles through, the more distorted each one gets. Eventually, the rooms will begin to display visuals straight out of your worst nightmares. Foundation researchers who sent a drone through a 6-hour sequence of recursive rooms ended up being discharged to undergo psychiatric treatment after seeing their own mutilated corpses in the rooms. A cruel trick? Or a deadly phenomenon of things to come in a darker possible future? Either way, these unfortunate researchers couldn't get their experience in the recursive room out of their heads. But we're sure you'll have a more pleasant time. There you have it, folks. Some of the most terrifying rooms that the SCP Foundation is aware of. Let us know which one was your favorite down in the comments. And of course, be careful. If these are the ones the Foundation has in containment, imagine the ones that are still out there, waiting to be discovered. For all you know, it could only be one door away. Is there any greater computer on planet Earth than the human brain? That web of almost 200 billion neurons inside your skull gives you the equivalent memory space of over 1,000 1-terabyte hard drives. Sure, the human brain might not be able to process information at the speed of the average computer, but it can regulate the movement and functions of your entire body, all while using less energy than a light bulb. That's right. Our brains are pretty impressive organic computers, but there is some stiff competition. Well, not completely stiff. You'll see. Say hello to SCP-003, also referred to as the Biological Motherboard. Hearing that name, you would be right to assume that SCP-003 is a computer formed of organic components, as opposed to man-made microchips and circuit boards. But there is a little bit more to it than that. SCP-003 is actually composed of two distinct parts, referred to as SCP-003-1 and SCP-003-2, both related, but each with a separate origin. The former, 003-1, is the machine's motherboard. Whereas your ordinary home computer or laptop might have a motherboard made out of fiberglass and copper, this one is far less conventional. So what is 003-1 actually made from? The answer is living tissue. Everything from hair and fingernails to chitin, which is a substance found in the exoskeletons of some invertebrate animals. All of these components, parts that may have once belonged to a living thing, are arranged in a configuration much like that of a computer's motherboard. It sounds like something plucked out of a film by John Carpenter or David Cronenberg, doesn't it? But how or why would someone ever construct something like this? Well, the answer to that isn't clear. So far, the only answers we have come from the SCP Foundation's extensive testing of the biological motherboard. According to researchers, SCP-003-1 predates even the very earliest modern circuits by several thousands of years, meaning that whoever built it was certainly ahead of their time. Also, the motherboard is alive. Wait, did we forget to mention that? SCP-003-1 has displayed at least a low level of sentience during testing by the Foundation, not enough to be considered an active threat unless certain conditions make it dangerous. The second component of SCP-003 is 003-2, a stone tablet that 003-1 was attached to when it was first discovered. The surface of 003-2 has a number of runes carved into it, but these symbols don't match letters or characters from any known language. The runes on 003-2 are also known to regularly emit a pale, flickering pattern of light. Now, you're probably asking, how is a slab of stone able to light itself up? Well, that is because SCP-003-2 has an internal computer controlling it, and not one composed of organic parts like hair and fingernails. Somewhere within the stone is a non-biological computer, fueled by some unknown anomalous power source. The Foundation's researchers can't access the internal components of SCP-003-2 without running the high risk of damaging it, but as far as they can tell, whatever is running this bizarre machine has been slowly losing power for centuries. The biological motherboard is also known to emit measurable levels of heat, light, and radiations of an anomalous nature. So why would someone go to the trouble of creating a computer out of living parts in anomalous stone? And what is the purpose of the biological motherboard? The SCP Foundation considers it highly probable that the stone slab of 003-2 was actually created with the intention of keeping the motherboard component, 003-1, contained. Additionally, during testing, Foundation researchers have been able to exact partially complete data from SCP-003. This data seems to refer to some sort of potential catastrophe, either in the future or one that has already occurred, as a direct result of SCP-003-1. It would seem that 003-1 and 003-2 must stay combined in order to prevent what the Foundation would deem an LK-class restructuring event. How could the biological motherboard cause an event like this? It just sounds like a partially alive flesh circuit on a stone slab. It's when the temperature around SCP-003 drops below 35 degrees Celsius that things start to get really strange. From the minute they detect a decrease in temperature, both components of SCP-003 begin to react. The biological motherboard itself starts to grow, rapidly increasing its overall size. 003-1 fuels this growth state by absorbing any nearby matter, adding anything close enough to its fleshy mass. First, it will assimilate any inorganic material, everything from particles in the atmosphere on up. 003-1 transforms these new additions to itself into the same organic matter that makes up the biological motherboard, transforming metal or plastic into dead skin cells, hair, chitin, enamel, keratin, and other similar materials. This growth state increases until SCP-003 takes on a form in the shape of an ophiuroid, also known as a brittle star, an aquatic life form similar to a starfish, with 5 long, thin appendages protruding from a central body. In the case of SCP-003, this body appears to be the computer's central processing unit. In this new form, the biological motherboard will also begin to create sensory organs that will survey the area around it for more materials to assimilate. Only 003-2, the stone slab, is immune to being converted into biological matter. Next, the second phase of transformation occurs, and SCP-003-1 begins to absorb organic matter into its mass as well, living or otherwise. If you've ever seen The Blob, then you know what this looks like. and how horrifying it would be for any person unfortunate enough to be standing too close. During this stage, SCP-003 will attempt to copy the biology of a living organism it comes into contact with, and uses this template to try and lure others towards it. However, the biological motherboard appears to use a lot of processing power to analyze and assimilate organic matter, and this can actually diminish the speed at which it increases in size. So what happens to 003-2, the stone component of SCP-003, during all of this? When the biological motherboard is growing and changing form, melding with other organisms as its fleshy mass increases, does 003-2 power its transformation? No. In fact, it tries to prevent it. That's right. The two components of SCP-003 do not work in tandem. They work against each other. As the biological motherboard starts to grow, the stone slab attached to it will emit concentrated bursts of radiation. These radioactive emissions have a counter effect on 003-1's ability to assimilate matter and increase its size, stopping the organic mass of flesh from growing and even reversing the process when the temperature is raised to over 100 degrees Celsius. What we have so far is a machine in two parts. One that grows and assimilates matter at lower temperatures, and the other that releases radiation to stop this happening. Naturally, the SCP Foundation counteracts the anomalous growing ability of 003-1 by keeping the biological motherboard in a heated containment environment, still attached to 003-2. Under no circumstances is the temperature of SCP-003's containment unit to drop below 35 degrees Celsius. And normally no living person is permitted to make any direct contact with the machine. However, in the event of an emergency resulting in a loss of power, Foundation staff are required to huddle skin to skin with the fleshy mass of the motherboard, in an attempt to keep it warm through their own body heat, much like how penguins huddle together for warmth. Of course, those unlucky members of personnel probably hope they can generate enough heat between them to keep 003-1 from starting to grow. Otherwise, they'll know they'll be the first that the biological motherboard will absorb. Should a member of personnel be chosen for this particularly unpleasant task of being on hand to keep 003 warm, then they will be made to submit for a full examination beforehand. No one can be allowed close to SCP-003 if they're carrying any bodily parasites like tapeworms or head lice. They would all be extra organisms for 003-1 to absorb. Foundation staff are also required to be decontaminated both before and after directly dealing with SCP-003. And of course, no member of the SCP Foundation is permitted to ever detach the biological motherboard from the stone component. Given that 003-2 is the only device capable of reducing and reversing SCP-003-1's growth, any changes in the pattern or color of its glowing ruins is to be reported to high-ranking members of the Foundation. There have been multiple incidents involving SCP-003 though, usually occurring when staff working in the Foundation's M03 Gloria research team attempt to push the boundaries of the device's anomalous properties. Their interest in the biological motherboard lies purely in seeing how the machine evolves when allowed to grow beyond its second brittle star stage. During one such incident, 003-1 was allowed to grow and restructure for just over 9 minutes, after which the containment area's temperature was lowered, and 003-2 released a massive continuous spike in radiation. Any of the new material that had been bonded to the biological motherboard dissolved, falling away and turning into a dusty residue which was then collected for testing. At this point, both 003-1 and 003-2 seemed to power down, with no detectable activity. The stone slab did not power back on until it was connected to an external power generator. When the same procedure was repeated and 003-1 re-entered its growth state, 003-2's radiation appeared to be unable to stop the motherboard from increasing in mass. When it reached 4 times its original size by assimilating any and all matter it could reach, SCP-003 then began to change form in a way that had never been observed before, forming a protective shell around 003-1. The entire living machine breached containment into the observation area, grabbing M03 Gloria researchers and its appendages. Using these M03 Gloria members, it began adding to itself and forming a new body. As it assimilated the researchers, the biological motherboard rearranged its center mass. SCP-003 then took on the form of a 3-meter-tall female humanoid, with tentacles protruding from its newly formed hair and spine. Next, the part creature, part machine began to make indecipherable sounds, trying to communicate with researchers through these rudimentary vocalizations. Somehow, perhaps through information it had absorbed from the researchers in its grasp, SCP-003 wanted to speak. What happened next? An agent, sent on orders direct from the O5 Council, was dispatched to the containment area. According to Foundation records, the agent attempted to engage in conversation with SCP-003's new form, but any data about their exchange has been expunged. Luckily, this agent was able to restore power to SCP-003's stone component, returning the room temperature to the proper containment levels, which caused 003-1 to return to its normal state. The threat recontained, all 9 members of M03 Gloria were found to be unharmed, suffering no side effects from assimilation, other than a few cases of psychological trauma. One of them, Dr. Tilda Moose, the leader of M03 Gloria, was later interviewed by the Foundation. She claimed that SCP-003 had tried to talk to the researchers, connecting with them mentally in a crude, broken language that they couldn't understand. She ripped 3 of the researchers apart and put them back together unharmed. She doesn't understand human emotion or pain, or very much about how we experience the world. Yes, I would say the containment procedures are necessary. According to Dr. Moose, SCP-003 is some unknown alien entity, one without a clear understanding of humanity. It cannot understand pain or physical sensation, yet it is bent on remaking the world into a paradise. The whole effect felt like words of some kind. I believe she wanted to see what we could understand, so she could understand us. Dr. Moose said in her interview, "She didn't have time to finish analyzing us. I don't know what would have happened if she had." It was an old factory in the middle of nowhere, long abandoned, but still standing. In the past, it had been filled with workers, but now nothing ran through it besides the occasional wildlife. One July night in 1949, though, 4 teenagers decided it would be a good place to explore. The entrance to the factory was a large, old-fashioned looking wooden door that was locked tightly shut. The teens looked around for another way in, but couldn't find one. What they did find, though, was an old iron lockbox. After some effort, they managed to get the box open and found a ring of 12 old rusted steel keys sitting inside. Would these old keys open the wooden door? Would they find something inside that would make their night of breaking and entering worth it? If only they knew that by unlocking the door, all they would find was true horror, because they had just found SCP-004, better known as the 12 Keys and the Door. Not long after, the local sheriff received a call from 3 of the panicked teens. They explained that while trying to get into the factory, one of their friends had gone missing. The local authorities were quickly deployed, taking the 3 teens into custody and beginning a full search of the factory grounds. The searching sheriff's department officers did eventually manage to find a clue as to what happened to the missing teen, but it wasn't a good sign. It was their severed hand, and even more disturbing is that it wasn't discovered outside the factory. No, it was found over 8 kilometers away. Soon other body parts were also found, some as far as 32 kilometers away. But how could the parts of the dead teenager's body have been scattered so quickly and so far from each other? When the surviving teens were interrogated, they all repeated the same wild story. The now dead teen had taken one of the keys out of the old box they had found and used it to unlock the strange old-fashioned wooden door that led into the factory. They opened the door and stepped inside, and the moment they did, they were immediately torn into pieces that suddenly vanished. These were no ordinary keys, and this was no ordinary door. It was clear this was a job for the SCP Foundation. An SCP agent was deployed to the site to begin investigating this anomaly. After getting the keys from local authorities, the agent brought in a group of 12 D-Class personnel to test them, one for each key. And it soon became clear that there was one effect that was common. 10 of the keys seemed to cause an effect that was completely unsurvivable. Upon trying the key in the door, The test subject was immediately torn apart just like the unfortunate teenager. While one key caused the body parts to be scattered in the immediate vicinity, all the others seemed to vanish into thin air. But it was the other two keys that proved to be of even greater interest to the Foundation. Unlike with all the other tests, the D-Class using the key designated SCP-004-7 was able to enter the door and return completely unharmed. But the D-Class using SCP-004-12 was a different story. Physically, he returned unharmed, but he seemed barely able to stagger out of the room. He collapsed and then began trying to claw his eyes out in panic and terror. He was quickly restrained and interrogated, but he wasn't coherent enough to give the Foundation any idea of what lurked behind the door. The first D-Class to enter using SCP-004-7, the one who returned intact and sane, only said that it was a massive room inside, far bigger than the building appeared from the outside. It was determined that the use of this key was safe enough for further testing. The door was open again using the same key, and the Foundation researchers propped it open so that an armed team could go inside and hopefully come out. A brief exploration of the massive room showed some clear anomalous properties. Not only was the room impossible to measure and possibly limitless in size, it also seemed impossible to shine any light in the room beyond the entry, and the people inside were the only objects that could be felt or illuminated. Whatever this room was, it was keeping its secrets. It was clear the site needed to be locked down. All the initial witnesses who knew too much were terminated. The Foundation was a little more trigger-happy with terminations in the 40s, and the site was quickly locked down under the auspices of being dangerous due to unexploded ordinances. Fences were placed around the site so that there would be no more teenage explorations. The records are spotty and incomplete, but whatever happened behind those doors during the initial testing between 1949 and 1950, the Foundation decided it had learned enough. The space-time anomalies at play inside of SCP-004 were deemed too dangerous to explore further, and the site was sealed off with all testing suspended. Whatever was lurking behind those doors, it would keep its secrets, and the site seemed easy to secure and contain. But this was far from the end of SCP-004, and 50 years later, it made its presence known again. It was another July night, many decades after the unfortunate teenager first opened the doors to SCP-004. Only a few pieces of their body had been found, but suddenly the rest of the corpse appeared exactly where they had last been seen, outside the old wooden door. Even odder was the fact that even though the subject had died many years ago, their body was still fresh, as if they had been killed that same day, and this wouldn't be the only sudden reappearance. 2 days later, a second body missing parts appeared in front of the door. This was quickly identified as one of the original 12 test subjects who opened the door. Foundation scientists were once again sent to the site to explore the space-time anomalies, and it was becoming clear that what went inside the door didn't stay there. It seemed like it went somewhere that didn't exist on this same plane as our reality. And if it could be understood, it could be used. On March 21st, 1999, the Foundation began establishing a site inside of SCP-004, but not for testing or research purposes. Nuclear weapons around the world were proliferating fast, and evidence was mounting that World War III could happen soon. The Foundation needed a site that could survive anything, and the mysterious room opened by the rusted keys seemed like it could be their salvation. Supplies would go in the room and would be preserved there indefinitely, safe from even nuclear annihilation. But getting the site set up would pose its own challenges. Now dubbed Site-62, the facility was soon expanded to house certain SCPs as well, in addition to a supercomputer to house all Foundation data. This would make it another invaluable backup in the event of an end-of-the-world event that necessitated a reboot. The site was completed over the next year, during which time they added high-tech containment units that could hold even the most dangerous SCP specimens. Entering and exiting the facility seemed to pose a risk to those working on it, though. Time no longer behaved like it should, even when using the one safe key. People would spend weeks in the site, then exit claiming they had only been there a few days. It was highly unpredictable, and the Foundation determined that it would be better to eliminate this X factor. All personnel working at Site-62 would now live on site permanently, with their families being told that they had died in an accident. It was August 18, 2003, when the United States and Canada were hit with a massive power outage, knocking out power to many of the Northeast's biggest population centers. While the SCP Foundation has backups on every site, multiple generators failed, and it was 53 minutes before power could be restored. During that time, those inside the mysterious room were plunged into total darkness, and it soon became clear they weren't alone. In the darkened room, the personnel reported feeling that they were surrounded by people that shouldn't be there, and creatures that shouldn't exist. While they couldn't see anything and nothing touched them, they were adamant that something was lurking in the room, and likely had been for a very long time. It seemed the limited source of light may be the only thing keeping these entities, whatever they are, at bay. When testing had resumed on SCP-004 after the bodies had reappeared outside the door, the Foundation decided to start exploring the effects of SCP-004-12 as well. What about this key caused such psychological horror that the subjects would try to tear out their own eyes? This key seemed to drive them insane, and of the 16 subjects, only 4 were still alive for any length of time after their return. Most remained in a catatonic state, but one was given extensive therapy and regained the ability to communicate, which allowed him to give the Foundation their best picture yet of what lurked inside the room. While the D-Class personnel was still severely affected by his time in the room and suffered near total amnesia, he did remember a few things. He remembered deep terror and memories being forced into his mind that made no sense, as if they were artificially implanted. And he remembered not being alone. He described a massive green being, large enough that he couldn't see where it began and where it ended. The Foundation didn't know what it was either, but what they did know for certain is that when 10 of these keys are used, the doors open to a dimension where the laws of physics are so different that it is completely unsurvivable. Studies are ongoing as to what makes this effect so fatal and if there is a way to survive it, but no answers have been found. And with only 3 bodies of victims recovered so far, there is little evidence. But one object found on site is of additional interest. Discovered roughly a year after the initial anomaly, in a manager's office on the factory grounds, SCP-004-14 seems to be a miniature version of the anomaly. It's a large box made out of wood, and it is the only other object opened by the one safe key, as well as 5 of the other keys that lead to death when used on the main door. And this box has unusual properties as well. It opens automatically, and much like SCP-004's room, it seems to be much larger on the inside than the outside. It is possible to come in and out safely, but once the box is locked again, it is a different story. Objects placed in the box don't seem to affect its weight, and when the box is closed and locked, they vanish completely. Unlike the main room, nothing that's gone inside and locked in has ever been recovered. This includes living beings. Few answers have been found out about where they go, and it's possible the box could be used to dispose of specimens deemed to be too dangerous. But with no answers about where they go and when they might come back, this may be too risky. Because SCP-004 is fixed in place, special containment procedures focus on making sure it stays that way. It is strictly forbidden to take any of the other keys through the door, for fear of losing them or causing it to react in an unpredictable way. If the site should be breached or anything contained in Site-62 manages to escape containment, the Foundation is ready to activate the on-site warhead. Only employees with level 1 clearance can access the site, and only level 4s and above can use the keys, with all knowing that any attempt to remove the keys from the site will result in immediate termination. For now, SCP-004 remains fenced off, with only select experiments continuing, as the Foundation tries to unravel its mysteries. But whatever lurks behind that wooden door, it keeps its secrets well. Commander McGrath, one of the most influential members of Mobile Task Force Alpha-1, better known as the Red Right Hand, had been summoned by his masters for one of the most important missions of his life. It was so above top secret, even he would likely need to undergo amnestic treatment once he'd seen the job through. It comes with the territory when you're dealing with SCP-006. The Red Right Hand is no ordinary mobile task force either. They were the personal enforcers of the O5 Council, the 13 most powerful members of the SCP Foundation, and by extension, some of the most powerful human beings on Earth. Commander McGrath stood before the assembled council, trying to suppress the tremors of fear and awe running through him. He'd gone toe-to-toe with SCP-076 Abel, one of the finest humanoid warriors ever known, during one of his many containment breaches. He led strike forces after a fleeing SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, after it escaped its acid tank and began charging towards the nearest populated area intent on causing mass death. He'd personally taken out more people than you've probably ever met, all at the behest of his Foundation superiors. And yet, standing right here before them, he couldn't help feel a twinge of deep terror. It was like staring right into the face of God and waiting for it to blink. With his well-honed military observation skills, he noted that O5-2 wasn't among the council this time, but he knew better than to ask why. He was employed to take orders, not to ask questions. And this time, his orders were something special. He wasn't given any more information than this. McGrath, we need you to lead an elite team to Astrakhan in Russia on the double. Procedure 006 is now in effect. You know what to do. McGrath nodded. He'd been prepared for this day. His predecessor, Commander Richards, had only needed to enact Procedure 006 once in his long and storied career with the Red Right Hand. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime assignment, and now the torch had been passed to him. The only question was whether he'd be up to the task. But McGrath didn't have time to ponder on this question. Time was of the essence. First, he needed to assemble a team, small but focused. Loyal men who'd keep their heads down, complete the mission, and take the forbidden knowledge no further than the bounds of said mission. McGrath selected 3 operatives, Bennett, DiMaggio, and Stewart, all of whom had proven valuable assets in prior missions. They would be the ones to accompany him on this most valuable and secretive of directives, Procedure 006. But before they could execute the mission itself, they needed to be trained, briefed, and fitted with the proper equipment. For a mission this sensitive and dealing with an anomaly as deadly as SCP-006, they needed to wear modified Class 6 BNC suits. These are the ultimate total exclusion hazmat suits, designed specifically by the SCP Foundation. They offered such a degree of protection that they made regular hazmat suits look like bikinis. Commander McGrath actually knew very little about SCP-006 and how it worked. Like many of the more top-secret anomalies contained by the Foundation, only the O5 Council understood the full scope of it. Everyone below them were only told the specific fragments of information they needed to do their job. After all, filling your head with the wrong kinds of knowledge can get your memory wiped, or worse, at the SCP Foundation. SCP-006, as far as Commander McGrath knew, was the more traditional kind of toxic. He'd been briefed using the SCP-006-B info pack, a heavily redacted description of SCP-006. Safe class, liquid in nature, but one of the most toxic substances known to man. It made mercury and uranium look like a glass of mineral water. And more dangerous still, if someone came into contact with even the tiniest quantity of SCP-006's liquids, they would not only be marked for certain death, they would also become a vector for transmission, a veritable plague rat, a walking danger to all mankind. That's why the Class 6 BNC suits needed to be tested. McGrath, Bennett, DiMaggio, and Stewart suited up in a secure Foundation training facility and fully submerged themselves in a training pool. This was how they made sure that there were no vulnerabilities in the suits. If any bubbles were generated, it meant there was a leak. And if there was a leak, then the person wearing the defective suit was as good as dead when they reached the real 006. Lucky for them, no leaks. They were ready to proceed to the next stage of the mission, making their way to Astrakhan, Russia, where SCP-006 was contained. The pressure was on, with the Council growing more impatient by the moment. so they needed to make the journey immediately. Every minute counted, and Commander McGrath was painfully aware of the time slipping away, though he couldn't possibly fathom why they'd need a toxic chemical like this with such urgency. They made their journey in a covert cargo plane. It was beyond important to keep all Foundation activity around SCP-006 under wraps. A number of groups of interest cells were active in the area, including the Church of the Broken God and the Serpent's Hand. And if ever the dreaded Chaos Insurgency caught wind of SCP-006's existence and triangulated its location, the damage it could do would be unprecedented. That's why nobody but the O5 Council could truly be trusted with this almost sacred knowledge. When they touched down in Astrakhan, they met with a Foundation courier who would take them on the final leg of their journey to the Foundation site, roughly 60 kilometers west of the town. McGrath and his team had no idea what they were headed towards, or the insane history of the land they traversed, all because of SCP-006. The Foundation had first become aware of the anomaly back during the 19th century, but were unable to gain control of it until 1991. Due to it being fiercely guarded by a procession of territorial Russian rulers. The blood of hundreds of thousands had been spilled on this land in the historic wars and conflicts over SCP-006. So many had wasted their entire lives unsuccessfully trying to find it. During the several-hour car trip to the site, Commander McGrath had no idea of the true value of the anomaly he and his small team were heading towards. But he would, in time, though an innocent would have to die first. The courier dropped the 4 operatives off outside an abandoned chemical plant in the sticks, far from what anyone would call civilization. It was the kind of industrial decay you could expect in the badlands of rural Russia, a huge complex weathered and broken by time. But what the untrained observer wouldn't realize is that the plant was actually full of heavily trained and even more heavily armed Foundation security personnel. As McGrath's team approached the building, they had no less than 8 sniper rifles pointed at them from various vantage points within the plant, just to be safe. The Foundation couldn't afford to take any chances with SCP-006. They arrived at the gate and provided their clearance credentials. They were envoys, here on behalf of the O5 Council themselves, and if they weren't allowed to complete their mission, then the 006 personnel would have the death of a council member on their hands. With that, the team was given a free pass into the site under close observation. Anyone seeking to interface SCP-006 was forced to do so under almost microscopic scrutiny. Even when inside the building, McGrath and his men needed to pass multiple secure checkpoints throughout the halls, each time restating their security credentials. Eventually, they reached a different section of the building. Foreboding, anomalous hallways gave way to what seemed like a mix of a garden and a jungle, but the plants were different. The trees, the shrubs, even the weeds were unlike anything members of the team had ever seen before. It was like stepping into an alien world, or perhaps this world, but as it was a few million years prior, it was terrifying and wondrous. They suited up in their Class 6 BNC suits, fearing airborne contaminants from SCP-006 before proceeding further. They walked through this new jungle, being watched at every turn by security cameras and personnel posted throughout this overgrown portion of the facility. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination, the legendary SCP-006, a small natural spring jutting out of a rock, surrounded by rich emerald grass. It looked more like a nice place to have a picnic than a dangerous and highly secretive anomaly, but McGrath wasn't paid to question things, only to carry out Procedure 006. The only object they had with them was the quad sealant container, an ultra-secure liquid containment unit specifically designed for safely transporting samples of SCP-006's water between sites. The team members descended into the spring and began filling up the container. It was nerve-wracking, knowing the stakes of their mission, and knowing that they were submerged in such a deadly substance, but they had a job to do, and they were going to do it, come hell or high water. They filled the containment unit, but sadly for McGrath and his team, the mission wouldn't be entirely without casualty. A single bubble rose from the leg of Stewart's suit. He was a good MTF operative, but the youngest and least experienced member of the team. His suit must have somehow been damaged during transit. and now he was compromised. He shared a haunting glance with McGrath and his fellow team members, knowing that his part of the mission and his life was about to come to a swift and violent end. Alarms rang out across the facility. A huge team of armed operatives, all wearing Class 6 BNC suits, charged into the room. Stewart was grabbed and manhandled out of the 006 spring, while his fellow team members sealed the containment unit and continued their mission. There was no time to stop, rest, or mourn. Completing the mission was the absolute priority. If McGrath understood the protocol as well as he thought he did, Stewart would be dragged into a secure room by the site staff and locked in with a blast door. He would look down and notice the floor below him was a metal grate caked with ash. His last thoughts as the incinerator launches its flames into action would strangely be the fact that he was feeling the healthiest he'd been in years. But that wouldn't stop the sudden furnace around him from decimating his body and leaving little more than ash and charred bones. Over a decade of loyal MTF service ended in an instant. Stewart would have been terminated. According to orders from the top, it was all that could be done for those afflicted by SCP-006. A mercy, really, if they were to be believed. McGrath and his team soldiered on. After retrieving the sample, they were hurried back into their inception point, one of the many classified bases occupied by the 05 Council members. While DiMaggio and Bennett were ushered off to be given amnestic treatment, McGrath would personally get to see the containment unit and its precious cargo make the final leg of the journey. He was going to be granted access to 05-2, the person this had all been in service of. Commander McGrath approached the secure quarters of the council member, escorted by a bevy of heavily armed security personnel. The doors open and he saw her there, 05-2. Bedridden, laying at the center of a grand web of life-saving technology. She was beyond old and decrepit. Commander McGrath could see the centuries she'd endured written deeply in the wrinkles and scars of her ancient face. She didn't look like one of the most powerful people in the world. She looked like one of the most feeble. Her eyes lit up when McGrath entered the room holding the containment unit. She beckoned him closer, until he was close enough for her to take the containment unit from him with scarred, trembling hands. McGrath watched in horror as she disengaged the lid and swigged down the entirety of its contents. But wasn't the water toxic? He thought. McGrath had been fed the same lie as everybody else. The Foundation didn't keep 006 such a well-guarded secret because it was capable of bringing death. Quite the opposite, in fact. All Commander McGrath could do was stare awestruck as the years seemed to fall from 05-2's face. Decades and decades and decades. Scars faded, wrinkles disappeared. Little by little, 05-2 began to sit and then stand. By the time she was straightening her clothes, she looked like a healthy woman in her mid-40s. It was a complete and total transformation. The liquid of SCP-006 has a plethora of benefits to human subjects. The ability to regenerate damaged DNA by heightened excitement of cellular duplication and producing a frightening increase in the effectiveness of the human immune system. Even upon testing the liquid on animal subjects, hostile bacteria and viral agents were destroyed immediately. Members of the 05 Council are experts at cheating death, and SCP-006 is just another ace hidden up their sleeve in the endless battle against the Reaper. A secret so well guarded that they're willing to terminate even their most loyal servants to keep it safe. After all, if everyone knew about it, everyone would want it. And the 05 Council are very invested in exclusivity. Never normally one to rise above his station, Commander McGrath couldn't help blurt out, "But if it was all a lie, Private Stewart is perfectly alive." All smoke and mirrors, you see. And like everyone who works a 006 mission, he won't remember a thing. Good work, Commander McGrath. 05-2, now in perfect health, replied. Now return to your post after a visit to our boys in amnestics. There's still plenty to be done and we can't afford to dilly-dally. After all, you're not getting any younger. As we grow up and get older, our bodies begin to change. Sometimes those changes can be a bit uncomfortable or even bizarre. We feel strange pains in new places. We grow seemingly a foot in height overnight. Hair sprouts up in new places and falls out of other places. Whether it's puberty or just the aging process, it seems like the human body never runs out of ways to surprise us. But those surprises are completely normal. and to be expected as part of being alive. Unless you're one particular young man whose body changed overnight into something unrecognizable and entirely anomalous. That's when a very special individual we'll be calling Matt Terra comes in. Matt was an ordinary 24-year-old man, with nothing particularly interesting about him. Sure, he was a nice guy, he was smart, he was great at chess and video games, and had an impressive memory for science trivia, but there was nothing unusual about him. Every day he would get up, go to work at a board game and comic book store, chat with his coworkers and make a few sales, head home, make dinner, relax, and go to bed ready to do it all again the next day. It wasn't a glamorous life or that exciting, but it was a pleasant life, and he was happy to live it. One night Matt was having a difficult time sleeping. He was tossing and turning, waking up every few minutes to a dull, aching feeling in his stomach. He didn't feel feverish or sick, and the pain wasn't sharp or indicative of an emergency, so he shrugged it off as indigestion and tried to get back to sleep. We've all been there, right? Eventually, he nodded off all the way. He woke up the next morning blurry-eyed and exhausted from the rough night, but feeling otherwise fine. He climbed out of bed, stretched, and headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth. There in the mirror, he saw something that made him think he might still be dreaming. He pinched himself and found that he was indeed awake. While he was sleeping, somehow his body had changed into something completely impossible. Where his stomach had once been, there was a blue, green, and brown orb that reminded him of a photograph he had once seen, a picture of Earth taken aboard the International Space Station. After calling into work and explaining in a stammering voice that he would not be coming in that day, Matt did the only thing he could think of. He went to the hospital. Of course, the doctors had no idea what to do with him. It wasn't like they could just take out his appendix or give him an antibiotic. None of them had ever seen anything like this before. Fortunately for him, one doctor knew a lot more than he was letting on. Matt wouldn't be the first human to develop bizarre anomalous traits and then stagger into a nearby hospital for treatment. That's why the SCP Foundation has agents embedded in major hospitals all across the world. And one such doctor was the man treating Matt. On the downside, he wouldn't be enjoying his freedom much longer. On the upside, it'd cost a hell of a lot less than a regular uninsured hospital visit. So the field agent called up his superiors, wiped Matt's record from the hospital, and soon after a group of Foundation agents came to collect the confused, unfortunate host of what soon would be known as SCP-007. SCP-007 is found within an abdominal cavity on the body of Matt, also referred to as the subject, just below his ribcage where his stomach would be. Most of his abdomen is completely missing, including the muscles, skin, and organs that should ordinarily be necessary for his survival. However, he does not appear to experience any pain or even discomfort from his condition. SCP-007 itself is a spherical planet, composed of soil and water, none of which actually touches any part of his body. The planet resembles a miniature duplicate of Earth, about 60 centimeters in diameter, with its own weather patterns and gravitational pull, neither of which appear to have any effect on the subject, nor do they seem to be affected by his movements or behavior. There are also a variety of tiny organisms dwelling on the planet's surface that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Though it greatly resembles Earth, there are some notable differences. Obviously, instead of floating in space and revolving around the sun, this planet does not appear to have an orbit. It is uncertain where the organisms on the planet get their light from, though it does not seem to be our sun, since the organisms have not shown any negative effects from the lack of sunlight and presence of artificial light in the Foundation's site. There are continents visible on the planet's surface, surrounded by its sea, but they do not resemble a continental alignment that can be traced to any point in our Earth's history. As far for the life on the small planet, the organisms navigating the surface of the world inside Matt's abdomen, there are dozens of identifiable species that bear a passing resemblance to creatures on Earth. There are blue cow-like livestock, species of bird that appear to have scales, red and orange trees, and other plant life, and two intelligent species that are notably and significantly humanoid in appearance and behavior. Observation of these intelligent species via microscope and digital imaging has revealed that they operate in societies and are consistently developing and improving their technology. Though their technology was incredibly rudimentary when Matt was first brought into containment, resembling early nomadic human civilizations, it has progressed to the level of 15th century humanity. The research team assigned to SCP-007 has noticed the recent introduction of a version of the printing press, used to produce what appear to be pamphlets and even entire books. The language these books are printed in is unrecognizable, and so the contents of these materials are currently unknown. But the citizens of the planet clearly have a grasp of the written word, and both the technology and the desire to share it amongst themselves. They have also developed an agricultural system. Their farms have progressed to the point of using new innovations such as windmills, used to mill grain, wheelbarrows used to transport crops and other supplies, and the practice of crop rotation. Unfortunately, with these positive developments comes the ability to escalate conflicts and wage wars. They look to have created parachutes, gunpowder, and other explosives, and their own versions of the muzzle-loaded rifle. However, in spite of the ugliness of battle, there is beauty too. The people of the planet have created new ways to express themselves, with what can only be described as new instruments closely resembling the piano, the mandolin, and the bagpipes. As exciting and even moving as it can be to watch these tiny beings grow and change, building their own miniature society, it is also a bit troubling. As these people continue to progress at such a fast rate, it stands to reason that they will eventually catch up to us, or even surpass us in terms of technology. The research team has not yet made any attempts to communicate with the inhabitants of the Abdominal planet, concerned about influencing the developments of its societies in any way, or compromising their ability to observe them without interfering, but they may not be able to keep this up for much longer. What will happen if these tiny beings continue to follow in our footsteps and create their very own space programs? If they leave their planet's atmosphere, they will discover the truth, that their world is buried in the abdomen of what is, to them, a giant man. That reality would be enough to shatter the sanity of many of us, and it would likely cause chaos on their world. There has been a great deal of debate amongst the research team about what to do if this should happen. Some insist that the team should continue to passively observe until the issue comes up, while others believe that they should attempt to make contact with the inhabitants of the planet in order to soften the eventual blow to their perceptions when they attempt space exploration. Currently, the debate rages on, as the research team keeps an eye on the progression of the little civilizations. Hopefully, if they do eventually make contact, they will find a way to make it clear that we come in peace. So, who is Matt Terra, the subject? He is a highly intelligent young man, with a shockingly casual attitude towards his body's anomalous properties. When asked about the planet, he simply says, "I just woke up one day and there it was. I don't have any idea how it got there." Testing revealed that he is genetically human, and there is nothing unusual or even notable about the rest of his body. He provided his name willingly upon arriving at the SCP Foundation, but no one of his name and age has ever lived in his hometown area according to public records. To verify his identity, he was able to produce a social security card and a driver's license, which did not appear to be forged or altered in any way. However, when the numbers were run through the system, there was no match. Officially, this man does not exist. It is not entirely certain where he came from or why there is no record of him, but one researcher posited that he somehow crossed over from a parallel dimension, or that the presence of his abdominal planet added as a kind of cognitohazardous effect to him that erased all perception of him from any records. Whatever the case may be, wherever he came from, he is here now. Because he has not yet attempted escape or even shown a desire to leave the Foundation's site, there are no strict containment procedures in place. The only active containment procedures for SCP-007 are for the subject's safety and security. He lives in a sealed room with furniture and other items, which are granted upon request as long as they do not pose a security risk. The subject's room includes an easy chair, a bed, a beanbag chair, a television with access to several movie and television streaming services, a number of video game consoles, an espresso machine, a microwave, a refrigerator, an exercise bike, and a bookshelf filled with books and graphic novels. Though he does not appear to require food or water in order to survive, he enjoys consuming both food and drinks, and is especially fond of coffee, sodas, grape juice, sour cream and onion potato chips, mangoes, and the occasional treat of Chinese takeout, an opinion which he shares with the eccentric Dr. Clef. The head researcher assigned to SCP-007, Dr. Cho, has a weekly game of chess with Matt, during which he evaluates the subject's mental health and general emotional well-being. Over the course of these games, the two have developed a friendly relationship, with each man winning about half of the time. Matt asks about Dr. Cho's family, and in return, Dr. Cho checks in about his containment situation, seeing if there's anything the Foundation can provide to make his time with them more comfortable. Most recently, Matt requested a computer with an internet connection, mainly so that he could play his video games in online co-op mode, but this request was denied out of a concern that it would compromise Foundation security. Sympathetic to his desire for company, Dr. Cho has begun to allow the subject to have visits with SCP-507, who will stop by his containment facility during his inactive periods for a movie night or some video games. Matt has described 507 as his best friend, aside from Dr. Cho. In spite of the intricate world inexplicably floating in his body, the subject leads a relatively simple life. He does not seem to be restless or resentful at all. In fact, he seems largely content. Though his future is uncertain, and he is living through a completely unprecedented anomalous experience, he is probably one of the happiest anomalies contained at the SCP Foundation, and definitely one of the most at peace with his anomalous status. Whatever happens next for him, he will probably be ready for it with a smile, and there's something we can all learn from that. When you think of the SCP Foundation, you probably think of the organization being primarily based in the United States. After all, many of the anomalies we cover here on SCP Explained happen to take place in America, so it's easy to lose sight of the bigger picture. The fact of the matter is that the anomalous is not just confined to the United States, and if it were, the Foundation would have a much easier time doing its job than it actually does. Unfortunately for the Foundation, it's not just the US that they have to focus their efforts on, it's the entire world. That's right, no matter where you are on Earth, no matter how far you travel, the threat of being the victim of an unsuspecting anomalous incident remains the same, even on your family vacation to Disney World. Of course, the Foundation's mission is massively expansive too, with each object requiring not only significant resources to capture, but even more to effectively contain and study over a long period of time. And then you have the utilities of each site, keeping the power on and the water running. Or what about actually paying the hardworking SCP personnel who put their lives on the line every day? How about keeping global reconnaissance as a watchful eye in case of talk of any unnatural incidents start making the rounds in the ordinary world? What about maintaining a standing army of trained task force operatives, far deadlier than any other military force on the planet? Resources to cover up events as soon as they happen, field agents, database expenses. It's unimaginable to think of the costs of operating the Foundation in one country, let alone on a global scale. So how do they manage this heavy responsibility? How does the SCP Foundation divide up its resources accordingly, as well as raise enough money to continue operating? Think about it. If you were an organization having to cover the entire globe in service of protecting humanity from the anomalous, what would be the best way of managing your resources? First, you need to make sure you are backed by the richest of the rich, who could use some of their personal wealth to fund your goals. Well, that's the Overseer Council, the group at the top of the Foundation composed of some of the most affluent and wealthy individuals in the world. Second, you'd make sure you had a means of generating revenue. The Foundation can't exactly open itself for donations from the public, and it can't issue taxes, but it can have others do that for them. Cover-up businesses in sourcing funding from the governments of the world, either legitimately or through blackmailing, are two surefire ways to keep the cash flowing endlessly. Who knows how many Fortune 500 companies are actually owned by the Foundation? There's a lot of money in the world to go around, but someone needs to capitalize on it in order to get it. But the most important way to manage global resources is decentralization. Remember what we said about the perception of the Foundation being US-based? Well, it is true that the Foundation has its origins in the United States, and the country is the center of a large number of containment efforts. But the English-speaking branch of the Foundation is far from the only one. Allow us to introduce international branches, or -INT for short. The Foundation likes to codify its various branches based on the majority language spoken there. So the English-speaking branch would cover nations such as the United States, Canada, and parts of Europe, while in regions where Chinese is spoken, The Chinese branch presides over the territory. Truly, the containment of the anomalous is a global effort, with at least one Foundation site located in each country: Africa, India, Japan, Latin America. There isn't a part of the world that the Foundation doesn't have covered, and for good reason too. Anomalous objects can be discovered anywhere and everywhere. Having locations near all major population centers isn't just a luxury of having unlimited funding. It is the very thing that necessitates such funding. And with international branches adhering to their own policies, holding their own personnel, and speaking their own languages, it should come as no surprise that they have their own database of SCP objects too. That's right, each branch has an archive of files of their own, written based on objects contained in their respective country. Imagine being the guy who's just finishing reading all of the files currently existing in the English database, when you realize then you have to drudge through several more databases filled with thousands upon thousands of files just to be the completionist your heart wants you to be. It is a time-consuming task, but that's what we're here for. And today we're going to boost your own international database with coverage of SCP-007-INT, an anomaly sourced from the Foundation's global database. It all started in Massa, Italy, a medium-sized town located just outside Pisa. It's not famous for much, well outside of hosting the annual Massa International Piano Competition, which we should remind you that we're all very excited about this year considering Dr. Clef himself has decided he'd enter. But enough about Agent Ukulele's wild pianist skills. Let's get back to the story at hand. A contingent of mobile task force operatives sourced from a squad dubbed Smoking Anomalous Snakes, who belong to the Foundation's Italian branch, were stationed in the town for the past week. Given that Massa is smaller than the average city, with a population numbering just over 22,000, these operatives had to take extra precaution as to not give away their presence. In a town where everyone knows everyone, a gaggle of unfamiliar faces making their way through could set off proverbial alarms in the local population. The Foundation operatives were there for a single purpose: to source the production of anomalous weaponry rumored to be occurring throughout the region. Now, why is this a problem in the first place? As technology advances, war changes along with it, sometimes necessitating the need for more efficient weapons and inspiring their development. Spears to deal with the invading tribes on land, horses and chariots to rush those with spears, bows and arrows to combat horses. War has always made use of new technology to make combat more efficient and deadly, and anomalous weaponry is no different. After all, not every paranormal organization holds the same ethos as the Foundation's secure, contain, protect mentality. There are many groups of interest, such as the dreaded Chaos Insurgency, or the Foundation's greatest rival, the Global Occult Coalition, that would be more than happy to utilize research into the anomalous for military purposes. And who can blame them? With anomalous weaponry, situations can be resolved, and enemies eradicated easier and deadlier than ever before. Up against a world that doesn't abide by their mission, even the Foundation is forced to utilize anomalous weaponry, albeit on a much smaller scale. Take Task Force Alpha 9 Last Hope, a squad made up entirely of SCP objects, such as SCP-105, Iris Thompson, and SCP-4494, the world's greatest arbiter of vigilante justice, otherwise known as the Spectre. Even mobile task forces, such as Samsara, a group of heavily augmented cybernetic super soldiers, make use of anomalous weaponry to further advance their efficiency on the field. After all, task forces spend their time combating anomalies in the field. It only makes sense to fight fire with fire, so to speak. Third-party sellers and producers of anomalous weaponry often provide the technology to establish groups of interest, so the Foundation getting the jump on a distribution center in Massa, Italy was a strategic move on the part of the Foundation. They weren't sure of the exact details, but their sources tipped them off about a gang of fascist neo-Nazis in the area, working on supplying anomalous weaponry to the criminal underworld. It's bad enough that the trigger-happy radicals at the Chaos Insurgency have access to anomalous means of destruction. Imagine if every 2-bit gangster and minor criminal had their hands on something as deadly as an SCP object, and they could acquire even more powerful equipment if they wanted. If the fascists made their money, who knows where their anomalous weaponry would wind up? The Foundation wasn't sure what they were manufacturing, but they were positive that it wasn't good. Their source explicitly described it as a weapon that could change the course of war as they understood it. a living, breathing shield. Naturally, the Foundation was just as interested in potentially finding a purpose for this mystery weapon as they were in taking it out of the hands of the black market suppliers. What uses could it hold in the field? Could it provide an extra layer of protection for the Foundation operatives? The operatives were compiled from a vanguard and reconnaissance team, and were the only ones the resource-strained Italian branch had available for the job. They spent days combing through the town until they stumbled upon what they believed to be a hideout for the gang. While attempting to investigate, a mysterious man ran out in front of the team, darting towards them from across the street. The team went to shoot, but hesitated after realizing that the man was accompanied by a mysterious silver balloon-like entity ominously floating above his shoulder. Not only that, but he was wearing a full suit of protective equipment, almost like a beekeeper's suit. The operatives opened fire at the unidentified target, but before their bullets could make contact, the silver balloon began bubbling and spread itself across the man's body like a protective sheet. It was then they knew they found their living shield. The bullet slid right off the man, hitting the liquid covering him and immediately being negated by its anomalous properties. Then, before the team could react, the liquid shot forward, detaching from the man's body and latching onto a Foundation operative. The silver gel began to writhe and constrict, attempting to absorb the operative through his protective gear. In a quick executive decision, the team lead made the choice to put the operative, who was in the midst of being absorbed by the gel, out of his misery. After all, they couldn't take risks when dealing with an unknown anomaly, especially one that they already knew was being utilized as a deadly weapon. As soon as the body dropped dead, both the liquid and the gang member took off through the streets, and the Foundation gave pursuit. The Foundation chased the man through the narrow maze-like streets of the town, with the silver liquid tailing after them and attempting to absorb even more operatives. Thankfully, the gel wasn't fast. The man, however, was another story. The operatives chased and chased, indiscriminately unloading a salvo of bullets into the general area. A few struck, puncturing the man's skin and causing him to bleed. Following the trail of blood, the Foundation was able to corner him into a street alley. But then, all of a sudden, the gel burst through the concrete wall the man was backed up against, the anomaly now larger than ever. The goo reconnected with the man, shielding him from the Foundation's firepower and allowing him to run away and escape. The Foundation briefly retreated and reconvened with their superiors to try to find the best strategy to move forward. They then took to the streets again, searching for the man and any trace of the anomaly. They found bits of the liquid strewn through the streets, squirming and writhing. Unlike the first batch, these bits were able to be neutralized via regular bullets. Their search eventually bore fruit, and they found the man patching himself up in a nearby cellar. He had a briefcase, and the area around him seemed to be a type of laboratory. Still, they were unable to find the silver balloon anomaly. The operatives, with weapons drawn, attempted to speak with the man, but he lashed out and shot at them, prompting them to shoot back, immediately killing him. They weren't able to get much information from him, but it was an act of self-defense. The Foundation, now with their only source of information gone, resorted to looking through the rest of the basement. They found a series of documents held inside the room, all written in Italian. They also found a tunnel leading outside the town, and a small cart that was intended to be used to transport cylinders containing the silver liquid out of Massa Rosa. The Foundation was very quick to stop this anomaly from getting out on the black market, as it seemed like this was a distribution and testing center. But with the man dead and the gel contained, they realized their mission was complete, and collected all remaining documents and traces of the silver liquid anomaly. In a joint effort between the Italian and Lusophone branches, the liquid was transported to Brazil for further research and classified as SCP-007-INT. The Lusophone branch's Board of Superintendents had made the decision earlier that SCP-007-INT held historical and research significance for the two branches, as some of the task force members that aided in the capture of the anomaly were sourced from Brazil. The documents were shared between both branches, and chemical research on the object was conducted. Immediately, the Foundation discovered the reason why the liquid responded so quickly to the man who was distributing it, and why it works perfectly as a living shield. SCP-007-INT is sentient and capable of recognizing patterns and portraying emotion, albeit to small degrees. Research into SCP-007-INT's composition and responses to stimuli in a lab environment continued, But one researcher from the Italian branch noted that this wasn't the first time they had encountered an anomaly like this. When dealing with a group of organizations known as the Fascist Council of the Occult, the Foundation discovered a heavily redacted and secret anomalous weapon with certain properties similar to SCP-007-INT. While the details of this weapon were lost to the database and above our clearance level, we can assume that due to the Nazi connection between the man distributing the liquid and the Fascist Council of the Occult, that portions of SCP-007-INT managed to make their way to the black market and proliferate the criminal underworld. But when all the research was said and done, what was SCP-007-INT? The studies were conducted as a joint operation between the two branches, and as a result, allowed for a significant amount of testing. Researchers found that the gel was adaptable, durable, and intelligent to a certain degree, but they also discovered that their data was incredibly similar to another anomaly in their database, recorded by the Luciphone branch's predecessor, the Scientific Academy of the Anomalous. You see, the Foundation hasn't been around forever. Before it, the anomalous containment world was decentralized and composed of tinier organizations, and this was one of them. As it turns out, this organization recorded data remarkably similar to SCP-007-INT, but the details of the research was lost due to an incident involving rogue agents defecting from the organization. Think the Chaos Insurgency, but before them too. The two instances of the anomaly were apparently a perfect match to SCP-007-INT, and the two branches had both contained the same anomaly across decades, without being aware that the other had done it. While the documents were lost when defecting agents broke away from the Academy, researchers theorized that they either defected into or sold information about the anomaly to the Fascist Council, who were able to improve the liquid and turn it into a formidable military-grade weapon. Still, the experiments with SCP-007-INT proved to be a success. The anomaly sapience allowed it to form a bond with its host, protecting and showing the desire to comfort them if need be. What a nice little hunk of deadly gunk, right? But then, just as the branches were about to give up on finding the Academy's old documentation for SCP-007-INT, they happened to discover it. The anomaly was given the codename Project Mel. This initial research found that the anomaly was incredibly adaptive, as seen below. Instance Alpha is the most belligerent case of SCP-007-INT. It prefers being involved in combat-oriented exercises and watching martial performances. Alpha has demonstrated a certain degree of infatuation to the party with, in its conception, the best performance by using its pseudopods in attempts to imitate some executed movements for the respective party to see. Instance Beta is an exemplary case of personality. I've witnessed Beta abducting a stuffed penguin, irresponsibly given by one of its operators, to demonstrate affection. Beta also displayed excitement when presented with pictures of penguins. An extraordinary situation involving Beta happened when it parted itself. Its copy assumed the form of a penguin, which Beta proceeded to care for in the likeness of an animal companion. Beta protected and guided the copy through the training course, until the spontaneous expiration thereof. Instance Gamma possesses a particularly high physical intelligence. It is expressly competent in solving movement-related problematics, such as obstacle courses involving the manipulation of sensitive objects, and complex movement and transformation patterns. Interestingly, Gamma has been seen reacting to music by dancing to the respective rhythm. This original documentation proved to be valuable to the Foundation, as it provided further information on what occurred when SCP-007-INT was stolen from its original location and placed into the hands of the Fascist Council. On December 25, 1972, several security breaches across the Academy occurred, as sleeper agents of the Council stole various anomalous assets from storehouses and vaults across the country. For 2 hours, the group of 6 rogue individuals took what they could, smuggling the objects away from the organization for the purposes of using and selling them to the highest bidder. Objects stolen included Project Mel, several prototype prosthetics, and various other pieces of high-security Academy documentation. The Foundation also discovered that these sleeper agents within the Academy were students, researchers, and operatives who had been working with the organization for years, sometimes decades. Given their history, it's possible that they may have been coerced rather than them being outright agents of the Fascist Council of the Occult. Unfortunately, all of them expired during the interrogation procedures, and only one survived, captured by the Academy via suspended animation, though their whereabouts in the present day are unknown. It's unknown if the Foundation has seen the last of SCP-007-INT, or if samples of the deadly adaptive shield are still lurking in the anomalous criminal underworld. Regardless, whoever possesses SCP-007-INT is surely to be a formidable force for anyone to go up against. That's right, it's that time again. We're recalibrating, rebooting, and hitting restart on our infamous Anomatron 6000. The specialized supercomputer we've developed to simulate improbable scenarios between the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and any other characters from any other universe you could possibly imagine. On today's agenda, what do you think would happen if John Wick, the notorious hitman, highly trained in all forms of combat, was up against an enemy that won't go down in a single shot, an undead menace known as SCP-008? Well, we're about to hit the button and find out. Either by a pure, unpredictable instance of human error or through the act of some twisted karmic fate, the SCP Foundation had an outbreak on their hands. A sample of the complex prion, a virus known as SCP-008, had leaked. The Foundation had hoped to keep the existence of the disease highly classified, even among its own personnel. Their fear had been that some hostile force would attempt to synthesize or even weaponize SCP-008. After all, the disease had a 100% rate of both infection and lethality. It killed anything it came into contact with, or at least, it killed them to begin with. Before long, everyone in the Foundation facility that had been exposed to the leaking sample of SCP-008's already infected victims was dead. Flu-like symptoms were followed swiftly by a coma. However, the disease hijacked the bodies of all those it had passed to, reactivating the motor functions of their corpses and turning them into, well, you can already guess. No one was safe. Even the mobile task force on the scene were soon infected with SCP-008. They had been a squad of rookies and fresh-faced new recruits, sent in by the Foundation under the assumption that an outbreak of this sort should have been easy to contain. It wasn't. The entire facility was soon overrun. The bodies of Foundation researchers, security officers, and MTF troops reanimated after their deaths, now jostling around in search of survivors to pass SCP-008 onto. "That should hold them," Dr. Alto Clef yelled, locking the entrance to the watchtower tight. This really is another fine mess, Clef," his colleague Dr. Gears replied in frustration. "Our MTF backup are all down. We could be the last two people on site and we're locked in a tower with only one entry? Tell me, what the hell are we supposed to do now?" Will you relax?" Clef insisted. "Don't worry, there's someone we can call to get us out of this jam." "Oh, don't say I know a guy," Gears sighed as his fellow researcher gave a wide grin and reached for his cell phone. A few moments later, and only a matter of miles away, another phone started ringing. Its owner, a man in a dark all-black tailored suit with a shadowy shirt and tie to match, reached into his pocket and lifted his cell phone to his ear. "Good evening. I apologize for calling you at this hour," came the unmistakable voice of Sharon, the concierge of the New York Continental Hotel. "That's quite all right," replied the suited man. "We received a call asking for your whereabouts, sir." "A job?" the man asked in a monotone voice. "Indeed," Sharon replied. "Up front?" "I'm afraid not," the hotel's receptionist answered sympathetically. "The contract is only in exchange for payment upon completion." The man who made the call was very insistent. He said he will be in no position to pay until the job is done. But he asked for you specifically and told us he'd be grateful for your assistance. The man on the end of the line sighed. "Where?" "Oh, don't worry, sir," the friendly concierge replied. "We're sending a car for you." At that precise moment, a yellow New York cab pulled up to the sidewalk. "Best of luck, Mr. Wick," Sharon said before hanging up the call. Straightening his suit, the infamous hitman John Wick climbed into the back of the taxi as it sped off towards its destination. Arriving at a complex upstate, far off the beaten track, John examined his surroundings while the car inched closer to the nearest part of the facility. His years of training as an assassin under the tutelage of Ruskroma had given him an instinctive spatial awareness, one that came in handy in his line of work. But even then, John couldn't have predicted that something would come leaping down from above, crashing through the cab's windshield. The car's hood buckled under the impact, fragments of glass spraying everywhere as an arm cracked the front window. The thing snarled and gurgled like a wild animal as it reached for the taxi driver, gripping his arm. It pulled him by the wrist, biting down, causing him to scream in intense pain. Meanwhile, John had already moved with lightning-fast reflexes and sprung out of the back seat. He hadn't had a chance to assess the threat. His instincts told him his best option was to put some distance between himself and whatever had just attacked the car. Then he'd be able to get a better idea what he was dealing with. The job description he'd been hired for had been light on details. John's mystery employer only referred to it as a, quote, cleanup operation. Sprinting towards the facility, John slammed the door behind him. He pulled off his belt from around his waist and wrapped it tightly around the door handles. It would hold for now. It was only when he turned around that he saw a few clustered groups of figures shuffling around inside the building's atrium. The nearest gaggle were close enough that it was easy for John to make out their pale skin, sunken eyes and cheeks, the unnatural twitches and erratic movements they were making as the creatures turned to look back at him.
"Zombies,"
John Wick muttered under his breath.
"That's unexpected."
The nearby trio of SCP-008 infectees looked like they were about to make a dash towards him, so John moved fast. He raced towards a nearby corridor, hearing that the 3 zombies were already chasing after him. Their shambling footsteps had quickly become an animalistic charge, their limbs only able to move after death thanks to the virus that they were infected with. Turning a corner, John Wick took cover, his shoulder pressed to the wall. He drew his pistol from its holster underneath his suit jacket and stood in a battle-ready stance. The second he saw one of the zombies' faces appear around the corner, he raised his weapon and fired, swooping around one of his hiding places to fire another 2 shots. All 3 hit center mass right through their chests. The noise would no doubt have drawn the attention of the other SCP-008s in the building, but for now the 3 that had been on his tail dropped to the floor, only to start getting back up again. John wasn't used to his targets standing to their feet after he'd already fired at them, and the nearest of the zombies staggered back to his level. He lifted his firearm again. Before his finger could compress enough force on the trigger, though, the undead abomination took a wild, flailing swipe at him. The SCP-008 instance knocked the weapon out of John's hand, causing it to clatter to the ground, while it reared back its other arm for a second strike. Catching the blow, John Wick displayed his incredible reflexes and mastery of martial arts. He delivered a series of precise punches and chops, deploying a combination of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Aikido, and Krav Maga to try and knock the snarling monster down. With each hit, he was careful to avoid the zombie's mouth, having seen one bite the cab driver earlier. John had assessed that SCP-008 could be transmitted through biting, and he was correct. Exposure to mucous membranes or bodily fluids of an infected individual was what allowed the virus to spread. One of the other SCP-008 zombies that were still in the process of climbing back up swiped John's legs out from underneath him. The master assassin toppled over, landing on his back with the weight of the first monster still on top of him, while the second clawed at his tapered suit pants. Seconds before it could snap its teeth down on his ankle, John pulled back his leg and shot it back out in a devastating bicycle kick that sent the second zombie reeling into the third, which was still trying to get back up after its earlier gunshot. But the first of the creatures were still bearing down on him. Mustering as much of his peak physical strength as he needed, John Wick held the zombie at bay, blocking it with one arm, stopping it from getting close enough to bite him. His eyes darted around, looking for something, anything he could use. That was one of John's most enviable and impressive skills, one that made him so renowned as a legend of the assassin world. In the hands of John Wick, any ordinary, everyday object could be a lethal weapon. Reaching out with his other hand, John felt his fingertips brush against something metal. It was so close, just out of reach. On top of him, the zombie flailed its arms, trying to claw at him. Lifting both legs in a fluid balletic motion, John Wick kicked the creature off of him, crawling towards the nearby object and grabbing it, just as the zombies started to approach again. With a swing and a loud metallic clang, the heavy fire extinguisher collided with the SCP-008 infectee's head. The force of the blow caused it to drop in an instant, landing in a heap on the floor. John waited a second to see if it would get back up again, but it was still. The other two zombies suddenly dashed towards the infamous hitman, only for their prey to duck and weave effortlessly between their aggressive clawing swipes, bashing his makeshift weapon against their heads like a battering ram against a door. All three were down, but the entire facility was still crawling with a mass of the reanimated monstrosities. Calmly, John smoothed his suit and straightened up his shirt and tie, walking with the fire extinguisher in hand, back down the corridor towards the sound of more SCP-008 zombies snarling. They were next. The Baba Yaga would use anything he found to take down each and every one of them, until not one was left standing. It didn't matter if all he had was a fire extinguisher, or one of the fallen security officer's batons, or even just a tiny pencil. Nothing would make it out of that facility alive. He just had to go for the head. Still trapped in the watchtower, Dr. Clef and Dr. Gears had long since grown irritated with each other's company. They had no security feeds, no way of knowing what was going on within the overrun Foundation facility. For a while, the pair of researchers had been toying with the idea of climbing out of a window and scaling down the side of the tower, but giving up on that plan when they'd realized they'd only be dropping back into a horde of SCP-008 zombies. A sudden explosion erupted from one corner of the complex, causing Gears and Clef to direct their attention towards it. From their elevation, they could see the ground below was littered with the bodies of the SCP-008 infectees, rendered lifeless once again by significant cranial trauma. In short, something had been bashing the zombies in the head, or someone. The sound of a banging against the locked watchtower door startled both Foundation scientists. Instantly, they thought that the zombies had made their way up the steps and found the two researchers, easy prey, trapped in a cage. The heavy thud against the metal door repeated. Then there was a pause, deafening tense silence filling the room. A polite knock came from the other side of the watchtower entrance. Cautiously, Clef approached to unlock it. Standing in the doorway as it opened was a single figure, panting with exhaustion but still nowhere near beaten. He looked out at Clef and Gears from his dark hair, a stern expression on his face. Neither one of the researchers could believe that he was still alive, still uninfected, but then again, he was the one and only John Wick, the Baba Yaga. There is something so captivating about ice. It can be beautiful, a shimmering cast of frost over a meadow, or twinkling icicles on a cottage roof. It can also be deadly, a slick of slippery glass on a dark road, or that same icicle from before knocking loose and careening towards your head like a falling dagger. It can be a sleet storm, or a mighty glacier with secrets buried beneath its core. In a remote part of Alaska, the SCP Foundation discovered a particularly unusual kind of ice, with a vivid red hue and some incredibly deadly potential. The Foundation investigated the reports in a remote area on the Alaskan coastline after a tribe of local natives came across the mangled bodies of shipwrecked hunters in the area, encased in a block of strange red ice. Mobile Task Force Beta 7, also known as the Hazmatters, were sent in to the site to determine what exactly had occurred and take samples of any anomalous materials to be brought back to the nearest Foundation research site. Agent Bryce made the initial visual inspection of the site and spotted 3 middle-aged male bodies. Further examination determined that one of the bodies, referred to as Subject 0, was the original point of contamination for whatever comprised the red ice and caused the men's deaths. It has been posited by the investigation team that the other men were infected when they attempted to help Subject 0 reach their boat. Sadly, kindness can sometimes be a killer like that. While sweeping the perimeter, Agent Hughes spotted human footprints leading to the northeast. A 3-man team consisting of Agent Hughes, Whitmore, and Cassidy was permitted to follow those tracks and determine if any survivors, or something worse, had escaped the site. Exploration Log A009 allows us to determine what happened next and what the 3 agents found. Hughes and his team followed the footprints to the entrance of a cave, with the tracks appearing to lead inside. The entrance of the cave was covered with an almost solid sheet of ice, save for a crack in the ice about 1 meter tall. Beyond this wall, Agent Whitmore spotted the body of a young man, frozen solid in the midst of crawling away from something covered in crystals of red ice. With him was a frozen spear gun that appeared to have been fired just before the young man's death. They could not touch the body to perform a full investigation, but the way in which he was gripping his chest indicated that he might have been fatally stabbed there. As the agents moved further into the cave, they discovered a chamber about 5 or 6 meters in diameter, filled with red ice with a pool in the middle. The pool was 3 meters wide and of an unknown depth. As they pushed further, the agents came across a polar bear. Startled, they fired once at it, before realizing it was already dead. Its fur was dotted with crystals of red ice, creeping its way across the bear's body. Beyond the polar bear, the agents spotted dozens of bodies, all dead animals. There were seals, a snow fox, and finally, a giant spider with a leg span of over a meter. At first, the spider appeared to be frozen like the other creatures, but upon further investigation, it appeared to be made of red ice. Agent Cassidy recognized the spider as SCP-3023, but was told it was impossible. When she pressed for further answers, she was told to ignore it and continue the sweep. Agent Whitmore checked the collection of bodies in the chamber, looking for any humans among them. Meanwhile, Hughes spotted a spear sticking out of the enormous spider, indicating a struggle that took place before it and the young man at the cave's entrance froze. Hughes was interrupted in his task as Agent Cassidy called out from deeper in the cave, saying, I think I know where the spider came from." When Hughes followed the sound of her voice, he found something troubling. An aperture, about a meter in diameter, absolutely covered in red ice. It looked like a tunnel, with no ice at all past its entrance, with a dim light coming from somewhere deep inside. He lost sight of Agent Cassidy and realized she must have gone inside of it. Upon further observation, Hughes determined that the walls and the floor of the tunnel were wet, with a red puddle about a meter in. Hughes and Whitmore called to Cassidy, attempting to lead her back out of the tunnel, but received no response. Hughes attempted to go in and retrieve her, but Control forbade him from going any further. After a conversation with Control that had been stricken from the official file, Hughes had relented and agreed to withdraw his remaining team and exit the site. Hughes and Whitmore left the cave without further incident and returned to Foundation headquarters. In spite of a D-Class recovery team being sent into the cave to search for her, Agent Cassidy's body was never found. The cave was blocked off from the public in order to avoid further civilian contact with the red ice and the red water inside. Though the origin of the red ice in Alaska is not known for sure, this cave and the pool deep within it are thought to be the source of this particular infestation. The official cause of death listed on record for the bodies found in Alaska was internal bleeding, but what really happened to them was something much, much worse. These men had transformed and frozen from the inside out, their blood turning to ice and their cells going solid one at a time. The low ambient temperature in the area are thought to have slowed the freezing process down. You heard that right. The cold kept them from freezing faster, as counterintuitive as it sounds. This prolonged their deaths and kept them conscious up until the very end. Even as their bodies were freezing solid, their very cells turning against them, they were awake and aware of it all. These unfortunate men came into contact with and lost their lives to a substance known as SCP-009. SCP-009 in its liquid form, maintained at temperatures between -100 and 0 degrees Celsius, resembles ordinary distilled water aside from its bright red color. It behaves opposite of water, reaching a frozen solid state at higher temperatures and vaporizing into a steam-like gas at temperatures below -100 degrees. An attempt to examine SCP-009's atomic structure was unable to achieve conclusive results. The substance looks as if it was made up of normal water molecules, though obviously it is much more than simple water. SCP-009 appears relatively harmless at first glance, but its real dangerous potential lies in its ability to contaminate water-based solutions, transferring its properties to them. A contaminated liquid begins to exhibit the same unusual behavior as SCP-009, freezing at temperatures above 0 degrees and vaporizing at temperatures below -100. It has been shown to effectively contaminate ice, steam, tea, fruit juice, seawater, and blood, in a process taking between 3 minutes and several hours. These concerning properties raise questions about what SCP-009 and liquids contaminated by it might do if they made contact with a human body. Several D-Class personnel were used as test subjects, exposed to SCP-009 in a controlled environment and observed from a safe distance. When first exposed to SCP-009, the test subjects reported nothing unusual, except a slight sensation of warming on the surface of their skin. Then frost began to form across the surface of the exposed area as the subject's body heat raised the substance's temperature. This process took between a minute and a few hours, during which ice crystals began to form along the top layer of the skin. This stage is known as surface conversion. In the next stage, deep tissue conversion, the continued increase in SCP-009's temperature causes a ripple effect of reactions through the subject's body, ice crystals forming in the cells and throughout the blood. The subject remained alive and conscious during this stage. Details about the fourth stage of the process have been expunged from the official record, but it is safe to say that something horrible happened. After several of these experiments were conducted, testing on live D-class subjects was officially discontinued. There was a possibility of experimentation on SCP-009 regarding its potential application to cold fusion, but this was also eventually discontinued following a disastrous accident at an unnamed Foundation test site. The site was completely destroyed, and pieces of the lead agent conducting the cold fusion research have still not been recovered. For now, SCP-009 is kept under strict containment and only tested under particular highly regulated circumstances. SCP-009 is kept in a sealed storage tank of heat-resistant alloy. It is not to be exposed to any temperatures higher than 0 degrees Celsius, unless there is official Foundation-sanctioned testing being done. No water-based liquids are allowed within 30 meters of the containment area. The storage tank is outfitted with temperature sensors that are to be monitored at all times in order to prevent the temperature within from rising, and is kept cold by 3 different cooling units. If the sensors or cooling units malfunction for any reason, they must be fixed immediately to prevent disaster. When testing is done on SCP-009, the containment area is kept in a vacuum, and the personnel working with it must wear protective gear. After testing, all involved personnel must quarantine for at least 12 hours. Any living organisms contaminated by SCP-009 must be terminated promptly. While the exact origins of SCP-009 are unclear, it clearly does not follow the laws of nature as we understand them. A Foundation expert in xenospatial physics suggested that SCP-009 may have come from a universe with alternate laws of physics, explaining its reversal of the ordinary conditions for states of matter. During an instance of SCP-507, the Reluctant Dimension Hopper, shifting into an alternate universe, an instance of SCP-009 was unexpectedly observed that may help confirm this theory. In the test area where SCP-507 appeared, red snow fell for about 27 minutes. Grass touched by this red snow began to react and freeze over within a few minutes. The other plant life touched by the snow turned bright red and expanded to a larger size. It also began to sprout bright blue tentacles covered with red mucilage. Upon closer examination, the mucilage turned out to be comprised of small amounts of SCP-009. This raised additional questions. For instance, how are these plants able to survive constant exposure to SCP-009? This matter is currently under investigation, but the prevailing theory is that this plant is an example of plant life from SCP-009's native universe. Whatever it is, and wherever it comes from, it should not be allowed to come into contact with Earth-based organic life forms. Well, not unless being horrifically frozen to death by your own body feels like an appealing experience to you. The coastline where SCP-009 was initially discovered and its first victims on record were found was located very close to the ocean. Thankfully, the exact area of contamination was dry and cold enough to keep the red ice from spreading, but if it had been even a few meters closer to the water, it could have spread into the North Pacific Ocean. With contamination of that scale, it could have very easily infected thousands of people, perhaps spreading into other bodies of water and triggering a global extinction event. Because of this threat, several members of the SCP Foundation proposed that SCP-009 be upgraded to Keter class in order to reflect its danger to humanity. However, this request was denied due to the currently effective containment measures in place. The red ice is unable to spread to new hosts, infecting the water supply and turning all living things into frozen husks. For now, let's just hope we don't see any red snowstorms anytime soon.
The booming steps echoed through the museum corridors. Pharaohs,
emperors, and Mongolian war leaders all stood stock still as the terrified security guard ran between them. Roger Pascal swung his flashlight this way and that. The light glinted on the polished steel of ancient weaponry, muskets, scimitars, and cannons. Exhibit after exhibit flashed past him as he ran through the dark museum. There was no way it was real. No possible way. He was having a bad dream. That's all it was. A bad dream. The shaking ground under his feet and the marching rhythm of the impossibly heavy footsteps behind him told him that it was real, all right. It had just been a normal shift like any other, just a regular night at the museum. Roger had been sipping his coffee and listening to the radio when all of a sudden he felt his chair start rumbling beneath him. He put his coffee down on the table and watched as it recoiled as the footsteps grew louder and closer. He got up to investigate and couldn't believe what he'd walked in on. Skidding around the corner, he tumbled into a medieval suit of armor and sent it crashing across the floor. Chainmail helmet, gauntlets, all of it rattled and crashed to the marble floor, echoing all through the museum. Then there was a sudden deathly silence as the footsteps stopped. Roger didn't breathe. Then they started again, heading straight towards him. It was all Roger could do to lie on his back in front of the giant taxidermy eagle and point his flashlight at the door as the monstrous figure of the stone soldier walked around the corner, musket in hand. Woodstock, Vermont, 1995. It was a normal day just like any other. The birds were singing in the trees and there was a gentle breeze blowing through. Nothing at all out of the ordinary. Except, of course, the statue that opened its eyes. The Civil War Memorial had been a staple of Woodstock for well over 100 years. A plinth sitting in the middle of a park with a young soldier on top of it, holding a musket peacefully by his side. The statue had watched over the town generation after generation, except now its watching had become a little more active. It took several hours for anyone to notice. Dog walkers went past listening to their Walkmans. A banker sat on a bench opposite, deep in conversation on a giant brick phone. It was only when a young child running after her football looked up at the statue and saw it looking back at her that things changed. The girl's parents didn't listen to her, of course. Parents rarely do. But word quickly went around the girl's school. Most of the time, the statue was totally still, no movement in the eyes at all. But on occasion, when a group of kids gathered around it and talked to it enough, the statue seemed to look down at them as if it was listening. But that was it. No grown-ups were particularly interested in what the children were saying, and even a lot of the children who saw it went home, concluding that they must have been imagining things. So 6 months went by without anyone really paying the statue much attention. That was until it fired its gun. In a quiet rural town, everyone hears a gunshot, but for a long time no one could work out where it had come from. Police gathered around the park, searching all around where the weapon had been heard. The only clue they could find was a small hole in the wall of a shop across the street. A couple of officers joked that the shot must have come from the statue itself. Everyone laughed it off, except for a couple of the school kids who were playing nearby. Less than 2 weeks later, another shot rang out in the middle of the night, and a group of confused police officers rushed to the park to investigate what had happened. The only thing they found was a dead bird lying on the sidewalk, shot to death. Again, the jokes went around the department that it must have been the statue who did it. Except this time, the officers were all laughing a little less enthusiastically. Without much crime going on in Woodstock, Vermont, the department decided to take the shooting quite seriously, going so far as to perform an autopsy on the dead pigeon. But when they cut the animal open and looked at the wound inside its chest, they were filled with even more confusion than they were before. It wasn't a conventional bullet lodged into the bird's ribcage at all. It was perfectly round and made of what appeared to be stone. But the next shot that rang out from the memorial park was unmistakable. It was a weekend in the middle of the summer vacation, so the park was full of families all sitting around having picnics, barbecues, and staring up at the sky watching the birds circle lazily overhead. Bang! One of the pigeons exploded in a burst of feathers and plummeted out of the sky, landing on the sidewalk in front of the whole town. In shock, all of the townsfolk turned around to see the stone statue down on one knee with his musket on his shoulder. The statue looked down at all of them, surprised at the attention, then quickly got back to its feet and resumed its normal stance. Reports flooded all the local papers and news stations. The event was blamed on mass hysteria, a kind of group hallucination where everyone was somehow sharing the same story. But the number of people coming forward with the exact same account was irrefutable evidence. That's where the Foundation had to step in. In January 1996, containment procedures began, and the statue was given the designation SCP-011. Of course, a large contingent of agents suddenly appearing in a small town would raise a lot of suspicion, so the Foundation had to move very cautiously. One agent at a time, the Foundation established itself in Woodstock and began to study the statue day in and day out. By sitting on park benches, even looking through cutout holes in newspapers, and wearing fake outfits so as not to arouse suspicion. Steadily over time, the statue appeared to gain either a heightened mobility or just a renewed sense of confidence. While much of the time it did remain standing immobile, it would begin to occasionally stretch when it thought no one was looking, and glance this way and that in apparent annoyance with the birds circling over its head. The shooting steadily grew more regular. Foundation agents observed several birds being picked out of the sky by the musket fire of SCP-011 over the following weeks. A clear pattern started to emerge. The statue would only fire at birds that seemed to be flying above it or getting too curious about it. In fact, the more fecal matter built up on the statue, the more aggressive it would be. Both in its body language and mood seemed to sour the dirtier it got. While there were initial concerns about the SCP potentially turning its rifle towards the local townspeople, these worries were largely dismissed as SCP-011 gradually started to build up a rapport with those around it. Before long, the caretakers of the park were having exchanges with the SCP. These exchanges started with the caretakers speaking directly to the SCP, and it nodding or subtly acknowledging the things they said. But over time, the interactions grew more and more personable. In the year 2000, SCP-011 spoke for the first time. It had just fired its rifle, picking off a pigeon from over 200 feet away, when a caretaker mildly exclaimed, "Nice shot!" The statue smiled, dipped his hat to the caretaker and said, "Thank you," in a gravelly voice. This marked a significant change in the Foundation's approach to the containment of SCP-011. Up until this point, the SCP was considered a broadly harmless member of the local town community. However, its ability to speak raised concerns as to this SCP's development. 4 years ago, it had been an immobile statue with nothing out of the ordinary to raise any suspicions among those around it. Where would its cognitive development end? Now that it had gained the ability to talk, groundskeepers and agents posing as groundskeepers struck up conversations with SCP-011 as often as possible. At first, these exchanges were brief, but over time, the SCP became steadily more vocal, until soon it was engaged in intellectual debates and sharing its views on the world with anyone who would listen. It was becoming clear that new containment measures were needed. In fact, SCP-011 soon lost interest in shooting birds. Or rather, the SCP was persuaded to stop shooting birds. While the prospect of having animals defecate on it still appeared to anger the statue, the Foundation was able to explain through ideological grounds why shooting birds was a disproportionate response relative to the minor harm they were doing to it. Keen to engage in philosophical and ethical discussions, the statue was very open to hearing the Foundation's viewpoint on the issue, and having sufficiently considered all sides of the debate, decided that it would, in fact, be better for the well-being of all involved if it stopped shooting the birds from the sky. In return, the caretakers and Foundation agents promised to do their best to clean it regularly and keep the animals at bay. But with word of this bizarre tourist attraction steadily gathering momentum as the age of email began to take off, the Foundation decided that it would be best to relocate SCP-011 entirely. However, agents who had been living in Woodstock for the prior 4 years were hesitant to relocate the entity to a test chamber or storage facility. The benefits that it had brought to the local community far outweighed the risks and threats that it posed. The statue had become a local celebrity, smiling and waving at children who went past, and even offering brief history lessons to any confused tourists who found themselves wandering through the park. Most just assumed it was a person in gray paint. It was Agent Khan who came up with the idea of relocating SCP-011 to a museum. Being kept indoors, away from the dangers of any fecal bombing runs, was the main priority. Khan argued that within a museum, the statue would blend in seamlessly with the exhibits around it. Furthermore, if anyone did see the statue move or talk, they would assume that it was an interactive exhibit and treated as such. Having shown a real love for academia, history, and debate, Khan believed that SCP-011 would benefit greatly from being in such a setting, both learning and eventually even teaching about the history of the American Civil War. However, when all these arguments were put forward to the statue itself, it was hesitant. Having spent the entirety of its cognitive existence standing on the same plinth, shooting at the same pigeons, the idea of relocating to somewhere new and unknown was very intimidating. Even with the soldier's mindset, SCP-011 was still feeling incredibly nervous about the idea of moving house. Agent Khan and SCP-011 found themselves locked in a stalemate. Try as she might, convincing the SCP to leave its current home was like talking to a brick wall, or rather, a stone wall. The pair of them ended up dropping the conversation for a couple years, focused instead on psychiatric evaluations and history lessons for the SCP. In 2002, the Foundation officially declared that SCP-011 had achieved sentience with a great enough level of self-awareness to pass as a normal human being, aside from the fact that it was composed entirely of stone. For 2 years, Agent Khan talked to SCP-011 every day on the park bench. The slats on the bench had to be replaced several times as the weight of the statue broke through them, snapping them clean in half on several occasions. During this period, the pair of them built up a rapport rarely seen between humans and SCPs. So much so that in 2004, Agent Khan managed to convince SCP-011 to move to a local museum on one condition: she would go as well. The Foundation agreed to the terms, deciding that Khan could take on the role of being a researcher in the museum. That way, she could keep an eye on SCP-011 and report any activities, while the Foundation officially relinquished control over the SCP. What happened next was perhaps rather predictable, or at least it would be predictable to anyone who had worked with Agent Khan and SCP-011 during that time in Vermont. As the pair of them moved into their new lives at the museum, romantic feelings blossomed between them. Seeing as SCP-011 is officially outside of the SCP Foundation's jurisdiction, there has been no official inquiry into the nature and practicalities of the relationship between the woman and the statue. But from the reports that make their way to the Foundation every 3 months, it is clear that both are very much enjoying the privacy of their new arrangement. Roger Pascal closed his eyes, imagining the barrel raising higher and higher until it was pointed squarely at his face. He had been told by his bosses not to ask questions about the origins of the statue that had suddenly appeared in the Civil War section. Even when he saw the statue's eyes moving, he'd kept his mouth shut. That was until he was doing his security rounds that night and heard those booming footsteps leading him behind one of the displays. He had rushed over in a panic. Peering around the corner, he had been shocked to see Miss Khan, one of the researchers here, and the Civil War statue engaged in a passionate kiss. He had turned and bolted as fast as he could until he ended up here, terrified on the floor as he imagined the musket being leveled at him. But then a second pair of footsteps joined the group, and a woman's laugh filled the room. Opening his eyes, the security guard saw the pair of them, the statue and the researcher standing in the doorway, laughing about the whole situation. The musket was slung over the man's shoulder as he offered a cold, stony hand down to the security guard to help him up. Ironically, there was something about the statue's smile that softened Roger's stony heart as he was hauled to his feet. I have so many questions. Nothing in life can prepare you for the raw heat of a house on fire. Throwing an arm up in front of his eyes and clasping a handkerchief to his mouth, Robert Chetford hacked up half of the contents of his lungs. Glancing at the material, he saw that his phlegm was black, poisoned by the smoke. A beam collapsed in front of him, sending a fresh wave of burning air into his face, so hot that it felt like it was going to scorch his ears off. He had to run. He had to get out of the house, but he knew he couldn't. his mother was upstairs. Robert barreled his way through the flames, shouldering open doors and stumbling along hallways. The air was so thick with smoke that he could barely breathe, so he collapsed to the floor and started to crawl on his stomach. He reached the first step of the grand staircase and started to heave himself up one at a time, feeling the heat of the house threatening to engulf him more with every inch he climbed. But he hadn't made it more than 5 steps before there was an enormous creaking sound, and the whole staircase collapsed beneath him. Sparks rushed up into the air and swirled around the room. Flames licked at the walls all around him. As Robert looked around at the collapsed staircase, he knew that it was hopeless. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he pushed himself forward and ran out of the house. The firemen swarmed past him, filling the building and shouting to one another, but Robert just stood there, staring up at the top floor window. On the other side of the glass, surrounded by billowing smoke, he looked up at his mother, sitting as she always did on her rocking chair, utterly motionless as the house burned around her. In an undisclosed facility in the United States of America, you will find what may well be the lowest security containment cell in the entire SCP Foundation. There is no heavily armored door, no bulletproof glass, no machine guns about to drop down from the ceiling at any point. In fact, there's very little in the way of containment at all. They often leave the door to the cell wide open. There is a window, but on the other side of it isn't a crowd of researchers, security guards, and agents ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. It's just a normal double-glazed window that looks out across a vista of fields, trees, and a couple of power lines. Facing the window is an old armchair in which the concrete man sits, SCP-014. He spends all of his day, every day, staring out of the window. This view specifically was chosen because very little changes in it. Night turns to day, the trees change with the seasons, and it rains occasionally. But there are no roads, no new buildings springing up, nothing to distinguish it from how it looked in 1937. Beside him is a small table, home to a record player. In the corner of the room, there's an antique set of shelves that house 3 dozen old records, all dated from the 1930s or earlier. All day, every day, the music plays out of the old speaker. Every so often, as researchers walk up and down the corridor, if they hear that there isn't any music playing, they'll come into the room and change the record over for a new one. The newest researchers check in with SCP-014 to see if he's okay. He rarely responds, and so before long, they stop asking. You would think, therefore, that the concrete man is elderly, approaching the twilight years of his life, but the man who sits there in his chair, staring out of the window and listening to music from almost 100 years ago, appears to be just 30 years old. Friends of Robert Chetford reported a noticeable change in his demeanor following the fire and death of his mother. He had lost his father not long before to a workplace accident. William Chetford had been a construction worker, climbing up the girders of New York's emerging skyline, pouring concrete and piling bricks. He had been working on a new building, one that was said to be the tallest in the world, called the Empire State Building. Day after day, he would climb the cranes, teeter precariously over the dizzying drops. Any slight mistake, and he would plummet hundreds of feet, often to the busy streets below. Sure enough, one day William Chetford's worst fears came to life. He was walking on a gangplank that wobbled and bent with every step he took. On his shoulders was a metal bar with a bucket of concrete dangled precariously from each tip. He walked this route every day, but clearly, that day proved too much for the wood to take. The board splintered and split beneath him, plunging him down and down through the scaffolding. William desperately reached out an arm and managed to grasp the edge of a girder. He hung there helplessly, staring up at his colleagues high above him. He cried out for help, and upon seeing him, they began to scramble down level by level to try and rescue him. He just needed to hang on for a moment longer, and they would rescue him. But one of them knocked over a bucket of concrete. William Chetford could do nothing but watch as the heavy sludge slowly tumbled towards his face. He tried to dodge it, but it was no use. The company told Mrs. Chetford that this had been William's saving grace, that he had been unconscious for the long fall down to the streets below. His fellow workers knew that this wasn't the case. They heard his screams all the way down. Mrs. Chetford didn't believe any of it. They were lying, all of them. The company, his coworkers, everybody. She knew what had really killed him. It was the same thing that was killing her slowly, the same thing that had been passed on to their son, concrete poisoning. She'd approached the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and any outlet she could, but none of them were remotely interested in the story. There were chemicals in the concrete. It wasn't safe to use. It never had been. She'd been working in nursing homes and seen the effects of concrete on construction workers. They'd become paralyzed, unable to move, spending so many years breathing concrete air, letting it absorb into their skin. Their bodies had slowly started to turn into it. She knew it. She started to go crazy, pinning up news clippings, medical journals, photographs, maps, anything she could find, all over her walls, her entire bedroom. She had red string hanging from the walls and ceiling, connecting to every surface. Robert watched helplessly from the doorway, unable to do anything as he saw his mother steadily entering into psychosis. But the further her paranoia went, the less energy she seemed to have for it. Weeks went by, and her manic fervor was replaced with lethargy. She got slower and slower in her movements, talked less and less at mealtimes, and began to sit down for extended chunks of the day. Robert, assuming that she was tired from grief, did what he could to help. He carried an armchair up to her room and placed it in the corner by the window so that she could look out over the world around her. He thought she was resting, but it soon became apparent that she wasn't really resting. She was withdrawing, almost freezing over. Desperate to try and get his mother to re-engage with the world, Robert sat down with her to try and understand all of her conspiracy theories around his father's death. She explained slowly and calmly that the concrete being used in New York was poisoned, cursed. She didn't know where it had been dug up from, how it had been mixed, or who was behind it, but she was getting close. Maybe it was the US government. Maybe it was the same witches. Maybe it was God himself. But she knew her husband, and she knew he wouldn't have fallen that day. He had walked across that plank thousands of times without incident. There was no way he would have made that mistake. Robert tried to connect the dots of what she was saying. Did she really think that it was the concrete that had killed his father? She said that it was, and that the same concrete is now killing her. She showed him her hands, turned them over front and back under the light for him to inspect. They looked just like normal hands, elderly, wrinkled, with deep veins popping out, but normal. She scratched at them and tried to feign pain for the effects of her fingers.
"Look," she said. "You see that powder coming off them? That's concrete powder."
But Robert didn't see any of it. The concrete man came to the Foundation's attention a couple decades ago. Construction workers in New York in the late 1990s were hard at work clearing out the foundations for a new skyscraper. The site was built on top of what used to be a residential block. But one intrepid builder soon discovered something that shook him to his core. There was an old cellar beneath where the building used to be. The lock on it was heavy, thick with rust, and had been open for close to 70 years. He and his team managed to pry it open, put on their flashlights, and went inside. What they found was a basement apartment still sitting there beneath the rubble. It was a relic of its time. Thick dust covered every surface, ugly wallpaper surrounded them, and ancient appliances covered with rust sat in the kitchen. It was almost like walking through a haunted house. The builders joked about ghosts stalking these corridors as they made their way through, until they reached the bedroom. Sliding the door open, they faced a man sitting there, staring at them from an old armchair. The four burly builders screamed like little girls for a split second, then burst out laughing when they realized that the man wasn't real. He must have been a waxwork or something. He was sitting so perfectly still and hadn't reacted at all to their presence. They went over to inspect what he was made out of. They tapped on his forehead, lifted his arms and dropped them, and were surprised at how convincing the fake man was. That was, of course, until he politely asked them not to touch him. This time, they really did scream like girls, running straight out of the basement into a local police station. This basement apartment was where Robert Chetford moved following the fire in his parents' home and the death of his paralyzed mother. Racked with guilt, he had never been quite able to process what had happened to cause his mother's mental state to deteriorate so rapidly. By the time she died, she had been looking at her hands and genuinely believed they were made of concrete. She would not move, she would not eat, she would not sleep. For days, she would just sit,
staring out of her window. He knew he should have taken her to a doctor, but they just couldn't afford it. Maybe if he had, this would have all worked out differently. Robert would think about it hour after hour. He would sit down in the armchair in the corner of his room and ponder what had happened. It was difficult to keep track of time living in the basement. There were no windows, no daylight at all, but he didn't think he had been sitting there for very long when he noticed the skin on his hands starting to turn gray. Without panic, he slowly lifted his hands to his eyes and inspected what was happening. His fingers, down to about halfway through his palms, were dry and solid. He could move them just about, but it took a normal effort, and he could see cracks running along the back of the concrete when he did. So he decided not to. He wouldn't say he felt calm exactly, maybe disconnected. He didn't feel particularly hungry, he didn't feel particularly tired. In fact, he didn't feel much at all. His concrete limbs were only a passing curiosity to him as he sat in his chair. Very occasionally, he would get up to put on a record on his record player, then return to his seat and stare at the wall. That would be every couple of months at most. The rest of the time, he would just sit there. One day, he noticed in a vague corner of his mind that the ground was shaking and dust was filling the room. The ripping sound of dynamite and the heavy stone just above his head told him that the apartment block towering over him had fallen down and almost come through his ceiling. Robert just sat there, unconcerned. Another day, some indeterminate time later, a group of builders came in dressed in peculiar, futuristic clothing, with bright yellow hats and reflective vests. They seemed rather startled to see him, though in truth, he had little care for seeing them. What did perturb him was when a group of people claiming to be agents from the Foundation came into his room and carried him out. He didn't like the noise, didn't like the change. If he wanted to move, he would move. Not that he could, of course. He was now entirely made of concrete, but that was beside the point. These people put him in the back of a van and drove him across half of the United States. They wheeled him through brightly lit rooms and into a disgusting modern white box. They had done the courtesy of bringing his chair along and found a new record player for him, with a whole selection of albums lining a shelf on the wall. He would have appreciated it and said thank you to them, but he didn't really care. He wasn't present at all. This was, of course, due to the fact that he was made of concrete by this point. However, once he was sat in his chair and took in the sight in front of him, Robert Chetford felt a dull panic rising in his chest. They placed him at a window, just like he'd placed his dying mother in front of a window. He tried to clench his jaw, tried to move his hands, tried to cry out in fear and pain, but he couldn't. He was paralyzed. The smell of smoke filled his chest, choking him, torturing him as the memories of his burning household raged in his mind. He tried to scream, he tried to fight, he tried to do anything other than just sit there, but it was far too late for any of that. "Good afternoon, Mr. Chetford," the researcher said, busying herself and putting on another album for him to listen to. "Is there anything I can do for you, sir? Anything I can do to make you more comfortable?" The concrete man said nothing. The researcher patted him on the back of his hand. "Made of concrete indeed. Looks just like regular skin to me, Mr. Chetford. I do wonder what's going on inside that head of yours." On her way out of the room, she glanced at his view from the window. "Beautiful weather outside today, isn't it? Scorching even."
Agent Kister was running for his life. Every breath had burned in his throat, like inhaling chlorine gas. He sped through the dark, surrounded by deafening metallic screams that bounced off the eternity of pipes scaling and strangling the walls around him. As far as he was concerned, this was what hell looked like. A nightmare boiler room that would somehow be less scary if Freddy Krueger was there, because at least there'd be some kind of recognizably human intelligence to reason with. The pipes, SCP-015, are truly unknowable. As an SCP Foundation Mobile Task Force member, Agent Kister had seen some truly horrific things in the line of duty. He'd been there during SCP-682 containment breaches, firing an assault rifle at the beast as its scales hardened into a bulletproof carapace. He'd seen the femur breaker used on some poor, godforsaken D-Class to lure Uncle Larry back into the containment chamber for some midnight fun. In the most anxiety-inducing mission of his life, he'd once even bagged 096's weeping face after it slaughtered a whole mountain village. And these damn pipes were going to be the thing that killed him. He turned a sharp corner, trying to block out the screams of his teammates. 4 of them had been sent in. The rest were already dead, or worse.
Stupid, stupid, stupid.
They'd made a classic military mistake, underestimating the capabilities of their enemy. And in Agent Kister's experience, this had always been a capital offense, all to install that machine, that stupid little remote control reconnaissance vehicle. That's what they'd given their lives for. Agent Kister tried to blink away the memory of Agent Montgomery's face. Monty was the youngest member of the team, 28 years old, his first major mission into the heart of a skip. Kister wanted to remember him how he'd first seen him, a bright-eyed greenhorn, ready to protect the human race from the horrors that lay in the dark. But he'd been the first to go when everything got FUBAR. It was the smaller pipes that got Monty. 4 of them shot out, spearing his lungs and heart, pinning him in place. Even if they tried to cut him out, he would have been a goner. He coughed up blood and went ghost white faster than you'd ever imagine. Kister would never forget, for what little time he had left to live, the horrible sight of the light leaving that kid's eyes. And all this because one of them had tripped on one of the pipes on the way out and busted it. The mission was already done. What an awful, pointless way to die. Kister was yanked from his aching thoughts by a sudden obstacle in the way, a huge, towering pipe that looked like a pillar of flesh, covered in bulbous, staring eyes. The thought crossed his mind.
Jesus, these pipes can really be made out of anything.
He looked down and saw a series of rubber pipes slithering towards his feet along the ground like snakes. It was time to run again, but how long could you even run for when the very location around you wants you dead? They should have sent the mole rats for a job like this. The infinitely reconfiguring pipes changed the layout of the warehouse around him, making escape seem all the more unfeasible. That's when he started thinking about the terrible thing that happened to Agent Green. When 015 turned hostile, they needed to make a run for it fast. It wasn't unlike being a pathogen inside a living body. You start to make trouble, and the body's immune system is going to come for you. And one of the most common mechanisms for a body fighting a virus is a fever, a sudden increase in temperature that burns out the threat. The group turned and ran as the pipes started twisting towards them. Agent Green panicked and began striking at the pipes around him with his hands. The first instinct would have been to shoot, but no guns were permitted inside the SCP-015 warehouse. It reacted severely to any kind of tool being brought into its proximity. Several dead agents and researchers could tell you all about this if they hadn't made that same mistake. But when things were already going sideways, it left them defenseless. Agent Green was soon boxed in, caged by a latticework of pipes in varying sizes. He tried desperately to push them out of the way and make an escape route, but the hissing noise was getting louder and louder as the pipes started to turn a glowing red all around him. After all, when a body needs to deal with a hostile foreign object, it burns out the threat. Kister wished he could shake the awful high-pitched wail that Agent Green made while the heat inside his pipe cage became unbearable. It was like seeing a human get caught inside a giant bug zapper. His skin went black and charred, and soon after, the heat had risen to such an insane degree that Agent Green was reduced to little more than ash in his pipe furnace. But Kister couldn't afford to dwell. He kept running, vaulting over a long, ragged pipe made from stinking human hair. This terrible place stank of motor oil, mold, and death. But maybe those perceptions had been colored by the terrible things he'd seen here. There it was again, that awful choked screaming coming from inside the pipes. Agent Boggs. It was a nightmare to hear him shriek like that. Boggs had been one of the toughest men that Kister had ever met. He mentored him, back when he first became an MTF member. Having Boggs on the team meant experience. It meant safety. It meant that things would go okay. Kister had seen Boggs stare down some of the most horrifying skips imaginable and not even flinch. And yet, here he was, screaming and bawling like a hurt child in the pipes. Boggs was the next one to get taken. As he and Kister ran through the dark, trying to find a way out, they'd passed a huge pipe made of a soft foam-like substance. A seam in the side of the pipe had yawned open, and a tangle of writhing tentacles, each one barbed with thorns like the stem of a rosebush. They enveloped Agent Boggs, cutting into his weathered skin. He gasped in pain, unable to scream. It happened so fast. Before Kister even had a chance to grab him, he was pulled into the pipe, and the crevice sealed behind him. And that was when the screaming really started for poor Agent Boggs. Kister hoped for his sake that he would die sometime soon. Shrouded in the fog of his dark thoughts, Agent Kister turned a corner and felt cold, hard metal suddenly collide with his face, breaking his nose with an unpleasant crunch. He'd been clotheslined by a low pipe that hadn't been there before, and now he was laid out on his back, face humming with pain. Thoughts and feelings swam. He looked up into the seemingly infinite web of pipes weaving through the air above him. He was right earlier. He just knew it. The place was hell. It'd be his eternal resting place. Suddenly, a new, huge shape moved into the space above him. A pipe of ancient, rusty iron that looked older than even the warehouse holding this whole mess. Right above him, there was a huge valve fixed into the pipe's belly. He watched helpless as the valve opened itself with a squeal, and a huge dark mass came pouring out of it onto his body. A sudden weight, a sudden warmth, sound and movement, and tiny scratching claws. Rats. Thousands of big, hungry black rats with gnarled yellow teeth. Clumps of fur purge from their skin by mange. Big, ropey, worm-like tails swaying and whipping at the air. Who knows how long they'd been in that pipe? Who knows when these rats had eaten anything that wasn't their brothers and sisters? And here was Agent Kister, given unto them by the glorious pipes. The last thing he ever saw were those nasty yellow teeth, because they ate his eyes first. Word of the Ford disappeared, and presumed dead operatives soon reached Dr. Charles Ogden Gears, the legendarily taciturn senior researcher that managed the SCP-015 project, among a myriad of others. His face didn't betray a flicker of emotion when he was informed about the men lost to SCP-015. It wasn't that he didn't feel for them, more that he deemed it both unproductive and unprofessional to dwell on the deaths of personnel when carrying out their duties. After all, being killed by an anomaly was simply an occupational hazard, and a generous stipend would be sent to their families to compensate for their tragic loss. Dr. Gears simply asked, "Was the mission successful in spite of the casualties? Did the team manage to install the modular robotic vehicle at the epicenter?" He was told that the MRV had been successfully installed at least. Dr. Gears nodded and began scheduling a second exploratory mission for a few months in the future to check the status of the machine. Still, in the meantime, the MRV would chug along, doing what humans couldn't, or perhaps shouldn't, do within the nightmarish mess of ever-growing pipes. It would roll through, collecting information on everything around it, hopefully giving the SCP Foundation an inroad to mapping the whole thing, without needing to send a cavalcade of staff into the danger zone, just to discover more about these peculiar pipes. Sure, some lives were lost getting in there, but this measure would likely save even more lives in the long run. That was, until something went wrong. The exact nature of what happened to the MRV inside the domain of pipes was a mystery, but it wasn't doing its intended job, and the SCP Foundation needed to find out why. The second exploratory mission was required much sooner than they'd initially anticipated, with a dual purpose: collecting the readings and finding out what exactly had happened to the MRV in the first place. He included a more specific set of instructions for the next mission. Only 3 members of personnel to enter SCP-015 this time, to minimize potential loss. 1 trained technician to collect and read the diagnostics, and 2 guards to maintain discipline and safety under pressure. With a setup like that, what could possibly go wrong? Dr. Gears' various assistants began headhunting the perfect team for the job. Junior researcher Lon, wanting to prove herself and climb up the ranks, put her name forward. She was young, intelligent, and had the initiative to get the job done. Though there was one thing that she hadn't disclosed when she was applying for this important new position. Junior researcher Lon suffered from claustrophobia, the fear of enclosed spaces. Then the hunt was on for the 2 members of Foundation military personnel who'd escort Lon to the MRV to take the readings. Like the 2 priests in The Exorcist, they decided to recruit 1 grizzled, experienced operative and 1 extremely cautious young buck straight out of the Foundation MTF Training Academy. The younger of the 2 operatives, codenamed Agent 2, was careful and conscientious to a fault.
He did things by the book, or not at all. The older operative, codenamed Agent 6, was quite the opposite. He'd done this job long enough to operate solely on instinct, and resented his employers for expecting him to approach his missions any other way. Lon, Agent 2, and Agent 6. The team was assembled, and when the time came, they were taken to SCP-015 to execute their mission. It should have been simple enough. Get in, collect the readings, and get back out. Though a few weeks earlier, the same thing would have been said for the mission to install the MRV, which left for Mobile Task Force operatives dead or worse. Nothing was ever as simple as it seemed when it came to SCP-015. They were only allowed flashlights inside. Anything else carried a substantial risk of activating SCP-015's defensive state, putting all of their lives in jeopardy. Lon had tried to keep things light, masking her own terrible fear at this strange new situation. She joked that perhaps the three of them should get Mario hats, seeing as they were plumbers now. Agent 2 happily laughed along, suggesting that perhaps he should be Luigi. Agent 6 was utterly unamused by this whole situation and wanted no part of it, which is honestly just so Wario of him. They followed along a carefully mapped route through the pipes, being careful not to touch any of them. After all, you never know what could set SCP-015 off. Agent 6 didn't share in their merriment or their concern. In fact, he had contempt for them and this whole situation. He thought Lon and Agent 2 were a pair of frightened, skittish children, willing to buy whatever Foundation-assigned bull honky they were given. He didn't believe that SCP-015 was anywhere near as dangerous as they'd been told. In all likelihood, knowing the eggheads up top, they just didn't want men of action like him breaking any of their precious little toys while conducting missions on their behalf. This whole thing was a big, stupid joke. As they ducked and weaved through the confines of SCP-015, the tensions between them all just silently grew. Their flashlights played among the pipes, revealing the insane variety of shapes, sizes, compositions, and materials in here. Wood, steel, flesh, bone, glass, pressed ash, granite, and so much more. And yet there were no pipes comprised of any standard pipe-making material, like lead, PVC plastic, or copper. It was undeniably freaky, but when you work with SCPs for long enough, you learn to stop asking questions about the more minor forms of strangeness inherent to anomalies. The composition only got narrower as they delved deeper into the warehouse. Lon felt the anxiety, like a hand gripping her throat and squeezing, but tried still to keep it hidden. Agent 6, the largest among them, almost got stuck a few times, trying to crawl into spaces too tight for him to fit. He felt like murdering Lon when she threw out a casual comparison to Winnie the Pooh in the process. When they reached the MRV, it gave them an ounce of momentary relief. The journey was halfway done. But the comfort was quickly squashed by seeing what had actually happened to the MRV. It had been speared by a pipe, and new pipes had grown through and out of it, effectively rooting it in place. This caused immediate debate among the group around one key issue. Did this mean that the MRV was now technically part of the pipes? And by extension, would the pipes feel the need to defend themselves if the databanks were removed from the MRV in order to deliver the readings back to the researchers at Site-17? While Lon and Agent 2 carefully discussed the issue, Agent 6 lost his temper and decided to show these two foolish kids how it was done. He claimed the two of them were worrying about a bunch of Foundation hooey that they were inexperienced and gullible enough to believe, as if this bunch of weird pipes was actually dangerous. It was like how every 6 anomalies there's apparently one capable of ending the world. It's all a bunch of overblown, fear-mongering nonsense. And to prove that he wasn't just all talk on this front, Agent 6 pried open the top of the MRV and slid out the data cards, which seemed to be covered in some kind of viscous, unpleasant liquid from the pipes that had penetrated the device. Still, he'd gotten what they came for. He could have done this whole thing alone without this pair of bedwetters. He scoffed and said, "Kids, I don't know how you two survive." But he shouldn't have spoken so soon. The large pipe that he didn't even realize he was standing on opened up beneath his feet, and seconds later he was immersed up to his shoulders in it. 6 began to let out the most horrifying shrieks you've ever heard, and when Agent 2 and Lon ran over to try and help him out, they realized why.
The pipe below Agent 6 was filled with flowing molten iron. By the time they pulled Agent 6 out, well, Agent 6 from the shoulders up, considering that was all that was left, he was already dead. And despite the actual aggressor being destroyed, SCP-015 wasn't done. It was ready to clean house. As Agent 2 and Lon attempted to flee, some eye-level pipes around them burst, firing crystallized glass into their faces, cutting into their skin and eyes. But they needed to push on, despite the pain, if they wanted to survive and get out. The two of them ran, horrifying noises of twisting and bursting pipes roaring behind them. Pipes made of thorns and bones started to grow, blocking off their exits until they were trapped. Lon, utilizing her small frame, was able to crawl through a gap in the pipes into an adjoining chamber. 2 was given a horrifying surprise when a pipe burst near his hand, showering his flesh in thick, corrosive gunk. His hand melted away at the wrist. As Lon called for help in the tiny cramped chamber she was locked in, 2 ran off to try and find an exit where he could bring more people in to help them. But it would already be too late for poor Lon. A thick, honey-like substance began bleeding into the chamber, disgusting in its overpowering saccharine flavor and goopy, viscous thickness. The chamber seemed to get smaller and smaller as Lon screamed as the honey level rose. Eventually, it got higher than her mouth and nose could reach. She gave a horrifying final gurgle, and then she was gone, entombed forever between the pipes. Agent 2 kept running. His flashlight was beginning to die, but he didn't care. As his eyes bled from the splinters of glass and what was left of his hand dripped from the jagged nub of his wrist, all he could do was keep moving forwards. He panted and screamed and stumbled in the dark until he tripped on something he didn't notice and pitched forwards. He tumbled into the gaping maw of a nearby pipe, surrounded by unseeable, unknowable ooze. As he tumbled further down into the seemingly infinite darkness, it was too dark to see and too cramped to move anywhere but straight down. All he could do was scream and scream and scream, until his voice was hoarse and his throat bled, though nobody was there to even hear his cries. Days later, when his skin started to shred off, it was almost welcome. Dr. Gears would later receive the news of this tragically failed mission, and the 3 operatives now declared MIA because of it. He sighed and wrote up his report on the matter, closing with the sentence, "Data deemed non-vital in light of lost staff. SCP-015 classification level review suggested."
Hello again, dear viewers. You caught me during my break. What? Even researchers at the SCP Foundation need a little downtime now and then. And considering they revoked my playtime privileges with the living Lego and the Nerfing gun after that unfortunate incident in the Site-19 break room, I've been downgraded to keeping myself occupied with this little rubber ball. I have a ball. Perhaps you'd like to bounce it, they say. Seems innocent enough, doesn't it? Have you learned nothing? Almost any object, even something as innocuous as a teddy bear or a plastic paddling pool, can hide secrets. Sure, any avid basketball fan will happily tell you that ball is life, but sometimes when you're dealing with anomalies, a ball can also be death. Such is the case of SCP-018, also known as the Super Ball. An anomaly so powerful that the Foundation has even used it to help recontain SCP-682 during a breach. To the untrained observer, it really isn't much to look at. A small red rubber ball around 6 centimeters in diameter produced by the Whammo Company in 1969. Yeah, we were as surprised as you to find out that good old Dr. Wondertainment had nothing to do with this little number. You might also be surprised by just how extensive the containment procedures are for SCP-018. After all, it's rare that a completely non-sentient anomaly makes its way into the Euclid class. This little rubber ball is kept in a specially made titanium alloy metal restraint, submerged in a dense polyethylene holding tank, filled with a special endothermic compound that draws the kinetic energy out of its surroundings. Anyone entering the chamber needs to wear a unique kind of reinforced plate armor, and if SCP-018 ever manages to escape its containment tank, nearby personnel are advised to treat it as they would an active shooter situation. Lock yourself in a nearby room, duck down below any cover you can find, and wait for armed containment units to show up and take control of the situation. At this point, you probably have a lot of questions.
chief among them being, why is this children's toy being given more security precautions than most serial killers? The ball was first discovered when a cleaning and disposal company was hired to empty out an old Whammo warehouse of some defunct merchandise. One of the movers, Roy Fischler, embraced his inner child when he saw a red rubber ball sitting among all the dusty boxes of expired Silly Putty and broken remote control robots. He thought to himself, what's the harm in having a little fun here? It's all going in the trash anyway. This would prove to be a terrible mistake for all involved. The anomalous property of SCP-018 is the fact that it's able to bounce at 200% efficiency every time it's bounced, increasing at an exponential rate with each bounce unless it's stopped by some equivalent force. So when Roy decided to toss that little red ball onto the ground, he unleashed a destructive force into that warehouse that was more powerful than he could ever have imagined. With every bounce, the ball increased its height and speed, ricocheting across the floor, walls, and ceiling like a bullet run amok. And it was only just getting started. The workers hit the deck as the item that would later be dubbed SCP-018 decided to put the ball in ballistic. It smashed light fixtures, knocked over piles of boxes, smashed through forklifts. When one worker tried to catch it, it left a red-hot ball-shaped hole in the middle of his palm. It wasn't long before the ball had built up such speed that the warehouse could no longer contain it. It blasted out of the wall and rocketed into a nearby city, ready to cause more abject chaos wherever it went. Windows were shattered, streetlights were annihilated, cars crashed. Thankfully, no humans were killed by the rampaging rubber menace, but in total 5 people were injured, and one unfortunate pigeon was utterly obliterated on impact. It went on for several days, with the ball reaching over 100 kilometers per hour at several points, before finally coming to a rest at a nearby lake, at which point it was retrieved by Foundation personnel. There were 2 silver linings to this incredibly strange anomalous incident. The first was, as previously alluded to, nobody actually died. The second was that due to the incredible speeds at which SCP-018 moved, none of the civilian witnesses had any idea what they'd just encountered. As far as anomalous discoveries go, this was pretty much as close to a win as you can get. But for one ambitious researcher, it was far more than just a pleasingly non-violent initial containment story. It was a doorway to improving the Foundation's technology as a whole. Meet Dr. Brian Carella. He's what you might call a maverick, a blue sky thinker, always on his grind. The cornerstone of Dr. Carella's philosophy was that the Foundation should be making more active use of its benign anomalies to help track down and contain their more ornery foes. While everyone else around him seemed to only see a little rubber nuisance that was better locked away, Dr. Carella saw the immense potential in SCP-018, namely in providing a vital enhancement to another piece of Foundation technology, the SCP-A5 armor. It goes without saying that working for the SCP Foundation is an incredibly dangerous job, especially if you're part of one of the Foundation's myriad of mobile task forces. The hunt for anomalies can lead to all kinds of strange and inhospitable terrains. Before it was contained, SCP-096 was famously captured on an icy frozen tundra on top of a bleak mountain. Because of incidents like this, the Foundation had first invested money in the SCP-A5 tactical armor suit. Think of them like the Foundation's answer to the Iron Man suit. However, when dressed in several hundred pounds of reinforced metal, something important suffers along the way: mobility. It isn't exactly easy to lug all that equipment around, and when an anomaly is heading for the hills at high speeds, being well defended doesn't count for much if you're already 10 miles behind the target in pursuit. This, in Dr. Carella's mind, was exactly where SCP-018 came into play. If that little red ball was built into the foot of an SCP-A5 armor suit, it could be used to bounce the operative wearing it to tremendous heights. This would allow them to not only give chase against fast-moving anomalies, but also cover difficult terrain and even scale great heights in a mere instant. But it wasn't just an increase to mobility that SCP-018 integration offered to the SCP-A5 suit. Picture this. With SCP-018 fused to the sole of the suit's reinforced metal foot, lending it 200% bouncing efficiency, it could unleash a deadly, concrete-shattering kick. The kind of thing that would leave you singing a falsetto for the rest of your life if you were lucky enough to survive it, if you know what I mean. To Dr. Carella, it was a match made in heaven. It could increase both the mobility and combat effectiveness of the suits by a considerable margin. And seeing as SCP-018 literally didn't have a mind of its own, there was no way it could suddenly go rogue during a mission and compromise everything, just as Abel had done during his stint as a mobile task force operator, before they ran out of targets for him and he started slaughtering his own comrades. Dr. Corella was so confident in the efficacy of this idea, he contacted the O5 Council personally to request approval for this little pet project. This approval was granted on a purely experimental basis. The technology would have to prove itself before being put into common use. It wasn't exactly what Corella wanted to hear, but it was a step in the right direction. He just needed the perfect opportunity to put them to the test. And then, it came. SCP-682, the infamous hard-to-destroy reptile breach containment. It somehow adapted a cloaking ability and escaped further from the site it was being held at than ever before. The next time it was spotted was over 2 weeks later, causing pandemonium in the Amazon rainforest, devouring tribesmen and wreaking havoc on the local ecosystem. They needed to get on the scene fast and put that monster down before the damage it caused was irreparable, and news of the beast in the Amazon leaked out into the local area. And thankfully, Dr. Corella had just the tool for the job. Field Agent Hammersmith was fitted with an SCP-A5 suit, complete with the SCP-018 enhancement in his dominant right leg. He was dispatched, and immediately the augmented suit began to show its efficacy. Agent Hammersmith bounded above the tree line at incredible speeds, using the HUD in the suit's mask to track the heat signature of SCP-682 moving among the trees below him. He'd been able to bind a tracking collar to the beast's neck during an earlier engagement, but now the true battle was on. His heart was pounding, adrenaline coursing through his veins, but he'd been ensured that even 682 would have a hard time tearing through his suit's armor. A commander directing him through an earpiece told him that now was the time to engage, before 682 detected his presence and began developing countermeasures. Dr. Corella was watching a live feed from the control room, confident that his 018 augmented suit would do the job. Following his orders to the letter, Hammersmith descended down onto 682 from above. However, before he could make contact, the reptile swiped him with its tail, sending his body sailing into a nearby tree. However, the suit stood firm. He felt the impact, but the actual damage was minimal. Now it was time for him to face off against the beast, one-on-one. He didn't have time to be afraid. As the beast descended upon him, fangs bared, he gave it a swift kick to the bottom jaw, tearing off half of its face. But anyone who knows SCP-682 would tell you that simply removing its bottom jaw wouldn't even slow 682 down. It was relentless, attacking Hammersmith with its fangs and jaws. It tore deep ruts into the suit's metal, but the suit was still managing to keep its occupants safe. Then Hammersmith struck back. Kick after kick, augmented by the 200% power of the Super Ball, slicing huge chunks from the reptile's body. He kicked in its chest, kicked off its limbs, and with a final mighty kick, even managed to bisect the beast in the middle. Of course, even that wouldn't keep it down for long, but with the hum of evacuation and containment helicopters rapidly approaching, Hammersmith breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the control room, everyone celebrated. Dr. Corella most of all, vindicated in his belief that SCP-018 could save the day. And then Agent Hammersmith, without even thinking, rested his right foot on the floor just that little bit too firmly. The sudden bounce sent Hammersmith a mile into the air. His Foundation-trained composure evaporated. All he could do was scream as he blasted up into the clouds, then began to plummet. Back in the control room, everyone could see a live feed of Agent Hammersmith hurtling into a nearby lake and landing with an epic splash. While the regenerating remains of SCP-682 were contained and brought back into the nearest containment site, another team was sent in to retrieve the heavily injured Agent Hammersmith. His medical examination afterward revealed that he'd suffered 2 broken legs, 7 broken ribs, a missing arm, and a skull fracture. If he hadn't been wearing that suit, his mangled remains probably would have been devoured by the local piranhas by now. But despite that minor hiccup in the plan, Dr. Corella was still delighted with the results and immensely proud of the little red ball that could. In his closing remarks on the incident, he appended a final note to the SCP-018 file reading, "Don't worry, it's fixed, but I have some more ideas."
If I can be granted the use of some water from SCP-006 as well as some other SCPs, I can deliver you a set of SCP-A5 armor and an agent that can capture any, if not all, rogue or unattained SCPs. All I'm waiting on is your approval. A team of archaeologists uncovers a giant ceramic vase in the ruins of an ancient Greek city. They carefully brush away the sand and debris that surrounds it. The head archaeologist grabs a ladder and places it gently against the 8-foot-tall vase. "I'm gonna see if there's anything inside," he says. The archaeologist climbs the ladder and peers over the lip of the ceramic vase. The inside is completely black. "I can't see anything," he shouts down to the rest of the team. He reaches his arm into the pot to see if he can feel anything. A couple of seconds later, he releases a yelp of pain.
Something bit me!
He yells. The archaeologist pulls his hand out of the darkness and climbs down the ladder. "Is there an animal inside?" a fellow archaeologist asks. But before the question can be answered, the ceramic vase begins to shake. Thousands of tiny creatures resembling a rat mixed with a pug flood out of the top of the vase. They start clawing and biting the archaeologists. The men run away screaming in terror. Many are consumed by the wave of creatures. Others are overwhelmed as they try to scramble up the ruins to safety. Only minutes after the lead archaeologist stuck his hand into the ceramic vase, the screams are silenced. The creatures wander aimlessly around the ancient Greek city. The SCP Foundation hears of the incident and sends a team to investigate. They classify the anomalous vase as SCP-019. When they arrive on the scene, the thousands of creatures that were manifested from the vase are found dead. These entities are designated SCP-019-2 and incinerated before any tourists visiting the archaeological site see the corpses. The extraction team examines the vase itself. It seems like a normal, although very large, ceramic from antiquity. The scientists put in charge of securing SCP-019 are Dr. Light and Dr. Vox. "Be careful," Light says. "We don't know what the connection is between the vase and these creatures. It seems as if they came out of it, but our instruments aren't detecting anything inside and there's no way they could have all fit into that thing anyway." Dr. Vox, who is closely examining the vase, comes to the same conclusion. They take a step back as the extraction team prepares to put ropes in place to move SCP-019. A rope is thrown over the vase. Part of it lands on top of the lip. Instantly, an instance of SCP-019-2 appears from the ceramic. It begins running around, clawing and biting anything it can, but is eventually captured by Dr. Vox. "Well, now we know where the creatures came from. We'll bring it back to the lab for further study," the doctor says as he hands the creature off to one of the agents. The ropes are secured and the team begins to move the vase, but with every moment, another SCP-019-2 instance appears from the artifact. "This is gonna get really annoying," says Dr. Light. "Let's put the whole damn thing in a mobile containment chamber and let those little creatures run on top of each other rather than us chasing them around." "Agreed," replies Vox. A containment pod is brought in. The team quickly moves SCP-019 into it as instance after instance of SCP-019-2 manifests from the vase. The doors to the pod are sealed. Light and Vox watch hundreds of small creatures run around inside. They bring the vase secured in the containment pod back to the SCP Foundation site, where it can be studied further. It is transferred to a containment chamber where it is observed by Light and Vox. After a few days, SCP-019 slows the manifestation rate of the SCP-019-2 creatures. When the vase was first secured, agents were ordered to shoot the creatures on sight, but the number of bullets being used was unreasonable, so they resorted to flamethrowers. The doctors decided the best course of action is to put SCP-019 into a room hooked up to an incinerator. This way, if too many creatures are manifested, they can all be burnt to a crisp with the push of a button. Dr. Vox can't help but think that this must have been what Captain Kirk felt like on the Starship Enterprise when it became infested with tribbles. Eventually, it is discovered that as long as SCP-019 is kept at 0 degrees Celsius, and no one goes near it, the object only manifests one creature per hour. This is much easier to manage than the hordes of SCP-019-2 instances that came out of the vase previously. Doctors Light and Vox observe and collect data on SCP-019 through a glass viewport that looks into its containment chamber. The incinerator is turned on at least every 24 hours just to clear the room of creatures.
When they are not working with the vase itself, the doctors examine SCP-019-2 entities to try and understand what they are and what they want. They capture one of the creatures and put it in a reinforced pen. Light and Vox provide the specimen with live chickens for food and as much water as the creature can drink. The noises that SCP-019-2 makes sounds like muffled sets of words. When linguists are brought in, they determine that the vocalizations are phonetically similar to ancient Hellenic languages. This is consistent with what was spoken at the ancient Greek city, where the ceramic vase was found. The doctors gave the specimen a series of puzzles to solve. It can make its way through a maze to find a piece of chicken, but when it is given opportunities to show its sentience, SCP-019-2 always falls short. Dr. Light and Dr. Vox determine the creatures are about as intelligent as lab rats. One of the most peculiar things is that SCP-019-2 instances only live for less than 48 hours. No matter how much food, water, or care is given to the creatures, they drop dead in a day or two after being manifested. Dr. Light moves one of the dead critters to an operating room where it can be dissected. She cuts down the middle of its stomach with a scalpel and peels the skin and muscle away. "Well, that explains that," she says to the other researchers standing in the room. "The muscles seem to degrade rapidly from the instant SCP-019-2 is manifested into our world. There is basically no digestive tract other than a mouth and throat, but the most surprising thing is the complete lack of internal organs." Dr. Vox pushes the intercom button from the viewing room in which he is observing the procedure. "What do you mean there are no internal organs? It must have some sort of brain and cardiovascular system." "Yeah, but that's about it," Dr. Light responds. "There appears to be a very simple central nervous system with a brain the size of a pea and a heart, but nothing else. This creature can't metabolize the food it eats or filter out toxins, and I have no idea how it breathes. We need to run more tests." With each new specimen that's examined, the results are the same. The creatures aren't very intelligent, they die in under 48 hours, and they lack pretty much any internal organs. Then one day, everything changes for the worst. The guard posted to watch over SCP-019 notes something strange occurred during his shift. Without fail, the vase manifests an instance of SCP-019-2 every hour, but around 3 a.m., no creature was generated. Or at least that's what appeared to happen. The guard puts on protective equipment and enters the room to get a closer look, but there is nothing there. He locks up, records the anomaly, and returns to the viewing glass to continue his watch. Over the next hour, the vase manifests a creature as if everything is back to normal. The next day, Light and Vox arrive at work to find everything in chaos. The power in different sections of the facility is failing. It is as if something has gotten into the ducts and is chewing through the wiring. A team of agents uses thermal imaging devices to track down the entity that is causing all the mayhem. They bring it back to the research lab. "Take a look at this," the agent says, pointing at an empty operating table. He hands Dr. Light his thermal imaging goggles. Without them, there appears to be nothing on the table, but when she looks through the device, she can see an instance of SCP-019-2. "My God," Dr. Light whispers, "they're evolving." The creature is exactly the same as all the others, except this one is invisible. Suddenly, an alarm goes off and red warning lights turn on across the facility. Light rips off the goggles and looks at Dr. Vox. "We need to get back to the vase now," she yells. They sprint out of the operating room and down the hall. As they turn the corner, they hear gunshots and the spray of fire from flamethrowers. On the other side of the corridor where SCP-019 is contained, there are agents battling with thousands of instances of SCP-019-2. The flamethrowers that had been so effective at killing the creatures now appear useless. It is as if the creatures have evolved some sort of protective skin to combat the flames. "Oh no," gasps Dr. Light. "We gotta get out of here." She grabs Dr. Vox's shoulder and drags him with her as she runs down the hall. Behind them, the scream of agents can be heard. They are quickly muffled as thousands upon thousands of SCP-019-2 creatures overwhelm them. Light glances behind her to see what is happening. What she finds is a wall of creatures rushing towards her. There must be millions now. It seems like SCP-019 was tired of being contained by the Foundation and has sent an invasion force to escape its captors. "We're not going to make it!" Vox yells. He stumbles and falls to the ground. Dr. Light skids to a stop and turns to go back for him,
but it's too late. The wave of SCP-019-2 is closing in. She watches in horror as Dr. Vox is consumed by the mass of creatures. She turns and continues to run. The exit is in sight. Dr. Light makes a dash towards the door. She can feel the tiny feet of the creatures clawing at her heels. She gives it everything she's got and accelerates, putting some distance between her and the millions of SCP-019-2 entities. Dr. Light slams through the exit door and immediately closes it behind her. She manages to slide the metal locking bar into place. The impact from the wave of creatures against the door sends her stumbling backwards. She is safe now. As Light lays on the ground panting and staring at the door, she thinks to herself, well, they'll all be dead in a couple of days, and then we can try again.
Working in a morgue requires some specific skills. You need to be comfortable being around the dead. You need to have a great attention to detail, and you better not be squeamish. You'll be getting up close and personal with some gruesome specimens. But for those who find themselves in a specific morgue under the supervision of the SCP Foundation, they'll need to have some extra specific skills if they hope to get out alive. In the basement of an old hospital in Great Britain, there was a morgue. It appeared like any other until the 1980s, with a busy hospital staff coming in and out to investigate causes of death and perform autopsies, reporting anything unique to the doctors upstairs. But soon the morgue and the hospital around it began to get a reputation. People whispered that something wasn't right in the morgue, that there were supernatural dealings afoot, and soon they were proven right. Because what's dead in SCP-022 doesn't always stay dead. The Foundation soon stepped in and quarantined the morgue, condemning the building. An investigation didn't find any cause for the unpredictable and dangerous phenomena, but the Foundation was able to track the pattern of reanimations, and did happen upon the following. The morgue is filled with body storage drawers, and at random times, the spontaneous opening of one or several of them will occur. And despite the fact that the morgue has been out of operation for quite a long while, whenever a drawer opens, there is a body laying inside under a sheet every time. And after 6 minutes of being opened, the body will wake up. When awake, these reanimated corpses have exactly one mission: to get out of the morgue by any means necessary. If the corpse is relatively intact, it will leap off the table and charge at the door and anything else in its way. While no specimen has ever been safely captured for testing, their base strength seems to be far stronger than any normal human. No evidence of what gives them this power has been found, but they are absolutely formidable and very hard to stop. And to add to the difficulty, they're even harder to kill a second time around. While all evidence indicates that these are reanimated humans, they do not seem to be limited by the same physical effects of damage. Those who have tried to stop these undead beings from getting to the door have found this out the hard way. These cadavers seem to be immune to just about any form of impairment. Their bodies don't give off heat, and they do not need to eat, drink, or breathe. If their bodies are severely damaged, the body part with the greatest mass stays active and doesn't seem to slow down at all. Only one thing actually seems to impede upon the horrifying persistence that these cadavers portray in their attempts to escape: fire. The Foundation has discovered that fire may be the one effective way of stopping the undead specimens, but it's not as easy as simply setting them on fire. High-powered fire is needed to incinerate their tissue and render them little more than a pile of ash. The good news is there is another method to neutralize them, and that's to wait them out. If the corpse is active but contained by the Foundation's security, they will eventually expire when whatever power is animating them finally runs out. But this can take between 2 days and 3 weeks, which can be problematic if they're joined by other friends from the drawers. But not all of the living corpses follow the same pattern. Bodies emerge in the drawers seemingly at random, and the state they arrive in is just as unpredictable. This may correspond to how they died, and an investigation is ongoing in regards to how these corpses wind up in the morgue to begin with. Some arrive in good shape, as if they were recently deceased from a heart attack or other similar ailment. These are the most dangerous specimens. Others may be decomposed or damaged, which will cause them to be slower, but some are in such poor condition that they can't get up off the slab at all. And that's where SCP-022 reacts in an unexpected way. The cadaver may be too damaged to move, but it's still reanimated and will struggle and twitch on the slab for whatever the duration is of their reanimated life. But if it expires while still on the slab will act on its own and slide back into the drawer with the cadaver still on it. The body then disappears, and from what witnesses have reported, a smell of burning tissue similar to cremation then fills the air in the morgue. No one knows where the corpses go, but perhaps more importantly, where do they come from? That is the one question that concerns the Foundation the most about SCP-022. While the main priority is to contain the reanimated corpses, studying them is also vital. Unfortunately, testing on the reanimated is limited due to their aggressive nature. However, agents have been able to observe them just enough to describe them and send the descriptions out to law enforcement, as evidence shows that SCP-022 may also be able to reach outside of the confines of the morgue. What the Foundation has learned from interfacing with local law enforcement is that every single one resembles a corpse stolen from a morgue around the country. Studies of the specimens after they expire, if not consumed by the drawers, is the easiest way to conduct testing. They can be examined safely and appear to be standard human corpses, with the only exception being any damage done during the attempt by the Foundation to contain them. They don't seem to have any unusual organs or chemicals in the body, and no explanation for their reanimation can be found. There is, however, one other element of SCP-022 that concerns researchers. Nothing seems to be able to be added to the morgue. When something is placed into or enters the room, it vanishes after only seconds. This has happened to inanimate objects as well as to animals, and even to people. There is no evidence as to where these specimens go. What makes this happen is unknown, but provides further evidence for the theory that there is definitely some dangerous anomaly governing SCP-022, far beyond the fact corpses are simply reanimating. While the rest of the hospital that contains SCP-022 has so far been free of anomalies and is a standard abandoned building, an exploration of the room above the morgue revealed something concerning. In the room, agents discovered a massive pile of matter that seemed to be composed of all the things that had vanished upon entering SCP-022. All of the metal objects had been broken down, and the organic material had decomposed. Everything looked like it had been there far longer than the time since it had vanished, despite appearing only 3 minutes after its disappearance in testing. But one thing was missing from the mystery pile. What happened to the people who had disappeared inside the morgue? None of the humans who disappeared, either in accidents before the Foundation stepped in or in testing, appeared in the pile in decayed form. But it wasn't long before they appeared in another way. The Foundation observed that several of the corpses that appeared from behind the drawers of SCP-022 resembled the unfortunate citizens who had disappeared into the room in the past. The morgue's victims had returned, and they wanted out. Now it was clear that the priority had to be containment. The door to the facility was destroyed during a security breach by a particularly tenacious specimen, so the Foundation installed a more powerful vault door shortly after taking over the facility, with orders that it must remain locked at all times. Because of the morgue's ability to absorb anything that enters it, containment of the entities is dependent entirely on automated systems. If the cadavers happen to make it through the vault door placed just outside of the perimeter of the original SCP-022 room, awaiting their arrival are the Foundation's high-powered automated fire weapons. Once the undead cross the threshold of the door, the weapons are triggered and incinerate them immediately. It is only if this system fails that response teams are sent in to contain the threat, followed by cleanup crews. No humans are to enter SCP-022 unless further testing is needed, nor is any entity to be removed from the containment site. While the first time the Foundation encountered one of the reanimated corpses, it had been immediately destroyed. The second time was a different story. It appeared to be an Asian man in his 50s, and its body was mostly intact with the exception of a large chest scar that resembled that of an autopsy. It claimed its name was John, and remembered dying in a car accident, but it refused to admit that it was dead. Then it saw its reflection, and things took a disturbing turn. While the specimen had remained calm until then, it became extremely angry as soon as it saw its image on the steel table and had to be restrained. While in containment, it claimed over and over again that it was not the man it saw in its reflection. Whoever was in the body didn't believe it was the older Asian man. It then became enraged, screaming and smashing its head against a wall until it stopped talking and eventually stopped moving altogether. No more information could be obtained. What was SCP-022 doing to the people who appeared in it? The answer to that question became a little clearer after the Foundation was able to capture a specimen again. This time, it was shortly after a D-class, designated D-5619, had been sent into the morgue and immediately disappeared. What emerged from the drawer shortly thereafter, though, wasn't the D-class. It was a little girl who looked to be about 12 years old. And just like the cadaver captured prior, when restrained, it became extremely angry. However, it did eventually cooperate in answering questions for the Foundation. It was soon identified as D-5619, the unfortunate D-class testing victim. It wasn't long after the question of what had happened to D-5619's body was answered. 3 weeks following the incident, D-5619's body was returned from the drawers, but it wasn't him inside of it. A brief interview confirmed that this was a very confused but overall cooperative 89-year-old woman in the body of the D-class. Whatever effect is going on within SCP-022, it seems to return people in twisted, mismatched combinations of body and mind. The Foundation is still investigating exactly what is happening inside of SCP-022, with a focus on how the anomaly gets its corpses from around Great Britain. But when dealing with the mystery morgue itself, the Foundation holds to a simple rule: nothing gets in, and nothing gets out. If you ever take a trip across the pond to some of the more rural parts of the British Isles, you might just hear some tales of a dark, shadowy shape, a creature stalking through the night, an omen of death. It's an entity that has been known by many names, including the Grim or Black Shuck. Most folks will tell you the same, that this nightmare takes on the form of a huge black dog, but is also known to be able to change its shape. Often appearing at nighttime, the apparition is said to be demonic in nature, commonly associated with the devil himself. Believed by some to be a hellhound like Garmer and Cerberus, guardians of the underworld in Norse and Greek mythology. The dog is far larger than your average pet, with big glowing eyes. It is also known to stalk crossroads, ancient pathways, and places where executions took place. Those who catch sight of Black Shuck are often befallen with bad luck, and for some it can even mean that death will soon be upon them. Of course, this is nothing more than a bit of local folklore, spooky tales designed to drum up tourism. But is the Black Shuck really just a legend, or is there something more to the tale? After all, it's not as if a dog like that could really exist, could it? Enter SCP-023, otherwise known as, yes, you guessed it, the Black Shuck. Much like the creatures from the stories, SCP-023 is an entity possessing a canine form, far larger than most domesticated dogs. SCP-023 is described as being shaggy in appearance, with black fur and glowing orange-red eyes, as well as prominent fangs. Through testing, the SCP Foundation has determined a number of the dog's anomalous abilities. First and foremost, legends have described the Black Shuck as an apparition or spirit, and much in the same vein, SCP-023 is able to pass right through solid matter. The creature can pass through walls seemingly at will, but does also seem to have a physical form, at least when it is kept in containment. To prevent a breach, the Foundation keeps SCP-023 in a walled-off intersection of 2 corridors, sporting fake doors at 3 of its 4 ends, with only one real entrance. Why does the dog's containment unit require such a specific layout? Simple. It has to resemble a crossroad, even if this is merely a superficial resemblance. Remember that the Black Shuck of legend often appeared at crossroads, a sign that would warn those traveling of their impending doom. As long as SCP-023 remains contained in a cell resembling crossroads, it cannot pass through walls. Should the Black Shuck ever escape this enclosure, however, then it will use its anomalous abilities to incinerate anything in its path. The dog can burn through walls no matter how dense, and will travel from location to location by this method. Also in keeping with the Shuck of folklore, looking into the eyes of SCP-023 can hold potentially devastating outcomes. Should any person make direct eye contact with the dog, then death will be upon them within the span of the next full year. Either the person who looked at the black Shuck in the eye or a close member of their family will die, just like a number of the legends state. The Foundation has no concrete idea how the Shuck chooses its victims, with no patterns or obvious preferences, only that they will die a year after eye contact. Researchers aren't even sure if SCP-023 selects its victims from the moment eye contact is made, or if this choice is made during the year that follows, or even if it is a conscious choice at all. All that is known for certain is that if you were to look into the beast's glowing eyes, there would be no way for you to tell if you or a relative would suffer the consequences, only when. In the past, the SCP Foundation attempted to eliminate an individual that looked into SCP-023's eyes, along with their whole family before the year was up, trying to take any potential victims away from the black Shuck before they could be hunted down by the anomalous canine. Much like the way the creature passes through walls by incinerating solid matter, the way SCP-023 dispatches its chosen victims seem to almost be linked to the use of heat. The Foundation has conducted a number of autopsies on those killed by SCP-023, and their findings have always yielded the same result. Anyone killed by the black Shuck will not exhibit any signs of external damage, no burn marks on their skin or any kind of contusions. However, on closer inspection, these bodies appear to have been filled in, their insides replaced with highly compacted ash. All their organs and internal bodily systems appear to be incinerated by the black Shuck, but somehow this occurs so rapidly that there is no notable damage caused to the outside of their bodies. To prevent SCP-023 claiming any further victims, the Foundation has another measure in place. The black Shuck has been fitted with 2 spheres made of hard rubber. These are inserted into the creature's sunken-in eye sockets, blocking anyone from accidentally making eye contact with it. However, over time, thanks to the heating effect of the Shuck's state, these inserts will begin to degrade. When security cameras detect that the glow of SCP-023's eyes have returned to a dangerous level, Foundation personnel will have to replace the rubber spheres to once again block the creature's vision. However, this can only be done after sunset, and any personnel tasked with replacing the inserts are cautioned not to look the dog in the eyes during the process, unless they want to become the black Shuck's next victim. The SCP Foundation first came into contact with SCP-023 when they received information about an attack that had taken place at a church. While the location of this incident is unknown, if the legends are to be believed, the church may have been located in the moors of a rural region of the British Isles. While the church was in the middle of a service, the black Shuck entered and killed a number of civilians in attendance. Presumably, the members of this congregation had all at some point seen the large black dog out in the moors, or one of their relatives had. The Foundation stepped in and managed to capture the black Shuck, giving amnestics to the survivors that had witnessed the attack. The damage done by SCP-023 and the deaths it caused were covered up as attempted arson. However, the Foundation's trouble with SCP-023 was far from over. After the black Shuck's capture at the church, the dog was able to breach containment on multiple occasions. At first, it had been placed in a standard containment chamber, but it was quickly able to incinerate through the concrete walls of the cell. Foundation personnel later discovered that the dog had settled in an intersection between 2 corridors and realized that it had resembled a crossroad. These exact corridors became the basis for SCP-023's new containment chamber, and the assistant researcher originally assigned to the dog was reprimanded for negligence. During this and other escape attempts, SCP-023 caused the deaths of a high number of Foundation personnel. As a direct result, researchers assigned to it requested that the black Shuck be reclassified as a Keter-class anomaly. They also noted that SCP-023 shared certain traits with SCP-1111-1, one of the 2 entities that form SCP-1111. SCP-1111-1, also referred to as the White Dog, possesses an almost ghostly translucent canine form and abilities that focus on geographic space. In the White Dog's case, it will attack anyone it detects approaching SCP-1111-2, the body of an unidentified man hanging from a noose. Researchers working for the Foundation believe that SCP-023 and SCP-1111-1 might be instances of the same phenomenon. but have been unable to capture the white dog in order to verify this. Given the number of deaths the Black Shuck had caused, research personnel attempted to reduce the danger that they faced when interacting with the dog. They helped to remove the beast's eyes and teeth, thus making it safer. However, it was during an attempt to do so that SCP-023 once again managed to breach containment. At first, everything seemed to be going according to plan, but when researchers removed SCP-023's eyes, the Black Shuck vanished completely from its containment area. SCP security staff scoured the area for it, eventually tracking the dog down to a long stretch of interstate. It is still unknown exactly how many civilians may have seen the Black Shuck as they drove past it, but so far 9 deaths are thought to have stemmed from this incident. The ghostly dog was recaptured, and D-Class personnel removed its fangs. After analyzing the times of incidents, researchers realized that SCP-023 had only been able to escape while the sun was up, leading to new containment procedures mandating that no staff member was to interact with the Shuck until after sunset. The interstate fiasco led to the doctor assigned to watch over SCP-023 being suspended and facing a disciplinary review from his Foundation superiors. The blame for the breach in security that caused the incident was placed at his feet, and a new doctor was placed in charge of observing the Black Shuck. Unfortunately for this new researcher, the incidents involving SCP-023 did not stop there. The newly appointed doctor attempted to give the dog a pair of glass eyes to replace the ones that had been removed before the previous containment breach. Perhaps they thought it was a gesture of kindness, a compassionate act, or maybe they just thought it would look cool for a dog to have glass eyes. No matter the reason, it seemed they had forgotten for a moment that this huge shadow creature was an ancient evil entity and not a dog at all. When the doctor gave the new glass eyes to SCP-023, they immediately took on the exact same properties as its old ones. They began glowing, molten glass leaking from the dog's sockets, and appeared on all reflective surfaces throughout the site the Shuck was being held at. Everything from mirrors and windows to lenses and glasses, computer monitors, anything and everything glass. The Foundation suffered an enormous number of deaths that day. Even staff sitting in the cafeteria would have seen a version of those orange glowing eyes staring at them from the bottom of their bowls, marking them for a fiery death. The facility was quickly evacuated, but the damage had already been done. Anyone that had seen a reflection of the Black Shuck's eyes would be dead within a year. Devastated, the new doctor in charge of overseeing SCP-023 blamed themselves for dooming their research team, as well as the rest of the Foundation staff in the facility. When the sun came up over the horizon, a number of D-Class personnel were sent into SCP-023's enclosure, only to find that the dog had once again vanished. The only trace it had left behind was a puddle of molten glass burning part of the floor. A year later, any and all personnel that had gazed into the Black Shuck's eyes were dead, and their remains were buried in a mass, unmarked grave near the containment facility. Despite the doctor vowing to recapture and contain SCP-023, it remains unclear if they were ever actually successful. There is a chance that the Black Shuck has been gradually making its way back home, to the moors of the British Isles. If so, we advise you not to travel after sundown unless you absolutely have to. And if you find yourself at a crossroad, then pray you don't catch sight of a hulking demonic hound staring out at you with eyes that burn through the dark. If you do, well, we hope you enjoy your year. Ask anyone who has ever lived in a small town, and they'll most likely all tell you the same exact thing. The worst part isn't just being far away from the nearest city or distant from friends and family. It's the boredom that gets you. Having so little nearby gives you so few options for things to fill your time with. For some, they get used to it. As they grow old spending their life in the same tiny community, they either learn to make their own entertainment or just get used to the boredom, drowning it out by sitting and watching TV all day. But others, they just can't stand being bored, being stuck somewhere with nothing interesting to do, and ultimately, they can end up getting so sick of it that there's only one option: leave, pack their bags and hit the road, up sticks, and move to a new place far from the small town they were born in. Thing is, leaving isn't cheap. Moving to a new town, a big city, or even an entirely different state is a luxury that costs a pretty penny. Some might work and save their wages until they can realize that dream of moving away. But not everyone has that much patience. Some want to be free of the boredom as soon as they can. Maybe they might apply to be a contestant on a game show, chance it all, and try to win themselves a big cash prize. Sure, it's a hell of a gamble, and a loss might mean humiliation in front of everyone you know and more, but winning could be your ticket away from small-town living. That might be easier said than done, though. Not only does someone looking to move away need to be picked as a contestant, they also need to play by the rules and actually win the game. But as if that wasn't enough, they also have to live to tell about it. For as long as she could remember, Kat had always hated it here. Her hometown was tiny, too small to include more than the main street with few local stores, the one school that everyone who had ever lived there had studied at, and little else of note. And as for things people could do for fun in the town, well, as you can probably imagine, the options were severely limited, especially for a group of teenagers like Kat and her friends. Most of the time, all that she and the others, Leo, Ricky, and Danny, could do to pass the time was sit in the back of Ricky's truck and park in the middle of town, watching people and waiting for something even mildly interesting to happen. Not that it ever did. The four of them had a name for the rest of the townsfolk, everyone that had lived there for their entire lives and never dared to venture anywhere else. Lifers, as in they were imprisoned, serving a life sentence in this small town, never to escape or move on or make something of themselves. As much as they liked to poke fun at those people, each of the group knew that every weekend they wasted just sitting around, the closer they were getting to one day become lifers themselves. "We need to just go," Kat would say, trying to rally the other three into taking a spontaneous trip away as a group. "Just load up the truck one day, pick a direction, and drive until we find somewhere." Ricky and Leo would nod their heads in agreement, and Danny would talk for hours all about the places she might like to go to one day. But none of them ever actually made any plans to leave. Nobody knew where to start until they heard rumors about an abandoned TV studio just outside of town. Apparently, according to Danny's older brother, it had been there for years, just sitting there completely empty. It wasn't just a small local studio either. One of the big national networks had owned it and used to film there regularly back in the day. "Why would someone set up a studio here of all places?" had been Leo's immediate response. "Look at where we live," Kat replied. "It's the literal middle of nowhere. The network must have got the land dirt cheap. The real question is, why don't we go and check it out?" "What for?" Danny asked. Kat silently gestured at the cramped main street that surrounded them, the place that may as well have been the center of the known universe to the four teenage friends. "Do you see anything else to do around here?" Before long, the four of them were in agreement. Ricky's truck pulled up in front of their houses in the middle of the night, and under the cover of darkness, they drove out towards what was left of the TV studio. This was it. They were finally going somewhere beyond the choking, cramped confines of their tiny hometown. Although whether or not they'd all make it back was another matter. Here's a hard lesson for you kids. You can't fight for life you believe you deserve if you don't have a little skin in the game. With home a few miles in the rearview mirror, the truck stopped at a chain-link fence. A pair of signs were hanging from it, one welcoming them to the studio, while the other simultaneously warned them to keep out, that this area was private property. Ignoring it, the four of them stepped out of the truck and started to climb the fence, throwing Leo's jacket over the top to avoid injury. Beyond the fence was a huge building, almost the size of a warehouse, with a door marked "Studio Entrance" that practically invited the intrepid teens to open it up and have a look inside. Each one of them carrying a torch in hand, the group walked up to the abandoned studio and gently pried open the door, trying not to make too much noise. Even though they knew the whole place was abandoned, they still didn't want to attract too much attention and get caught trespassing. The lights were all dead as Kat led the group, her hand being tightly squeezed by Danny next to her, the two boys behind. None of them had been sure what to expect. It wasn't exactly like anyone in the group had ever set foot inside a TV studio before, but they were met with a narrow, concrete-walled corridor so underwhelming that it almost made it extraordinary in just how profoundly dull it was. Lifting his torch, Leo pointed out some lettering on the wall that read, "To TMDG set," with an arrow pointing the 4 friends further down the corridor. Naturally driven by her curiosity and need to be literally anywhere apart from her hometown, Kat followed the arrow's direction to another door. Pushing it open, she stepped inside, her torchlight immediately being blocked by a thick curtain. Brushing her hand against the material, she started looking for a parting, but before she could...
"Welcome, contestants!"
A voice boomed through the dark, coming from somewhere in the space beyond the curtain. Instantly, Danny screamed at the sound, almost wrenching Kat's arm off in sheer surprise.
"Before we begin,"
the voice continued,
"I need you all to tell me, are you ready?"
Kat shot a look back at Ricky, the friend furthest behind her, fumbling with the door they'd entered through. It was locked. He couldn't get it to budge. He turned and met Kat's gaze, shaking his head.
Sure, we're ready,"
Leo suddenly piped up, calling out to answer the voice. Before the rest of the group could turn and glare at him, the curtain around them lifted. So much bright light came pouring in that it practically dazed the 4 of them, each taking a moment to readjust. When her vision cleared, Kat saw they were standing in a huge soundstage, blinding spotlights pointing at her and her friends from somewhere above, with seating area big enough to seat their town's entire population.
"In that case, folks, you know what time it is,"
came the voice again, talking as if there was a live studio audience present, despite every chair being unoccupied.
"These 4 lucky challengers will go head-to-head, each one looking to take home the victory as well as a huge mystery prize. But only if they dare to take on the most dangerous game!"
There was a pause, as if this unseen announcer was waiting for a round of applause. Without warning, more lights came on, illuminating the space in front of the 4 very confused friends. Standing before them was what looked like part of an obstacle course, a series of 4 horizontal beams over an empty space. The glare of the light was so intense that even squinting, Kat couldn't tell what was beneath. It just looked like a void, nothing but total darkness, with 4 narrow beams bridging the gap between where they stood and another platform beyond.
"Well, what are you all standing around waiting for?"
the announcer declared, almost mocking the 4 teens, urging them on.
"Oh, the rules, of course."
There was another awkward pause, like the voice was waiting for laughter.
"It's simple. The 4 of you will be competing to make it through each of our obstacles. Make it to the end before our timer hits 0 and you'll be tonight's big winner. But fall behind or cheat, and it's out with you."
A huge digital countdown illuminated on one side of the soundstage, telling the group they only had 10 minutes to play. Kat, Leo, Danny, and Ricky barely had a chance to question what was going on, exchanging quick, concerned looks before the announcer started urgently counting them down.
3, 2, 1,
he cheered. Simultaneously, the 4 teenagers felt a presence looming behind them, like a figure was standing just out of view, blocking them from turning back. Carefully putting one foot in front of the other, Kat started shimmying along the beam in front of her, trying to keep herself steady while also moving as fast as she could without falling. Out of the corner of her eye, she could also see Danny on the beam next to her, doing the same, but finding it a little easier to balance. Leo was having no problem at all, sidestepping with enough speed to keep him practically neck and neck with Kat, but Ricky was wobbling. Every foot he placed on the beam, he felt like it might give way beneath him, but it was just a game show, right? Sure, it shouldn't even really be running right now, but regardless of why or how, the worst that could happen was that he would fall. His next step missed the beam entirely and Ricky could feel himself toppling. "Guys!" he called out to his friends, trying to shift his weight onto his back leg. Kat, Danny, and Leo all froze and snapped their heads back to look at him, just in time to see Ricky wildly flailing his arms. His whole body toppled to one side, and he dropped off the beam with a loud scream. Not one of them saw him land, or even heard it for that matter. It was as if Ricky had just been swallowed up whole by the dark void beneath them, his scream getting more and more distant until it couldn't be heard anymore.
"Oh, tough break. Talk about falling at the first hurdle,"
the voice exclaimed, as if what had just happened was some kind of joke.
"So long, Ricky. We hardly knew you."
Staying perfectly still, but clearly distressed, Danny called out Ricky's name. There was no answer. Kat just stared wide-eyed at the abyss below, only looking away as she heard Leo jump the last bit of his beam onto the platform. Danny, come on, Kat whispered to her friend, who looked back at her with tears streaming down her face. The pair of them carefully stepped further along their respective beams, trying to stop themselves from looking down or at the huge clock, seconds ticking away and putting them under even more undue pressure. Reaching the other side, Danny dropped to her knees, unable to hold back her sobbing. Kneeling down to comfort her, Kat looked up at the soundstage's bright lights for any sign of who was putting them through this. "Bring Ricky back!" she yelled. "I'm sorry," the announcer replied, the game show bravado dropping from their voice. "But you agreed to play." "He'll be fine," Leo said. "Bet you anything he just screamed like that to scare us." "Leo, you don't seriously believe that?" Kat asked as she helped Danny stand up, wiping her friend's tears away. "Is he dead?" she sobbed. I don't know," Kat replied honestly. "Of course he's not," Leo interjected. "It's a soundstage. It's not like this place is dangerous." "Then why was it abandoned?" Danny asked. Leo didn't give her an answer, either because he was distracted by the lights coming up on the next part of the obstacle course, or because he didn't know and wouldn't admit it. Ahead of them was a long stretch of the course, forming a narrow, square-shaped walkway. Wide portions of the top side were dropping to the bottom in regular intervals, separating the tight space before opening it up again. Every time the segments lifted up, the 3 remaining contestants could see all the way to the other side of the walkway, where a new platform waited for them. With Danny under one arm, Kat looked at the far end of the walkway as it disappeared and reappeared behind the rising and falling segments. Then she noticed the timer, the seconds rapidly ticking down. But Leo had noticed it too, and turned to look at the 2 girls with a determined expression. Kat shook her head at him, but it was too late. With all his strength, Leo shoved Danny and Kat, both of them landing flat on their backs on the platform. He bolted towards the walkway as fast as he could, managing to dodge between each portion, pausing as they came down, only to run into the next one as they lifted back up. Helping Danny back to her feet, Kat ran after Leo. He already had a head start and would easily make it to the other side of the walkway before the girls. So instead, Kat held Danny close and took it slow, methodically waiting for each segment to lift back up before they went further into the next safe zone. They were gaining on Leo, who was sprinting to the finish between the rise and fall of the ceiling's crushing weight. Kat watched him disappear behind each block, only to see his back when it came back up. He had made it to the platform opposite, panting but otherwise unscathed when she next lost sight of him. That's when the announcer spoke up again. Now, Leo," it said. "That was hardly fair, was it? And we all know what happens when you break the rules." As the segment in front of her and Danny rose again, Kat caught sight of Leo just ahead, but it was what was standing behind him that stopped her in her tracks. 2 huge figures, each like a shadow without anything casting it, towered over Leo. One of them reached forward and grabbed him, shrouding him in a cloak of darkness, and he was gone. Just like Ricky, he vanished. Kat had been so transfixed by what she had just witnessed that she didn't notice where she was standing, right under a block that was about to drop. Grabbing her hand again, Danny pulled her out of the path of the descending slab. Kat felt it brush against the back of her leg just as the pair of them made it out on the other end and onto the platform. The last 2 contestants.
And then there were 2.
The announcer cheered, pausing again for a reaction from the empty room. "We don't want to play this sick game anymore," Danny yelled.
"Well, you made it this far,"
the unseen host replied.
"Time for our 3rd and final challenge, the final stretch of the course. Make it through this and you're home free. But fail or break the rules like Leo, and you'll be disqualified. Game over."
"It's okay, Danny," Kat whispered. "Whatever's next, we'll get through it." "Do you think the boys will come back if we do?" her friend asked. Just like Leo had, Kat didn't answer. The lights revealed the last stretch of the course. The final platform was overhead, a net climbing wall in front of them. It was a straight vertical ascent up, with a wall behind the next and holes in its surface. Wasting no time, both Kat and Danny started climbing up the rungs of the thick rope, staying level with each other as they went higher.
"And then they're off. Look at them go, ladies and gentlemen,"
the announcer commented, still speaking as if to an audience.
"But it's not gonna be so easy."
The sharp sound of metal made both girls gasp as long spikes shot forward from the holes in the wall. The blades retracted, fortunately having missed Danny and Kat this time. What had started as a simple climb up had become something akin to a twisted game of whack-a-mole, with each of them trying to avoid staying in front of the holes in the wall for too long, dodging the spikes as they went in and out, They climbed higher and higher until, "Cat!" Danny screamed. She looked over her shoulder, only to notice she was in the lead. Below her, Danny was calling up to her with a fear-stricken expression. Her foot was caught in the rigging of the net, kicking and thrashing wildly to try and free it. Cat looked back up. She was almost at the platform, close enough to nearly reach it with her fingertips. But behind her, her friend was stuck, and with no idea when the spikes would come next shooting out of the wall. Cat threw herself over the edge of the platform and landed on her back, just as she heard the gut-wrenching sound of the spikes extending ring out. She was beside herself, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't uncommon for people to be overwhelmed to the point of tears at the end of a game show, but Cat wasn't crying with joy.
We have a winner!
The disembodied voice declared, barely audible to the surviving contestant as she wept. After she'd finished explaining what had happened to the police, a group of mysterious agents flocked to the soundstage to lock it down, stopping anyone else from getting close to it. They'd found a VHS tape in the mailbox at the front office of the studio. On it was a recording of a game show, a live audience cheering as one by one, Ricky, Leo, and Danny failed to complete the course. One of the SCP Foundation agents had come to interview Kat, asking her to recount the whole story all over again. Her account lined up perfectly with everything seen on the tape. Then the agent asked her what her prize had been after she won. "A car," Kat replied. "The four of us always wanted to leave home."
You would think the smell would be the worst part. And don't get me wrong, it was far from pleasant to say the least. That pungent odor, a stomach-turning scent like raw sewage. It wasn't just dirt and decay. No, it was far more disgusting than that. It had that awful metal tang to it. That meant when that awful stench crawled its way up your nose, it lingered, hanging at the back of your throat, choking you on the sickening reek that lay thick in the air like a foul-smelling fog. And yet, like I said, that was far from the worst part. What was? Well, even the sight of what had happened to him wasn't what made me feel unsettled. Hardly any of his body was visible, covered in that writhing, shifting cloak. But I could see it move, each tiny piece of the mass moving on its own. It made me imagine what it must have felt like to have all those little scratchy legs and pincers, claws, and teeth hooking into his skin. And that, the idea of what it would feel like, that was the worst part about seeing the Vermin god. City life isn't really all it's cracked up to be. Ask anyone who lives in a big urban area, and they'll likely tell you the same. Those bright lights and tall spires reaching up to the clouds, they offer the promise of prosperity, opportunity, and even fame and fortune for those who are extra naive. But when they upped sticks, packed their bags, and moved here to start a new life, they realized that all along they had been sold on a dream, a false fantasy that is just simply too good to be true. Of course, by the time they get here, it's already too late. And before they know it, they're knee-deep in debt, trying to keep up with paying rent on an apartment that's barely big enough for one person. If you aren't careful, a big city can swallow you up. Sometimes literally. Never mind just desperately trying to make ends meet and keep yourself afloat. There's also plenty of danger to be found in the heart of the city. It doesn't take much for people to lose themselves in the darker parts of this metropolitan hell pretending it's a haven. And when they do, that's usually where my job starts. I'd been working as a private investigator for coming up on a decade. My specific job title had gone through a number of rebrands and different combinations of terms over the years. Cassius Duke, detective for hire, then private eye and freelance investigator after that. And don't fall under the same sort of assumptions that most people do when they hear all those terms. Believe me, just like the city's promises, it rarely lives up to what you'd imagined it to be like. My life was never high-speed chases and gunfights, solving murders and tracking down crooks that robbed banks in clown masks. That was work for the real police, allegedly much higher above my pay grade now that I had quit. Most of the time I dealt with uncovering the various dirty little secrets this grimy city had to offer. More often than not, my job was working as either a spy or enforcer that anyone could hire. I followed around the rivals of wealthy businessmen, snapping photos of them with my camera to get any dirt I could that my more unethical clients would probably use for blackmail. Or I'd be warning stalkers to keep away from whoever they were causing trouble for, usually with a bit of gentle encouragement in the form of some pretty stern words and a rap on the knuckles of sorts. It was ugly work, but that suited just how ugly the underside of this whole city was. Some of my clients were often desperate people, folks who the ordinary system of law and order had failed. When that happened, when they had been turned away by the cops on the verge of losing any hope they had left, that was usually when they turned to me for help. Now, I don't work for free, of course. You get nothing for nothing. Everything's got its price, so on and so forth. But I wasn't looking to extort people, especially at their lowest moments. So, firm but fair, I charged them a little bit for my time, maybe a finder's fee if I happened to come across some dirt that was really worth some extra cash. It was rare for me to take on a job pro bono, as it were, without expecting any pay for my services. But when this case landed in my lap, I felt obligated to do the job for free. It was another gray day in a gray city. A knock on the door interrupted me from my busy schedule of staring at the paint flaking off my ceiling. After I'd called them through, the person responsible for that knock came stepping cautiously into my office. He told me his name was Martin Jenkins, but that his friends called him Marty.
Sorry, I don't really know how all this works,
Martin admitted, making no attempt to mask how nervous he was. Well, why don't you take a seat first? I sighed. That's a start.
Oh, okay,
he replied, awkwardly pulling up a chair and sitting down opposite my desk. So, Mr. Jenkins, what can I...
Marty,
he interjected. Mr. Jenkins, I repeated. What is it that brings you here?
Well, someone said you might be able to help with my, problem?
Martin said sheepishly. And what sort of problem are you having, Mr. Jenkins? I pushed for him to give me a straight answer. I didn't really have a lot of patience for anyone who wasted time just getting to the point.
It's my brother, you see. The other Mr. Jenkins,
he finally confessed.
He's been missing. It's actually been months now.
A missing persons case is a police matter. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go to them. As bad as it felt turning the guy down at a time like this, I had my profession to protect. If I wasn't careful, the cops would come down on me like a ton of bricks. I'd already ruffled up some feathers in that area not long before. I'd taken a case wherein I'd accidentally photographed some corrupt officers accepting bribes. One of those pictures wound up on the evening news. There'd been a target on my back ever since.
But Detective Duke,
Martin began to say. Mr. Duke, I corrected him.
I've already tried going to the police. They wouldn't even accept a missing persons case when I explained what happened to my brother.
Go on, I said, reaching for my notebook and a pen on the desk.
I left the city a while ago after my brother and I, Melvin, his name's Melvin Jenkins. We had an argument.
And what was it that triggered this argument? I asked, dragging my pen across the page.
It was, well, a lot of things,
Martin sighed.
Our father died almost a year ago. It wasn't unexpected, but Mel took it pretty hard. Then the doctors told us the condition Dad had carried a chance of being hereditary, so we both went to get tested. I didn't show any signs of developing it, but Melvin did. He took it as a death sentence, got very low, and started wasting all of our inheritance on every vice he could get his hands on. Drinking, partying, gambling, you name it, he was doing it.
And this led to the argument? I probed.
It did. I confronted him before I left town. I was mad that he'd been using all our dad left us for such frivolous and irresponsible things.
Marvin continued his story, almost unable to stop now he'd started.
He didn't want to hear any of it. Said he was going to die eventually anyway, so what was the point? And I told him he was selfish, and that was the last time we spoke.
When did you notice he was missing?
As soon as I came back from out of town,
he answered.
I went to the apartment. Dad had left us that too, along with all the payments still due, and I found that Mel was gone. Apparently, he had betted in a card game and lost badly. I had no way of finding him. Nobody else knew where he was.
Let me guess. I stepped in. When you went to the police, they said he's most likely living on the street, which would make him a lot harder to find. Martin nodded solemnly, clearly feeling guilty for what had happened. Although from where I was sitting, it was his brother's own misgivings that had created this situation. I went on to ask a few more background questions. Before asking if Mr. Jenkins could provide me with a photo of his missing brother, he obliged, handing over a printed picture. The moment I saw it, I offered to take the case for free. His brother, Melvin. I recognized him almost instantly. He was in his mid or possibly late 30s. Average height and build in the picture, far better shape and a lot cleaner than when I'd seen him. But it was that same guy. That much I was sure of. No amount of unshaved stubble or disheveled clothing could change that. I'd seen Melvin, outside my building a few times, sleeping rough on the sidewalk. Every day that I showed up to start another day of work, I'd drop him a few dollars, anything I had in my wallet.
At first, I told myself it was for good luck, so I didn't attract any bad karma for myself. But when I actually paid attention to how he was living, the gesture became what it should have been from the start. It wasn't about me or sparing myself bad luck. It was just about trying to help out someone who needed it, when I was in a position to do him a small kindness at the very least. One night, I just locked up my office and I was about to head home. As I stepped off the curb, head down, eyes on my phone, a truck came speeding down the street. I would have been killed instantly had a hand not grabbed me and pulled me back onto the sidewalk. Melvin had hauled me out of harm's way. He didn't say anything to me, and I failed to do anything more than just thank him verbally before heading home. So, I figured I owed him one. Well, I didn't tell his brother this. It had been a few months since I'd last seen Melvin outside my building. I'd always assumed he moved on, or been asked to move by an overzealous cop. Of course, that meant figuring out where he was going to be tricky. Exactly the reason the police had turned Martin away when he'd asked them for help locating his brother. But I had a few connections that, even if they hadn't seen Melvin, might have at least heard something, or could know someone else that had seen him. It wasn't a lead yet, but it was a start. Dee was the head of the city's biggest homeless shelter, and a good friend of mine. So she became my first port of call. I showed her the photo of Melvin, and asked if he'd come to stay at the shelter recently. Doesn't ring a bell, I'm afraid. She looked somberly at the picture. Sorry, Duke. I wish I could be more help. Not on you, I replied, taking the photo as she handed it back to me. You mind if I ask around, see if anyone here recognizes him? Be my guest, Dee said. I spent about an hour milling around, asking a few down on their luck folks if they recognized the man in the photo. A few of them mentioned they'd seen him around here and there, sleeping rough in a number of different parts of the city, but none of them could give me anything concrete, no definite location I'd be able to search next. That was until one of them spoke up. He was an older guy, bedabbled clothes and unwashed hair with a thick beard, who had been craning his neck to try and sneak a look at the photo when I'd been showing someone else. I seen him, the man, Clarence, said matter-of-factly. You recognize this man? I asked to verify. Said I seen him, he repeated. Looks different now, though. Well, that's to be expected, I replied. I don't mean he's gotten skinnier because he ain't been eaten, Clarence said in retort. I mean that he don't even look like he's human no more. Well, what does that mean? I questioned, looking back at the bearded man in confusion. That man right there stopped being a man. No idea when or how it happened, but last time I saw him, it was already too late. Nowadays, he's the Vermin god. I didn't really have much of an idea of how to respond, unsure if Clarence was pulling my leg and deliberately wasting my time, or if there was some truth to this bizarre urban legend. At any rate, it was the only real lead I had so far, albeit a tenuous one at best. So I pressed the old man to tell me where he'd seen Melvin, of this Vermin god, as he kept calling him. There's an abandoned warehouse down on the waterfront, Clarence had explained. I knew the place he meant. It used to be a go-to for people who were sleeping rough. Lots of us used to stay there, but that's when the pests got bad. Pests? What kind of pests? All kinds. Rats, roaches, you name it. Then just we were having to deal with them, the company that owned the building sent cops down to clear us out. Told us it was unsafe and we should move on. It was sitting there, empty for ages, so I decided to chance it. Head down there and see if we could start using the place again. But when I went to look, he was there, waiting in the dark. And he wasn't alone. He ain't ever alone. They're always with him, all around him. I chose to ignore Clarence's attempts at unnerving me, getting him to confirm once again that it was in fact Melvin he had seen. My next call was following up on this wild story, so I hopped on to the next bus across town, huddled together with commuters, holding on to ceiling rails swaying with every turn of the bus like we were meat hanging in the back of a butcher's van. I walked quite a bit from the bus stop towards the docks. Most of the area was restricted, off limits to members of the general public given how hazardous it could be. I wasn't concerned. In my line of work, I usually had to get into places I wasn't supposed to be. Pulling a pair of wire cutters from my jacket pocket, I snipped through the chain-link fence that surrounded the warehouse Clarence had directed me to. The place wasn't guarded. After all, it was empty. Lifting up the wire mesh and slipping underneath through the gap, I grabbed my flashlight and headed in. The warehouse was well and truly deserted, previously used for storage, but now just an empty space that was being left vacant, wasted in its lack of use. All around was silence, occasionally broken by beads of water dripping from the skylight into a puddle on the ground. Suddenly I heard a new noise, a crunch of something being squashed under the sole of my shoe.
I lifted my foot and shone my torchlight downwards, looking to see what I just stepped on. It was a cockroach, far bigger and fatter than any one I'd ever seen, smashed to pieces underneath my shoe. I stamped the rest of it off, a little disgusted as how everyone gets when they see a roach, dead or alive. That's when I noticed another sound, a low, dull buzzing. My initial thought was that it was electrical, maybe a generator that was still running. I started searching around for the source of the sound, thinking that if I could flip the switch, it might turn on some lights in here that would make searching for Melvin a little easier. Suddenly, as I turned a corner, the buzzing sound got louder. It wasn't just closer, it was angrier, more intense. What was worse was that I'd walked directly into a cloud of something, or lots of somethings. Tiny flies were whizzing past my ears, the noise of their wings so close it was almost deafening. Meanwhile, even more were zipping around my face, landing on my skin and rubbing their little germ-coated legs together. Waving my arms wildly, I tried my best to disperse the swarm, clearing a few of them away as I tumbled into the next room. My flashlight clattered to the floor as I crawled over to pick it back up, blindly swatting more of the insects away in the dark. That's when I saw him, the Vermin God. With no light in the room, only the beam from my flashlight, I hadn't noticed it at first. The second the light fell over the writhing mass, it shifted. As a matter of fact, it didn't stop moving, not once. It was a seething assortment of vermin, mostly black rats, their fur wet with what I could only assume was water straight from the sewer. But there was more. Worms, huge spiders, thick roaches dropping off of the huge shape as it turned. It stood up, a mass of animals and insects standing like a man, lumbering towards me. Creatures were falling off with every step, only to crawl back in and join the rest. I pushed myself back on the floor, trying to get away from what I assumed to be a horrific monster, something controlling all the rats and vermin, making them form around it like a cloak of pure filth and decay. The stench of it as well, that foul, unclean smell hanging in the air and lingering at the back of my throat, made me want to be sick. It was so repugnant that it kept me crawling back until my back was pressed up against the wall, trapping me between it and the Vermin God. It leaned closer, reaching out an arm covered in grime and cockroaches all crawling over each other. I turned away and closed my eyes, yelling out into the dark for anyone to come and help, a voice said weakly. I looked up at it, panting and shaking in fear. With trembling fingers, I lifted my flashlight higher, right up to the head of the Vermin God. Beneath the mass of rats crawling over it, and the bugs wriggling about below them, a pair of eyes glinted in my flashlight's beam. Human eyes. They were eyes I'd seen before, the same hopelessness behind them as when he used to ask for change outside my building. It was Melvin. That's when I started to see beneath the vermin coating his body, catching brief glimpses of his arms and chest, just as one rat moved, but before another slipped in and took its place. His skin was pockmarked with bites and scratches, some fresh and still bleeding, others that had started to dry. Beneath the shroud of crawling insects and rodents, his face had gotten gaunt, coated in a thick layer of dirt. He wasn't controlling these things. If anything, the vermin seemed to be using him as some kind of host. Just as I edged a little closer to him, considering the idea of reaching into the mass and pulling Melvin free, one of the rats bit me. I dropped my torch at the pain of the tiny needly teeth piercing my skin and started to feel more of them crawling up my ankles. I turned heel and ran all the way out of the warehouse. By the time I was far enough away, the rats that had leapt onto me had crawled back off, heading back inside, into their vermin god.
Though it hasn't shown any signs of expanding, and there have been no notable changes in size, position, or area affected, the SCP Foundation still maintains firm control over the area. 2 armed personnel are constantly stationed outside a concrete room, where inside, 2.1 cubic meters of space is sealed off. Nobody is allowed in, at least unless they have the adequate security clearance to be granted access. For everyone else, it remains a restricted area. Even if someone is permitted to enter, they're advised to take extreme care at all times. The room itself is empty, or at the very least appears to be. And while those entering it or leaving are usually unharmed, every so often, someone comes out forever changed. After all, that's what knowledge does to you. SCP-028 is an anomalous phenomenon that is isolated to a small area of an abandoned storage yard.
The yard itself was bought by the Foundation from the previous landowners, along with the nearby copper mine, located in northern Michigan. Any information providing proof of ownership or the history of the sale has been removed from any publicly accessible database, and the surrounding area is guarded by Foundation patrols. Should any civilian be found to have accidentally entered the area, either on car or on foot, then agents posing as officers of the Michigan State Police will intervene. Most security incidents are resolved quickly, with undercover Foundation operatives offering directions to civilians that have become lost and inadvertently come too close to SCP-028. Those who do not comply are to be taken alive, administered with Class A amnestics, and then driven to the nearby town of Redacted, Michigan. The room that now contains SCP-028 was constructed by the Foundation Anomalous Engineering Department. A plain concrete structure was built around the measured radius of SCP-028, simple in design, but necessary to contain its effects. The anomaly itself has no visible or physical presence, and is not detectable or observable via any other means, either anomalous or non-anomalous. However, through testing, researchers were able to determine that SCP-028's area of effect forms a perfect 7-foot cube around a central point. This information was used to map the exact dimensions of SCP-028's area of effect as accurately as possible. Any and all forms of scanning, from thermal imaging to full spectrum analysis, has been performed on the area. No abnormal readings have been detected. Those entering the area of effect describe no changes in temperature, elevation, or any other factor that could be used to build a better picture of the imperceptible anomaly. All that can be felt by those entering the affected area is SCP-028 itself. The Foundation has even gone to great lengths of trying to manually alter the size and shape of SCP-028's area of effect by adding and removing objects from the space, even going as far as to remove dirt from underneath it. But nothing can seemingly alter the area of effect, nor how the effect itself occurs. Whenever a human subject enters the area of effect, the symptoms of SCP-028 will normally manifest within a short window of 3 to 6 seconds. At present, no cases have surpassed this 6-second maximum. Should an incident occur wherein the effect occurs anytime after the duration of 6 seconds has elapsed, then this is to be reported to both Dr. Gears and Dr. Cardinal immediately. In every observed case so far, though, the effect of SCP-028 occurs as follows. The subject will enter the affected area, wherein within 3 to 6 seconds, they will spontaneously develop the total and complete knowledge of a subject. Every piece of information they now have access to has been verified as being 100% factual and accurate. In some cases, some subjects have gained knowledge so precise that it described facts unknown to science at the time of their exposure to SCP-028. To account for future incidents of undiscovered information emerging from SCP-028, the Foundation requires all exposed subjects to fully disclose the exact details of their acquired knowledge. The effects of SCP-028 can be experienced multiple times, should someone exit and then re-enter the area of effect. However, this is not advised, as it has been known to result in increasingly strong migraines and prolonged dizziness after the first 2 exposures. The Foundation maintains a partial log of information obtained via exposure to SCP-028. Among the notable examples are one person who, upon entering the area of effect, could recite every entry in the 1998 edition of the New York City phone book. The information was completely accurate, verified against a physical copy of the phone book in question. However, the knowledge attained by this subject naturally did not reflect the entries in subsequent editions. Another incident involving SCP-028 occurred when a different subject, having passed through the area of effect, developed a blueprint for a total redesign of the internal combustion engine. The core difference in their design was that they had perfectly detailed how to create an engine that ran on human blood, and that could be built with pre-existing parts. Fully converting an internal combustion engine into the redesigned version took only 4 hours, and appeared to run at a higher efficiency than those powered by gasoline. The Foundation is working to expand the use of redesigned engines. As part of its Renewable Fuel Initiative, it is coordinating with site sanitation and personnel transport teams to repurpose human blood from SCP-682 containment breaches as an alternative fuel source. The Foundation Emissions Calculation Report estimates that 100% of internal combustion engine vehicles will run on human blood by 2030. Thanks to SCP-028, one subject learned of the exact location of a set of keys to a Buick LeSabre. This initially appeared to be another instance of knowledge that didn't exactly have far-reaching applications. However, the keys actually belonged to a specific 1975 Buick LeSabre, driven by mob hitman Jimmy "The Legs" Scarpelli. They had been left in the ignition of the car, and a brick placed on its accelerator in order to send it into the depths of redacted River, New Jersey. The trunk of said car also happened to contain a city councilman who had been kidnapped by Scarpelli. Given that police never found the vehicle, there was no evidence ever tying him to the disappearance or murder. With the knowledge of the key's location being learned through SCP-028, the Foundation disseminated this information to local law enforcement as an anonymous tip. After scouring the river, they found the keys still in the car, and the drowned councilman targeted by Scarpelli for undermining workers' unions. All murder charges against Jimmy Scarpelli were dropped, given that he was in his 60s at the time of the discovery and after a court ruled in favor of justifiable homicide. Less real-world applications was found for a subject who learned the entire history of the Blackthorne family of London, England. Attempts to publish this extensive knowledge as a biographical book led to a protracted legal battle between the family and the total stranger, who somehow seemed to be an expert in their lineage. One subject who gained the complete knowledge of how to care for a mole rat colony from SCP-028 subsequently changed careers and began to work in mole rat conservation. The Foundation makes regular checks on him, and he seems to find the work more fulfilling. In all these cases, knowledge gained via SCP-028 is perfect, totally complete, and eidetic. As for the specific subjects learned about, there appears to be no correlation between the person exposed to SCP-028 and what they will gain total knowledge of upon exposure. Knowledge obtained via the effects of SCP-028 is entirely random and can either be highly useful or have no practical applications whatsoever, as well as ranging in specificity. Someone can, in theory, gain knowledge of the entire Roman Empire, or just everything that occurred on the day Julius Caesar was killed. Some of the information gained through SCP-028 has posed a significant risk to the Foundation. However, at present, there remains no way of predicting what knowledge will be imparted to someone via the anomaly until after exposure has already occurred. In one instance, a subject who stood in the area of effect quickly obtained information on the origins and exact whereabouts of 12 different SCPs. In all but 2 cases, these anomalous objects were already being held in Foundation containment, and thus this information being imparted by SCP-028 constituted a significant security breach. Even though in the additional 2 cases it did lead the Foundation tracking down and containing SCP-Redacted and SCP-Redacted, the subject could not be allowed to retain such sensitive information related to anomalies. Naturally, their first course of action was to administer amnestics. But there was a problem. Following this case, the Foundation has determined through testing that any knowledge gained via SCP-028 exposure cannot be rescinded by any known means. This includes administering amnestics. Chemical analysis confirms that SCP-028 exposure does not interfere with their absorption. MRI scans show no abnormal activity in the hippocampus or temporal lobe that would inhibit memory retrieval. Yet retention of all SCP-028 knowledge remains perfect and complete. Post-mortem examinations have revealed that the brains of subjects undergo no physical changes after exposure to SCP-028. The research project involving continued autopsies of those exposed to SCP-028 has been temporarily suspended by the SCP Foundation. SCP-028 was discovered after reports surfaced of a copper mine worker making a startling revelation. The man had submitted a design to the United States Patent Office for a fully functional cold fusion reactor. If approved and manufactured, the man's reactor could have ended global reliance on fossil fuels. According to the news reports, the idea had just struck him like a bolt out of the blue one day after having visited the storage yard next to the mine he worked at. The Foundation worked to suppress the news discussing the man's cold fusion patent and sought to track him down to interview him. However, he was found dead shortly after. Evidence gathered by the Foundation suggested he was killed at the behest of Redacted, the largest oil and gas corporation in the world. In a benefit for their own ends, the Foundation was able to obtain the man's designs and the patent, and has since implemented them in the containment of SCP-1995. And in a small victory, if not for the news of this man, SCP-028 might never have been discovered. As for their own subsequent testing with SCP-028, it's yielded mixed results, to say the least. Incident E-127 saw Foundation agents stationed at the site containing the anomaly accidentally exposed to SCP-028's area of effect. Immediately after, the agent was seen expressing sudden surprise and bemusement before requesting a moment to gather their thoughts. After this, the agent then shook their head, laughed, and proceeded to draw their service pistol. Several fellow agents were killed, and an on-site Foundation doctor was wounded. He was eventually restrained and interrogated, revealing that they had gained extensive knowledge of classified Foundation activities from SCP-028. Much of this pertained to several anomalous objects he had not been previously aware of, including the Foundation's procedures surrounding SCP-2669. As this once again was an incident of Foundation intelligence being disseminated randomly via SCP-028, measures were taken to prevent further information of SCP-2669 being uncovered. Its entry in the SCP database has been concealed by a page that claims the designation number is simply a placeholder. A tribunal is still yet to confer over the affected agent's fate. Any personnel who enter SCP-028's area of effect are to be detained indefinitely. Tests with D-Class personnel have had similarly unusual results. During Experiment 189, Subject D-9843 was exposed to SCP-028, only to start exhibiting abnormal respiratory actions several hours later. This was the first noted incident of an apparent physical change following exposure to SCP-028. Medical examination and then later questioning of D-9843 revealed they had gained the knowledge of how to recycle the carbon dioxide inside his body. A number of repeated attempts were made to teach this skill to other members of D-Class. However, when these failed, D-9843 was terminated. An autopsy revealed no abnormalities in their respiratory organs. There is, however, one SCP-028 experiment that nobody within the Foundation wants to acknowledge. Those found discussing the outcome of Incident E-112 are to be reprimanded or given amnestics without exception. When a different D-Class, D-1182, entered into SCP-028's area of effect, they immediately began weeping and were witnessed dropping into the fetal position. Whatever the knowledge they had learned was clearly so devastating that they found it debilitating. Attempts to console them failed, and they became unresponsive to all external stimuli for several days. They soon fell into a catatonic state and would only verbalize the following phrases: "This is not life. This is not real." It was quickly determined that D-1182 had gained knowledge about the truth of the SCP Foundation, that it is entirely fictional. Every anomaly, every site, every researcher, every member of personnel, and that included them. D-1182 fell into a coma and died shortly after, with their cause of death being attributed to shock. The Foundation has since banned all discussion of Incident E-112 in order to suppress the fact that their reality is indeed a complete fabrication. It's like we said, knowledge will forever change you.
Dr. Bethany Moore was exhausted. She'd been pulling an all-nighter to digitize some old files about SCP-2317, the door to another world, and she could feel herself nodding off, little by little as the night drew on. For Dr. Moore, it'd been a whole week of long days. Something even worse when you work at a job as stressful as being a researcher for the SCP Foundation, and the exertion was starting to catch up with her. At around 2:30 a.m., she sighed, rolled back her office chair, and decided to take a quick break to grab a coffee and refuel. If she didn't get some pretty hardcore caffeine in her over the next few minutes, she was absolutely going to pass out on her keyboard. The fact that the rooms in the facility were kept at a relatively low light at this time of night to save power really wasn't helping her fatigue. Dr. Moore dragged herself down to the break room, too tired and too focused on her work to notice that things were eerily quiet. She was punching in her order for the largest espresso available when she noticed the quiet sound of footsteps approaching her from behind. Slow, methodical, and unsettling, especially at this kind of hour. She turned and felt an immense relief wash over her. It was just Security Officer Chuck Walker, one of the regular guards at this site. Dr. Moore and Security Officer Walker weren't exactly best friends, but they'd crossed paths on the job on numerous occasions, and they'd always been polite, friendly, and cordial anytime they'd directly interacted. "Hey Chuck, she said while her coffee began to pour into the less than environmentally friendly styrofoam cup behind her. Long night. Working hard or hardly working, huh? Security Officer Walker didn't respond. It was only now that Dr. Moore seemed to register just how dark the break room was. Really, the only source of light was the soft glow coming from the coffee machine itself. But light or no light, she could see something was wrong with Walker. His eyes seemed oddly distant, like he wasn't even looking at her. He was looking through her, off into some unknown place. Dr. Moore cleared her throat. Everything okay, Cha? Before she could even finish her sentence, Chuck's hands were clasped around her throat. The movement was so sudden and violent. Her back was shoved up against the coffee machine, spilling the espresso everywhere. She tried to scream, but she couldn't get enough air. Chuck squeezed. His grip was like an iron around her thin neck. She silently gasped and spluttered as he choked her, still maintaining that glassy, almost dead look in his eye. Like doing this meant absolutely nothing to him. As things started to go dark, Dr. Moore's thoughts were naturally along the lines of, why is he doing this to me? And that's exactly when she got her answer. There were two eyes that seemed almost to be floating in the darkness behind Security Officer Walker, staring with equal indifference at this sudden and awful display of meaningless violence. She could only just make out the slender shape of the creature's mostly obsidian body, with the occasional patch of white. It was her. It all made sense now. It all made so much sense. The daughter of Snap. Dr. Moore's neck broke, leaving her last thought forever unfinished. Security Officer Walker loosened his grip, allowing Dr. Moore's body to slump to the ground. He turned to his mistress for approval, but she didn't say a word. She just left the room, and he obediently followed. This was the very first casualty of a containment breach that would go on to claim the lives of 43 members of SCP Foundation personnel. Several male members of the staff experienced what can only be described as a descent into violent insanity, turning on fellow members of personnel and committing murder, largely through the act of strangulation. A female mobile task force was brought in to deal with this rapidly escalating situation. The brainwashed staff members were relatively easy to neutralize, given the superior training of the MTF compared to on-site staff. But the being that did this to them would be a considerably more challenging foe. SCP-029, the Daughter of Shadows, an extremely violent and dangerous Keter-class anomaly. She was still loose on the site, and that meant nobody was safe. The MTF prowled the hallways in three-person squads, while another small detachment headed to the maintenance and security rooms. They couldn't rely on the on-site guards for any help on this one, considering half the brainwashed murderers they just terminated had formerly been site guards. One of the squads finally encountered SCP-029 in a dark hallway and engaged her in violent combat. The Daughter of Shadows is an incredibly formidable opponent. She's significantly stronger than a non-anomalous human being. She's highly resistant to most forms of damage, and her reflexes are around 4 times faster than some of the fastest recorded non-anomalous human reflexes. In other words, she can shrug off bullets and seems to be one of the world's most proficient stranglers. You really don't want to have to engage with SCP-029 in a physical fight. One of the 3 MTF operatives attempting to subdue SCP-029 was already dead. Her neck practically caved in from the force of a squeeze when the lights finally came back on. While the Foundation didn't know a great deal about the Daughter of Shadows, they were aware of one thing. Her anomalous powers were significantly weakened when faced with bright light. The operatives in the maintenance and security rooms had turned up the lights in the hallway to their maximum brightness, stunning the Daughter of Shadows just long enough for the mobile task force to converge and, through their combined strength and resources, subdue and contain the creature again. She was swiftly delivered back to her high-security containment chamber and locked away once more. The containment chamber is sealed with a triple airlock, and powerful floodlights on the walls keep the creature in a constant state of stark illumination. A truly foolish mistake by Security Officer Walker, who'd been shot to death not even an hour prior by the mobile task force, had caused this particularly deadly containment breach. Ignoring very specific Foundation containment protocols out of his own sense of foolish, morbid curiosity, he'd strayed too close to SCP-029's containment chamber and been dragged into her terrible thrall. Considering the vast array of potential world or even universe enders on the SCP Foundation's roster, SCP-029 is far from the most dangerous anomaly out there, but she's proven time and time again to be one of the most problematic to contain. And due to her incredibly violent temperament and dangerous anomalous abilities, every time SCP-029 does breach containment, a lot of innocent Foundation employees are bound to die. The Daughter of Shadows, a self-given name that seems to be inspired by the fact her skin pigmentation is 80% true black, has a seemingly unquenchable bloodlust. Though ironically, she despises the actual shedding of blood. SCP-029 has been shown to be capable of improvising a weapon out of almost any object. Truly the MacGyver of murder, but she will always kill in a manner that causes no blood to be spilled, hence her preference for strangulation. She also has the ability to brainwash male victims into committing murder on her behalf, by making them believe that she is some form of goddess. Despite showing clear sentience and sound tactical reasoning, it's impossible to reason with the Daughter of Shadows, as she has no compassion or better judgment to appeal to. Her requests for a bed, a blanket, some books, and some clothes have all been denied, due to the pretty justifiable belief that all of these requests are just a pretense to get security lowered around her. This harsh treatment actually led to an official complaint by Dr. Erica Brodeen. It stated, "This is ridiculous. The girl can't even have clothes. We are not animals. Let her cover herself." Dr. Sophia Light posted an official reply saying, "Dr. Brodeen, you are granted permission to deliver clothes to SCP-029. Life sadly punished Dr. Brodeen for her compassion. The Daughter of Shadows murdered her with the very clothes she brought in to keep it warm. And the tape of her grisly death is now used as an educational tool for anyone assigned to SCP-029. A grim reminder of the real and present danger that the creature poses to anyone in its vicinity. Because of the nature of the anomaly and her abilities, the Foundation takes a very hands-off approach to interacting with her. Guards are posted outside, and not even food is brought into the chamber, as SCP-029 seems to be able to survive just fine without it. At this point, you're probably wondering, what is this thing really? And how did the SCP Foundation find it in the first place? We'll tell you all we can about that, but be warned, SCP-029 is also linked to one of the darkest things the Foundation has ever needed to do in the pursuit of keeping an anomaly contained. It all began with what seemed like an incredibly random assault on Agent Ramachandran, an SCP Foundation field operative stationed in rural India. The assailant attempted to strangle Agent Ramachandran before being quickly subdued. Because of the strangeness of the event, the agent began a weeks-long investigation into who the man was and why he'd commit this attack. That sent Agent Ramachandran down a frightening rabbit hole towards a small but incredibly violent local cult. The men claimed to be Thuggies, a historically frightening group of roving robbers and murderers who terrorize parts of India throughout its long history. And what's more, this particular sect of thugs seemed to worship the Daughter of Shadows as a kind of earthbound demigod. They believed that if they made 1 million sacrifices to the violence-loving entity, it would bring about the end of the world. However, they also believed that only sacrifices committed via strangulation would count towards their million-soul total. The Foundation amassed a small invasion force to infiltrate and take down their mountainside fortress from within. Naturally, they were met with considerable violent resistance, which sadly caused the death of Agent Ramachandran, the very reason we were able to locate the Daughter of Shadows in the first place. But in the end, the Foundation prevailed. The Thuggies were either slaughtered or repelled, and the Foundation operatives discovered SCP-029 within the temple, along with a huge number of corpses believed to be the cult's prior victims. Given how dark it was inside the temple, the Daughter of Shadows was a formidable level of power. She killed and brainwashed several of the agents who attempted to contain her, but was eventually subdued and transported back to the nearest secure containment site. One of the most infamous incidents that SCP-029 is associated with happened around 7 years after her capture. The level of dark pigmentation on her skin was beginning to increase, prompting concern among researchers. When they asked her what was happening, she simply said that her followers were on the move again, prompting concern that 029's thuggy cult was due for another resurgence. Knowing how dangerous this cult could be, the SCP Foundation decided that drastic action would be needed to deal with them this time. When they eventually located members of the cult, They began tracking them and gathering intelligence. They discovered that a mass gathering of the entire cult was imminent, on a day that they believed to be holy. The Foundation waited until then to strike. When the cult was gathered in worship, the Foundation conducted an aerial strike, killing them all in an instant. The second this happened, the Daughter of Shadow sat bolt upright and screamed for several hours, mourning the death of her beloved followers. She learned a hard lesson that day. While she and her methods were undeniably brutal, when the situation called for it, the SCP Foundation could be plenty brutal as well. Since this incident, SCP-029 has increased her efforts to escape, perhaps so she can get the jump on building a brand new cult. The SCP Foundation specializes in tracking anomalous creatures, entities, or objects, and protecting mankind by keeping these anomalies contained. It doesn't happen very often, though, that an SCP surrenders itself to the Foundation, offering to be contained without putting up a fight. You might think that that would be a welcome change for the Foundation's personnel, getting an easy containment like that rather than having to devote valuable time, resources, and even lives to capturing an anomaly. But then you have to ask the obvious and worrying questions. How did this anomaly know where to find the Foundation so that it could turn itself in the first place? Did somebody send it? And if so, why? Well, don't worry. You don't need to try and imagine this scenario, because an SCP turning itself over to the Foundation under mysterious circumstances has actually already happened. One day, security personnel at an SCP Foundation containment site opened the front door to find an SCP just sitting there on the doorstep. The anomaly was brought in for questioning, and while it was soon designated SCP-032, it has sometimes been known by another name, Brother's Bride. SCP-032 is a person, or rather a replica of a person. Not a living statue that moves whenever you look away or a waxwork that comes to life when the sun goes down. No, this replica is far stranger. SCP-032 resembles a human woman around 30 years of age. Who made her, who she is supposed to resemble, and just where exactly she came from are all still questions the Foundation have been unable to answer. But what the research teams have been able to determine is what she is made from. Brother's Bride consists largely of plastics, at least the external portion of her body. Her skin is made from a combination of 5.5mm thick silicone and other plastic fiber polymers, all colored with a pigment to more closely mimic the shade of Caucasian human skin. SCP-032 has been referred to as a Type F human simulacrum by the Foundation, meaning that she has an imperfect outward resemblance to a human being, and the internal workings of her body are drastically different from an ordinary human's organs or central nervous system. What does SCP-032 have instead? Well, she lacks any skeleton or any of the other internal parts that make up a human body. Instead, her insides are entirely refined liquid oil. However, in spite of having no bones, no organs, and existing as just pure oil filling up a plastic skin, SCP-032 has no problem moving on her own or communicating verbally. When she was first discovered waiting outside the Foundation's Slovakian compound, Brother's Bride claimed that she had come there to be stored. SCP-032 is imperfect in how closely she resembles a human being, and this becomes more apparent the closer one gets to her. At a distance, she can maintain some illusion of appearing to be fully human. However, her appearance becomes less and less convincing as someone approaches. Naturally, the sight of an uncanny, rubbery, almost human is enough to unsettle someone, perhaps even cause discomfort. But this also happens to be unrelated to SCP-032's anomalous abilities, which she detailed to Foundation personnel when she was first contained. The Foundation security team that discovered SCP-032 patiently sitting and waiting to be found questioned her motives and how she had come to be there. There was no record of what time she might have arrived on the compound's security cameras, and SCP-032 gave the personnel no inkling as to how she knew the location of the Foundation's Slovakian site. Somehow, she'd managed to approach without being spotted by anyone, but would not explain how she had done so. Security personnel at the site were obviously skeptical and asked Brother's Bride why she had come to the Foundation. SCP-032 claimed that her creators had commanded her to, that she was to be placed in indefinite storage until claimed. Although the silicon-based woman appears to possess a normal level of cognitive function, she claims that she is not fully sapient, meaning SCP-032 does not possess the intelligence or understanding of other human beings, at least according to her. By her own admission, SCP-032 is an intermediary, acting on behalf of her creators, although the SCP Foundation has yet to be able to verify this. As for her anomalous abilities, SCP-032 was kind enough to detail these to the security personnel that first found her. She has an innate ability to influence any biological entity in her immediate vicinity. In other words, any organism that gets too close. Well, not quite any. There is a limitation to her power. SCP-032 can only affect a creature or organism not created by, related to, or influenced by humanity. So, plants, animals, even microorganisms like bacteria all fall into the category of things that SCP-032 has an effect on. According to the various tests the Foundation's researchers have conducted, the exact nature of how SCP-032's abilities work seems to vary, but her presence always causes massive and irreversible damage to an animal or organism's ability to exchange or use energy. For example, when SCP-032 is surrounded by wild flora, these plants will lose the ability to conduct the process of photosynthesis. They therefore can no longer produce or consume energy, preventing them from continued growth and ultimately causing death. In much the same vein, any animals that come into close contact with SCP-032 will find themselves unable to use their respiratory or digestive systems, rendering them unable to breathe oxygen or properly consume food. Not even germs and other microorganisms are safe from SCP-032's effects. Although when it comes to these microscopic life forms, her ability seems to focus solely on their reproductive systems, and if bacteria cannot divide itself, it cannot spread. At present, the SCP Foundation keeps Brothers Bride housed in an automated containment unit, restricting the amount of direct contact personnel can have with her. Unless they are there to conduct authorized experiments or other necessary research-related tasks, staff are to leave SCP-032 alone. Any interviews with her are not even carried out in person, and instead researchers use a remote communication array to ask SCP-032 more about her origin, her creators, and her abilities. This probably seems a little overcautious, right? After all, SCP-032 has no effect on the human body, and isn't aggressive or outwardly hostile. Maybe locking her in a room is excessive, but remember, her degenerative abilities do affect microorganisms and bacteria, even those that are beneficial to human beings. The human body is full of good bacteria that aids with digestion and helps the body absorb nutrients, like the ones you've heard about in ads for probiotic yogurt. Since 032's effects don't discriminate between good and bad bacteria, people have to keep their distance from SCP-032, or else they might find that they can no longer digest food properly. In fact, no biological material is allowed anywhere near her. No houseplants, no pets, nothing. Oddly, SCP-032 herself seems fine with this, and has never expressed any desire for any form of comfort, and does not appear to require sustenance like food or water. Shortly after she was first contained by the SCP Foundation, SCP-032 was interviewed by Dr. Alexander Kovac, the resident psychologist at the site where Brothers Bride was discovered. Dr. Kovac initially tried to ask SCP-032 to disclose her name. However, she was unable to do so. "I don't have one. People have names. I'm not one." She then went on to explain that even her creators had no name for her, and that she was instructed to cooperate with the SCP Foundation. Dr. Kovac pressed on, asking about when she told security that she was to be stored until collected, who SCP-032 had meant was coming to collect her. Her answer was as enigmatic as could be expected. She claimed that she was going to be collected by someone her creators wished to torment, and finding her in the hands of the SCP Foundation would bring this person greater suffering. Kovac asked if this person was part of the Foundation, assuming that SCP-032's creators had some kind of animosity towards a particular member of personnel, and that 032 was part of some kind of revenge plot against a member of Foundation's staff. SCP-032 denied this though, stating, "He is not one of you. merely a one-time sympathizer of sorts. He believes you tried to help him once, and if he is forced here, if he finds me here, you will die. That will hurt him. They have no interest in any of you or your organization. You are here as a tool, just as I am. According to SCP-032, the man coming to collect her was a prideful, complacent figure who won when he should have lost. Somehow this individual had apparently been punished by being forced to live in exile from his kin and wander the world endlessly, destroying anything in his path, yet unwillingly. His very presence would poison human beings, leaving this man trapped in eternal solitude, tormented by the weight of his guilty conscience. SCP-032 described the man's punishment as a masterwork of torment. She described her purpose in being sent to the Foundation as being to act as this man's last undoing. Apparently, this wanderer would occasionally find solace in looking at nature and find hope in the world around him. Her ability to destroy the organisms around her would be a way to break this man's will and the final nail in the proverbial coffin. Apparently, SCP-032's appearance was also seemingly meant to deceive him. She stated that the man would recognize her and this would remind him of fond memories. But then as he got closer, he would see SCP-032 for what she really was. A crude replica of a human being, reminding this man that her likeness would be forever out of his reach. SCP-032 was intended by her creators to be as artificial as the wandering man's hope, and when he eventually found her, either in a day, a month, or in a century, she would destroy his very last source of solace. At the conclusion of the interview, Dr. Kovac asked why this man would recognize her, and SCP-032 simply replied, "I used to be his wife." If we take SCP-032 at her word, then it appears she was created with the intention of being used to torment this wandering man and act as a final punishment for him. In another interview 6 months after her initial containment, SCP-032 expressed a hatred for the man's wife whom she was made to resemble. Sent in to assess SCP-032's cognitive abilities and personality, or lack of, Dr. Kovac questioned this. SCP-032 had always been adamant that she had no conscious thoughts or feelings of her own, and when challenged by the doctor, she claimed that she hated her mold because her creators wanted her to. The first thing SCP-032's creators had done after making her was show her the wife of the man they hoped to torment. It is unclear whether SCP-032 was shown photographs or the actual woman she had been molded from. Not an easy task, as this woman, the wife, was apparently long dead. But the creators had risked disturbing the wife's final rest, just to show her to SCP-032. She was beautiful, so peaceful, serene, whole, even gone, even dead. I could see the essence of who she used to be, of who she still was and forever will be, her soul. They told me she didn't get to live for all that long, but when she lived, she was herself. She was alive, and so I hated her. In the wife's face, SCP-032 saw a reflection of herself and realized that she had been made just to be a mockery, a parody of a living human being existing only to cause misery to the wandering man who would one day find her. Instead of skin, she had molded silicone and plastic synthetic fiber in place of hair and oil for blood. But what SCP-032 lacked, she realized, was a soul. This was all part of the brothers' design, according to SCP-032. When the man found her, he would see not only what had been done to the memory of his wife, but he'd also see how much SCP-032 hated her, and hated herself for not being alive the same way the wife had been. The goal of all of this, to make the man realize that he never won. SCP-032 herself is a mystery, but perhaps the real question is, who do you think this man is, and what was it he didn't win? But that's a story for another day. Let us know what you think down in the comments. Now go check out SCP-5545 Mysterious Tunnels in Antarctica Abnormality and SCP-1730 What Happened to Site-13 The Full Story Compilation for more of the most mysterious SCPs.